Hello everyone, can you guys hear me? Audio good? How is everybody? Let me know if the audio's good, music needs to be turned up or down. My audio checkers. Audio good? That's great. Just wait to see how everything looks on my end, so give me a second. Then we'll jump right into it. Alright, everything looking good. I haven't been able to resolve the quality thing. I should be in 1080p, but apparently the stream's only 720p. I haven't been able to figure that out yet, but that is something that can be worked out later, you know? It's not something that I'm gonna work out anytime soon. Just something at a later date when I have the time. I also have this light right here. Just while we're in the beginning of the stream waiting for everyone to join in, I'm going to talk about this for a second. But I got this light that I can shine in my face if need be, but it's not, like, necessary. So I keep it on the lowest setting, if I can figure out how this remote works. There we go. And then I change it to, like, purple or something like that. It's like a small glow from that area. I don't know if you can see it on my... No, you can't really see it, but... We jumping straight in, or gonna be some beforehand talk? A little bit of beforehand talk. We are gonna jump right into things, really. There's not really much to catch people up on. Either you've seen the video, or you haven't seen the video, you're interested in what we're gonna talk about today, or you're not gonna be interested in what we're gonna talk about today, and that's gonna be it. If people have questions, we can answer questions. We can cover certain things that people have said, and then kind of go from there. I do got some news to tell you guys, just about the situation, who's talked about it, what's going on with that, XYZ. Hello, Trev. Hope life is treating you well. It is. I got a beer today. Actually, this beer was given to me by my girlfriend last week for a stream, and... Well, actually, she just gave it to me as a little surprise, and, because she knows I like beer. And, yeah, I said, you know what, I'm going to save it for a stream, so now I have a stream. Yes, it's Bud Light. I know the fucking drama with Bud Light and their spokesperson and XYZ. Beer is beer, in my opinion. If they're going to have a spokesperson ruin the image of this beer, I will buy other beer, but since my girlfriend bought it, I'm not going to knock her for it, because she doesn't pay attention to that stuff, so I'll drink it, because I ain't going to have beer go to waste, but will I ever buy Bud Light? I don't know, not if politics is going to be their main concern. Their main concern should be making good beer, not political views, in my opinion. Just watched the whole Scott video, kind of stunned, but still want to find out more. Alrighty. Ooh, TJV and the lighting engineering era, I guess. We see that Bud Light, though. Do you really need to light yourself, though? No, just something I'm working on at the moment. I feel like the audio is 4% louder. Like the music, does the music need to be turned down a little bit? I'll turn it down a little bit. I was wondering if there was any updates. Yep, we're gonna jump all into that. Give Bud Light to Yoshi. I don't think they're gonna like that if I do that. To be honest, I'm waiting for the curtains to be lifted. TJV, is there something wrong with your mic? Sounded like your volume was like is my volume really low? Is my audio good, guys? On my end, the audio levels are normal, so I don't know if I sound quieter or not. Maybe your stream volume is lower, but I don't know. Just let me know if everything sounds good. I can turn up the microphone audio or the music audio, or both if it needs to be, but just let me know. Why do people care so much about a beer mascot? I kind of understand. It's kind of like an image thing, and plus, there's so many people that care about politics in this world. If there's a product that's not tied to politics, people are going to be more drawn to that, because some people just want to get away from politics in general. They don't want to be reminded every time they go pick a beer that somebody's face is going to be plastered all over that brand. Some people just don't want to see that sort of thing, whether it's female, male, whatever. I don't really care. Your mic's good? All right, thanks. Sounds normal to me, and I'm wearing headphones. All right, this is what the internet really is, though. Begging for info after the drama will never stop. Well, it's sort of the thing that everybody's really drawn to. I don't think there'd be so many videos and so much conversation about drama if people weren't interested in it. If there wasn't anybody interested in it, I think everyone else would be flocking to make different content. But the fact that people do go to videos that involve drama, then there's an audience for it, and there's an interest there. People want to know what's going on. They want to know the tea. It sounds a bit too low. It's because I have my game on high volume on Twitter. Okay, gotcha. Is Scott here in the chat? I did see Scott popping up. My quick opinion on the whole Scott thing, people have asked me, like, hey, you see Scott popping up in live chats of commentary channels. He can do whatever he wants. He came to me to tell a story. I told his story. He has his own platform, his own YouTube channel, his own Twitter account, his own whatever to post and to say whatever he wants. So that is completely up to him. I'm not going to be able to follow everything he says because I don't know where he's going on the internet to say all this information. And I don't expect him to send me every little bit of information he reveals out there. But if you guys find out more information and want to tell me, then tell me, and I can share an opinion. But I don't know every little thing that Scott is saying out there. So, hello everyone. Welcome. Hopefully all you guys had a good day. Not gonna lie, when Scott said expose who Delirious is, someone who has been on all the trolls of fake face reveals by Delirious at this point, I'm over the face reveal, but I hope Scott does get his son. Yeah, some people didn't really care. That was what's interesting. People didn't really give a shit. Some people didn't give a shit that Scott would reveal what Delirious looks like, and I understand. After years of being trolled and fake face reveals and joke face reveals on April Fools every year, people are just kind of over that, it seems like. I mean, will there be people who flock to that video to see how he trolls people this year? Sure, but people are kind of over it. People just would rather know what you look like or not sometimes, and I don't know if that is part and reason why Delirious's viewership has been down as of late. I don't know. We can pull up the social blade and theorize about it if you guys want. This is not talking about Scotty407. This is talking about Scott, Liz Katz's ex-husband. All right, time to open the beer. It's a good time. And that spilled everywhere. God damn it. That's beer all over me right now. I'm gonna finish this so I can use this rag. It is TJV's first beer. First beer of the night. Yo, TJV, what's Scott's YouTube channel? I don't think his YouTube channel is something he posts on, but he does use his YouTube channel, like a YouTube account, to type in the chat. That's what I meant by that. Cheers, boys. Let's hope life gets happier. Gets better. There's condensation all over the can. You guys taught me that word last stream. I'm working on emotes while watching and lurking. Hope everything is well in the chat. Oh, people will be arguing, but it is what it is. Again, some people... You know, I saw a conversation before I joined. I saw a conversation about people saying whether to stay more neutral or not. Some people were bringing up Ohmwrecker into all this, and I shared my opinion on that. Ohmwrecker has absolutely nothing to do with the situation. Anyone who brings up Ohmwrecker is just trying to dog on Ohmwrecker because they see it as an opportunity to dog on Ohmwrecker. So at the same time, I don't see I don't see the point on trying to bring up Ohmwrecker in this. It's clearly Ohmwrecker doesn't have anything to do with the situation, and if there was evidence to show that Ohmwrecker has anything to do with the situation, I'd love to see it, but you'd have to tell me it right away instead of going into what's so bad about Ohmwrecker being involved in the situation. Let's discount that. Let's just tell me how Ohmwrecker is involved in the situation in the first place. And Ohmwrecker's not involved in this situation. It's between Scott and Liz and Delirious, and about Scott and Liz's kid. The son, and that's what's most important. Ohmwrecker is not involved in this. Ohmwrecker has his court case. He's battling with Delirious. It'd be stupid for him to get into their personal lives with Liz's ex-husband, Sky. It'd be absolutely dumb and stupid. So, yeah, just letting you know. Hello, everyone. TJV learning big words. Yes, relearning big words. Hey, TJV, what's the next dream car you gonna buy? I don't know. I really like 60s and 70s cars. An old Ford Mustang would be cool to own. I'd like to own a C3 Corvette, even though I own a C4. It'd be nice to own a C3 Corvette. And then I don't know if anyone's gonna know this car. This car isn't as mainstream, I would say, but a Ford Gran Torino. I would like to own one of those. I want a Ford Gran Torino from Starsky and Hutch. That's a car that I really want. It's a car I really want. Just into older cars. I don't really care for newer cars. Newer cars are cool. They're fast. Got a lot of horsepower. Traction's only gotten better over time. But like I said, I don't really care for the sub 9 second quarter mile time. I don't really care for lap time. I care for more a car you get in and you just get a bunch of nostalgia. You know, that's kind of what I'm into. You know, at the moment, maybe I'll become more of a racing fiend and want the fastest car at one point. You know, or a really mean car. But as of right now, no. TJV, do you want to know a funny fact / news about Mini? Tell me. What's a funny fact or meme about him? Or news? Alright. Alright. Anyways. We can move on. While they wait for this new fact or news about Mini. I see that Mini Lad is still streaming. And I'm not done talking about him. It's just, he's kind of doing the same thing over there. The man is still being inconsistent with his schedule amount. He said he would be streaming yesterday in his last stream. And just didn't. Yeah. There's many things that you could criticize about his content in particular. I more try to criticize him as a person and actual fuck-ups that he does. For example, faking a robbery, faking a crime on stream. That's something wrong with the character, not the content. The character of Mini Lad. There's something wrong with the human being to do something like that. That's more what I try to criticize Mini on, not necessarily his content. I do think his content is unfunny, cringeworthy, and I don't think he has that act or that magic to make content and make people like him anymore. He doesn't have it. But I'm not trying to criticize his content. I'm trying to criticize the character of him. You know, who he is as a person. Because I don't think he's a decent person. He shouldn't be on YouTube. But that's what I try to focus on more. Yo, TJV, who's your favorite Vanoss member? Just curious. I mean, I'd be a bit of a dick if I said anyone else but Terrorizer, I think. I think I have to go Terrorizer for this one. I'm thinking I have to. Right? If I say anyone else but Terrorizer, yeah, it's probably Terrorizer. That'd be the safest bet I would say. I could go even safer and say Brock, but I'd be lying at that point. I honestly don't watch a lot of Brock's content. I have seen a lot, but I don't watch a lot of it anymore, so. And his audience is still kids. Yeah, Mini's audience is still kids. 69 Ford Mustang Boss 302 is my dream car. Awesome. His audience is full of bots in the comment section. Yeah, I don't know if that bot thing is from him or from other people, but he has a lot more bots in his chats and in his comments and all that sort of thing. So, have you tried Budweiser before? I have. I've tried every mainstream beer you could get, cheap beer, I would say. I wonder what the rest of the crew. We're going to get into it in just a second. I'm just waiting for the last couple of people to show up. We've been waiting 15 minutes. I will get into it, I promise. I'm just going to try to catch up on comments. I wonder what the rest of the crew will say or do about this. Maybe they'll stay quiet, or maybe they'll... Maybe like what Vanoss did with the Mini and make a dig on him on an Insta post. They probably won't reference this at all, is my guess. I can see them... I don't know. I can see them ignoring it and continuing to play with Delirious, but I don't know. If they feel like Delirious is in hot water at the moment and it's going to affect them, I can see them stop playing with Delirious. But I don't know if this would stop Delirious. I don't know if Delirious is getting enough flack for this, or if Liz is getting enough flack for this, and, you know, because of them being together, Delirious would also get that extended flack to him. But I don't think that is happening, so it wouldn't really affect them. I wouldn't say too much, and I don't think they would respond to it either. I think it won't affect the Vanoss Crew that much. H2O Delirious and Ohm should just have a boxing match. I don't think that will resolve anything. What are we here for today? I'm gonna get into it in just a second. Brock is streaming right now. LOL. Oh, he is? Okay. Yeah, let's leave him alone. Let's not bring up drama. This is the last thing that needs to be talked about in a Brock stream. Let's avoid that. What about Mexican beer like Corona or Modelo? I've had both. Okay, so people say that you need to have Corona with a lime. I've tried that with and without a lime, and I don't know a difference. I don't know if that's me not understanding it or me just being an idiot, but I don't really care if a Corona has a lime or doesn't have a lime with it, in my opinion. And then Modelo, yes, I like Modelo. There's a really dark beer called Guinness, and I do like that a lot as well. It should give you an idea, but I like all different types of beer. I mean, if anyone knows, does anybody know about Spotted Cow? Type 1 in the chat if you know what Spotted Cow is. If you know what Spotted Cow is, yeah. And come on, I'm a Packers fan. I gotta like Spotted Cow. It's a, you know, come on. It's a Wisconsin beer. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Really good beer. Yeah, Spotted Cow. Only sold in Wisconsin. And I'm in Iowa. I make sure to take some shit home. I don't know if that's allowed or not. Do you drink red wine? I don't drink any wine. I really dislike wine. TJV, if you could go back in time to tell Nogla don't let Minnie to join the group, what would you do if you could? I don't think I would. I would definitely warn everyone about the situation, but I wouldn't tell someone not to allow someone into the group. If they decide to still play with that person after knowing the information, then that's on them. But I wouldn't warn them not to play with an individual. I would just warn them, hey, this is drama in the future. I think you should know. The news isn't close to mainstream, so I doubt any of the crew would even mention it or acknowledge it. Exactly. If it becomes mainstream, it becomes mainstream. But we'll have to wait and see. What happened with Delirious? A lot has happened. You're going to have to be more specific. Hey, TGV, how would you settle this drama if you were a judge on it? That's a great question. There's a lot of, because again, if you ask me a question like that, people can say, oh, well, we can see your biases and you would obviously favor this person over that person. Well, how would I, like, what drama specifically is the question? Like, the H2O and Ohm drama, the thing with Scott and Liz and Delirious, like, what are you talking about specifically? Yeah, that would be the real question. TJV's a cheesehead. I wish. I'm not from Wisconsin, though, so I can't be that. But I hopefully one day I'm living there. Hey, TJV, if you were a judge, how would you... Okay, I just read both of them because this is going too long. Okay, so we'll jump right in. We're gonna jump right into it in just 1 second, but I am gonna answer this question. If I was a judge, how would I settle it? I would, one, keep everything open to the public. If I became a judge right now, there's so many things out there in the public right now that I would make everything public. Everything public. I would want it moved straight to trial. It would be a live stream. If we had, you know, it would be a live stream. We would see everything going on in court. We would see all the evidence be done. Everything would be done. That's how I would view it, because there's a lot of questions that need to be answered online, and people do need to know if these people are decent or not, especially if they're content creators. If somebody is clearly breaking the law or doing something disgusting and immoral, people should know about that. So I would go out and put out as much information as I can if I was a judge. And then how would I rule it? Again, I would have to see everything. I haven't seen everything, guys, so I don't know. If Delirious is wrong, Delirious would be guilty. If Ohm was wrong, Ohm would be guilty. That's how I would view it. Thank you, TJV. No problem. All right, let's get into this. trial it like Johnny Depp in Neighborhood. Exactly, just like that. You trying to fly dog beer? I'd recommend. No. I'm not curious on trying new beers, but maybe. Maybe. Honestly, I'd put them in jail because I don't know who to believe. Well, again, if you were the judge, you'd get all the evidence presented to you. I mean, that's sort of your job. Anyways, moving on. Let's jump into it. I did ask a question on my community points jumping in, so this will kind of be starting out on everything. The first thing I asked in my community post, I did last time as well. Do you need more questions answered about my last video? And there's a lot of people. Almost 500 people, 75+% said people do need more answers. And then I asked the question, do you think, right here I put, we are going to talk about the Scott interview where he talks about Liz Scott and H2O Delirious. And then the question was, do you think he should give more info about his situation, or did he give enough? Scott gave enough information, 14% feel that, and then 80% feels like Scott should give us more information. So what that is, I don't know. It would kind of come up to whoever comments on this, really. But that is a new question I put on my community post, which I always put community posts with links to stuff I'm going to talk about because it's informative to sort of get that information from a poll. And I do it all the time. If you scroll down this, it's nothing but polls because I'm just curious. And sometimes I get over 1,000 people. Sometimes I only get 400 people. It is interesting on the information that I get. Just an FYI. I can't give more without doxing. They want it public, but I can't post all about all our info. Yep, some things can't be posted, but we'll just have to wait and see. Real quick, something to bring up if anyone wants to know any more tea. This guy named John Campia, and if you don't know about John Campia, he's a guy who talks about movie news and box office and celebrity entertainment news sort of thing. I'm a fan of John Campia. I do like watching his content from time to time. What I don't like is maybe some hypocrisy that comes from him and how he's been acting later in his years and how cringy sometimes he can be without knowing. I'd imagine that he has... I'm imagine some people already know about him because I'm a man. Yes, so some people know about him in the chat. But John Campia, he is a weird motherfucker. Again, I'm a fan. If I would have seen him in person, I'd be like, hey, I've been watching your content for years. I'm a fan. But I'm just going to say, John Campia is a little weird. Just to get over this real quick so we can get into the Scott, Delirious, and Liz thing, I do want to mention John Campia. Man, there's this Campia Exposed channel. Sometimes they post things that I don't really like, but sometimes they post things that are really good. For example, John Campia and company calls out Ben Shapiro. And then this video right here, which is even more interesting, I would say.
Now look, I have a rule.
I'm going to pause the music real quick, guys. So just watch this and tell me what you guys think of this. And John is a simp for Disney. Oh my God, yes. He simps for the CEO, Bob Iger. Oh my God, it does a lot.
And I have had a rule for me on YouTube ever since I started back at AMC, at Collider. I have occasionally, maybe on 2 or 3 occasions in my life, broken my own rule, and I've always regretted when I've broken the rule. But over the course of 20 years, I've developed a rule for myself. I don't talk about other YouTubers.
And what's sad about this is that I became a little bit of a YouTuber myself, and my whole goal, at one point when I was a lot younger, like 10, 11, 12, when I was watching him back on AMC Movie Talk and Collider, my dream was to have a video call with him over the internet and talk about movies. I wanted to do that when I was a younger kid and was watching him. But his rule is to never talk about YouTubers, which is strange. I did make a video saying that he has changed a lot. He's not really as good of a person as he used to be. But again, I'm still a fan of the guy, regardless of the hypocrisy and the cringy stuff that he says and some of the other things he's tricked into saying by random fan questions from time to time. Yeah, John Campia is stinky. That's a good way to put it, Jakey. Thank you.
A bunch of people started circulating this video clip of Ben Shapiro.
A YouTuber.
Why?
He talks about.
Because that's the bottom of the barrel. Upon the opening of Barbie, talking about its potential for having some longevity. Jonathan, you got this queued up? That's the bottom of the barrel.
Got it.
Check this out. But John, if you start up some heat and you dish some tea.
Dude, it is so cringy the way he says that. People are actually... Okay, I haven't heard the word heat being used as the word drama in so long. But that's why people think he should talk about other YouTubers. No, if he's like a guy who talks about movie news and he's supposed to represent movie news on YouTube, you can talk about other YouTubers who talk about movie news. But I get it. He doesn't want to cause drama, probably, and all that.
Week one, this thing is going to clean up at the domestic box office. My prediction is going to
fall off a cliff.
Absolutely fall off a cliff after that. The repeat business on this movie is going to be non-existent.
And what's weird is that Ben Shapiro's obviously a Republican. Ben Shapiro's very far right. And obviously he was going to clown on the movie Barbie. I think we all kind of understood he was going to clown on the movie Barbie. But I feel like this is just another cheap shot to throw at Ben Shapiro. Again, if he says something that ended up not being right, go criticize him. But John Campia likes to break his don't talk about other YouTuber and other personality rule to clown on somebody who was wrong about their prediction. And what's funny is that I think in this video, John Campia made a very similar prediction to Ben Shapiro, and he never re-mentioned his wrongdoings of that. But he mentions Ben Shapiro's wrongdoings, which is weird.
If you get into some drama online, you can get views.
It was written by two people who are so smug and self-satisfied, and Greta Gerwig and Noah Baumbach, that they have no audience.
It's gonna
Week one, this
fall
thing is
off
gonna
a
clean up
cliff.
at the domestic.
Its repeat business is gonna be non-existent, and there's no audience for it.
So he dogs on Ben Shapiro for getting the Barbie box office thing wrong. Barbie was successful, made a lot of money, whatever. Doesn't matter. I don't really care for the movie Barbie. But Ben Shapiro was wrong. Okay. John Campia has also been terribly wrong, and this is his field. His field is talking about, like, his expertise is talking about movies. And he's been wrong so many times. So many times. And you might think, oh, he maybe just made a smart prediction and his prediction was wrong. No, he declares this movie is not making $1 billion. This movie is not making that much money. And then he's wrong. And then he's wrong. Oh, man.
I will call will make it. And the first one I think will make it, Guardians 3.
Okay, these are movies that will make it to the $1 billion club. He's saying these movies will make at least $1 billion. Guardians 3 did not make it.
Fast 10.
Did not make it.
Little Mermaid's going to join the $1 billion club. Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1. We've got Indiana Jones. Mario Bros. Now that I've seen it, I can tell you it will not. It's just not good enough. I don't talk about other YouTubers. You get the
and then the rest of the video shows more examples of him talking about other YouTubers, pulling up thumbnails and videos other people have posted. But do you guys understand on how hypocritical John Campia is just from this video? Regardless of this channel, if you consider it a hate channel, does everyone in the chat kind of understand this guy is a bit hypocritical, and it doesn't make him look good at the end of the day? Which sucks, because I do like watching this show. I do like hearing him sometimes talk about movies. It's just in recent years, he's a lot more left-leaning and seems to slightly throw politics into the mix for some dumb reason. He likes to go against the crowd multiple times for sometimes no reason. It's a bit weird. It's a bit weird for essentially no reason. I don't know why he would hinder his view and stuff like that. Who, Ben or John? I'm talking about John Campia. John Campia is a bit hypocritical. I don't talk much about Ben Shapiro, and I don't watch him enough to really understand that. So I don't know who he is. Okay, that's fine. If you don't know who he is. Oh yeah, there was a film theory about Disney losing money on movies. Yeah. That's a recent video, I believe. TJV is my favorite gossip channel. Oh, thank you. I talk about gossip. I do want to mention that besides the John Campia stuff, which I don't have to talk about now anymore because I brought that up, we're getting more into the Scott Delirious Liz situation. We've seen Sen talk about this a bit. He's had 1 or 2 streams. Same thing with Toy Bounty Hunter. But somebody else who hasn't talked about it but did post a video recently is Cluster. He's a new commentary channel who's kind of been talking about it. I say new, but I don't know if he's been if he was one of the channels who have talked about it before in the past, because 8 months ago he's talked about the Vanoss Crew, but how much he's talked about like the or Delirious situation, there I am popping up in this video right down here, as you can see. I'll zoom into that so you guys can see it clearly. Oh god, I zoomed in way too far. Right here, you guys see me popping up. So I've appeared in his videos before, but he talked about a video, or a new topic for a video recently, the H2O Delirious controversy, and it kind of pops up right here. I have it pulled up. And what's interesting about this is, yes, he talks about a bunch of controversy with the H2O Delirious thing, alt accounts, some of the victims, Ohm's interview with the victims, a bunch of different information. I'm not going to jump into all that right here, and maybe that's for another stream for me to react to this, to see his take on everything. He talks about Liz's video where she talks about the alt accounts and how she was really wrong about a lot of this stuff. It almost was like a lie, you know what I mean? That's especially how Mr. Sen has put it. He's called Liz Cat multiple times a liar, and I've called Liz Katz before in the past a liar just based off this video, because it does seem like straight up lies, because the evidence was clear that these alt accounts existed longer than what she was saying. Liz Katz lying? Who knew? I know, exactly. But regardless, whether she lies on everything else, I don't know. But having said all this, he does mention me and Toy Bounty Hunter at the end, and I think this is a very interesting thing to listen to real quick, just to get people to understand why some commentary channels are covering the old drama and why certain channels like me or Toy or whoever is talking about the drama now. And I think people should take a listen to this.
4. So those were the allegations against Delirious. If you're wondering what's going on between both Omrecker and Delirious in 2023, well, so far the two are in an ongoing defamation lawsuit that has been going on since 2021. Lawsuits like this usually take years to settle, so this lawsuit between them will probably go until 2024, if not longer. Now, if you want to stay up to date with the lawsuit between the two YouTubers, then I highly suggest you watch either Toy Bounty Hunters or TJV, as they're the ones covering all the information.
So I think what's important here is that there's a clear distinction between harping back on the same content. And again, I get this a lot, so I'm going to bring it up a lot. I think it's fair to respond to the people who criticize me all the time for, hey, you talk about the same thing over and over again, XYZ, you don't leave the Delirious and Omrecker and the Vanoss Crew drama, you're always talking about it. Oh boy, years, oh boy, the content. Yeah, so there's a lot of news. There's a lot of things to update and talk to people about, to keep people up to date on what's going on with the Omrecker and Delirious defamation case, if Minilad's going to continue to still be trying to become successful on YouTube, and if there's anything else that sparks up, like Scott's story about Delirious and Liz. And I think what's important here is that people don't realize that that is what is being talked about. I think some people just come to the videos expecting that we're talking about the same drama from 2 years ago, but we're not. Like, Cluster's video is talking about the drama from 2 years ago, which he does a good summary. This is the first time him covering it. Fine. He makes a video like this. He did the same thing with Omrecker. He covered all of the Omrecker controversy in a previous video. If Cluster wants to do this, he's talking about old content, bringing it forward, and there's a lot of people who watch his videos. Like, this video has 25,000 views. You think that's a lot? 851,000 views with the Minilad stuff, and all this stuff is like previous old drama that I've already covered. This one, 500,000 views, and this one's talking about how Omrecker lost his credibility, old shit from like a year, 2 years ago, whatever, and even probably farther than that. So he gets a lot more reach than I do, because he's covering up a lot of the summary stuff and stuff of the past. Here he talks about the H2O Delirious controversy. He posted it 4 days ago, only 25,000 views. It's weird that the viewer count is different, because a lot more people are clicking on the Omrecker and Minilad stuff than the Delirious stuff, but maybe we just gotta wait and see if this video gets those numbers. The main point I'm trying to get at with this is that it is interesting that even Cluster, which I appreciate him for this, he makes the comparison that, hey, I'm talking and summarizing some of the old drama that happened. If you want to stay up to date on stuff, go check out Toy or TJV. And that's the big thing. That's the big difference. Me and Toy are trying to talk about newer, updated, more relevant information that it does appear and that people might not get on their own. So this is going to be sort of like the future of what I'm going to continue to talk about. If I continue to talk about the Vanoss Crew drama, the H2O Delirious case, the mini lad stuff, I'm going to try to give you relevant new information, and that's sort of what it's going to be about. Channels like Cluster, I know there's another one, Wacky TV. This is a channel that talks about some older stuff, you know, which is interesting. Another one is Bill's YT. He talked about Mini Lad recently, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, right here, the Mini Lad, 1.3 million. So there's these other channels who are talking about the older information, not really anything new or more relevant. So again, that is sort of the main difference, I would argue, between, you know, what me or Toy are trying to do, which are where we're kind of reporting on what's new, compared to people who just summarize the drama from 2 years ago, because there's a different perspective on stuff that happened 2 years ago. Instead of being in the moment, they're really talking about like what was and how all that came together, if that makes sense. Does everyone understand that, the thing I brought up? Even if TJV stops talking about it, subs will start asking for updates on why not doing. Yeah, people will definitely ask on why I'm not talking about it if all of a sudden I don't. And plus, this is what people tend to like. If you go look at my view counts, people like the videos talking about the Vanoss Crew drama. When I upload like a gaming video or a vlog or anything different, not as many viewers. People don't want to check that out. So, all right. Scott said in the chat, they attacked me and I attacked them back. She wrote a post about it claiming I am some whack job, calling him dangerous. But she is diagnosed bipolar, maniac, depressive. She stated that publicly many times and in interview. They can't serve me, so it's not a court case yet. Yeah, not there's no court case yet between them. No lawsuit, I think, is filed between them. Yeah. All right. Anyways, talking about the Scott interview, this is going to be interesting. If you don't know how to get to the Scott interview, this is kind of your tutorial video for it. You go here, you pause it, don't even have to watch the ad. Click the Scott interview. This one you will have to watch the ad, and boom, you're at the Scott interview through the other one. So that's how you get here. Turn the quality up, doesn't really matter really, and then we can talk about the Scott interview. You guys ready for this? You drink Bud Light. Nice, good beer, sir. Thank you. I'm surprised by that. Man, the entire situation is crazy. So many people who helped shape my childhood are so different than I thought they would be. And again, at the end of the day, we kind of just want to tell the truth to those who did look up to these guys and people who are currently looking up to these guys. If these guys are decent people, there's no reason to go after them, you know. But if they're not decent people and they're lying about who they are and they clearly manipulated or completely did something immoral, people, you know, if it's something that people should know about, people should know about it. And I think that's the big thing that people are going to call them out for. TJV, to me, this drama just turned into winner take all. You're going to have to explain that more. Wait, what's even going on? We're about to talk about Scott's interview calling out and exposing Liz and Delirious on his own claims. What happened to Crow, though? He covered the Ohm and H2O drama too. Like, we're still wondering if he got his channel back. Are you talking about Chilled Venom or Crow? Because Crow had a new channel, Crows of Judgment. He ain't uploading to this channel anymore. He talked a lot about the Louis stuff. Chilled Venom, I know, talked a lot about the Omrecker and Delirious stuff, but he hasn't posted, as far as I know. The last community post he made was 2 months ago, and I think I talked about this. So these guys have kind of fell off the face of the earth, so to speak, so I don't know where they're at. Sen and Toy are still around, but not Toy or Crow so much anymore. Crow's judgment is what I'm talking about. Yeah, I don't know. I heard Crow made a new channel and he was posting on there, but I don't know if he's even doing anything anymore. I asked Sen about that, and Sen had no idea, which I thought Sen was close to Crow, so again, I don't know. Whole different situation there. Anyways, we can jump right into the interview and listen to this, because we listened to the Julie interview last stream. I said I was going to stream on Saturday, which I'm surprised 40 minutes into here I'm finally getting to this information, but I was going to stream last Saturday, just a couple days ago on Saturday, but I had something come up to where I couldn't. So I thought, I'm not going to stream on Sunday. I'll just start off the week on Monday with the stream, and everything will flow a bit better if I do that. So that's where we're at now. Chilled Venom's actually in the chat. I lost interest in covering people's internet problems. There you go. That's something. Chilled was in the chat. I didn't even notice Chilled was in the chat. I must have just breezed over something if he said something. Thanks for letting us know, Chilled Venom. All right, anyways, getting into Scott's claims against Liz and Delirious. Hard record now. Can I get just something of you saying it's okay for me to record call? You give consent for it, just for records.
Yeah, it's fine. I consent to you recording the call. My name is Scott Reinhardt. I am Elizabeth Katz, former husband, and the father of her oldest child, Zane Reinhardt. Literally, my motivation on this is to get it as...
And the idea with the cut into black thing, which I didn't do for the Julie interview because there wasn't a lot of cuts, but the reason why it cuts to black for a split second, if anyone has watched this, which, okay, a decent amount of people have seen it, the reason why it does that is because it kind of shows, hey, okay, we're going on to a different topic, a different question, a different something being said, and that's why.
Far as possible, just they can't serve me. I'm in a place that is... walled with cameras, so if the police come here to serve me, they can't serve me. So I'm not under any orders. I can say and do what I want until I'm forced to take the paperwork. Okay. And they have no reason to open my door. There's no risk of my safety or any reason to believe there's any crimes that have been committed, so they can't come in my house.
And you wouldn't be worried about, people who are fans of Delirious that would want to... public outcry.
Well, they can come here. I don't care. I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, they're going to yell that I'm telling the truth. I mean, right. Boo-hoo. What? They're going to accuse me of no, please don't. It's Delirious. I don't care. I mean, he everybody wants to know what he looks like. He's not that Hispanic boy with the beanie. He is a disgusting fat slob who looks worse than anybody you will ever see on Megan's Law.
Okay, so there's going to be a lot more of pausing here and talking about this sort of thing. Ohm is behind this, mean face, ha 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 ha, Chilled Venom. Anyways, so a couple things. One, the question I was trying to ask is not if you're afraid of Delirious fans showing up at your door. I wasn't going to assume that people would just jump to that reaction to where they were going to hunt him down and find out where he lives. I was going to ask, there's going to be a lot of public outcry. A lot of people that are fans of Delirious who are going to want to defend him. And the reason why I asked that, because I got a lot of that. I've gotten a ton of people who hated me for me talking about the alt counts, me talking about Delirious having alt counts. When I first came out talking about it, no one wanted to believe me. People were like, TJV, you turned to the dark side. You're siding with Ohm now. And I'm like, no, Delirious did something wrong. I'm just trying to criticize him for doing something wrong, So that's what it is. Is that the real Scott? It is. But yeah, Omecker's not involved in this at all, but I have dealt with the mean side of the Delirious community, I would say, at least as mean as it got, and I was asking Scott his opinion on that. At TJV, not to mention about the Liz thing. Yes, the Liz thing as well. When I called out Liz for lying, I got the mean side of the Liz / Delirious community, whoever's involved in that, so, yeah. So, Scott, okay. Don't shoot the messenger. Yep.
Accusations of him being a pedophile, if people connected his picture to the accusations, they would be horrified. They would immediately think he's guilty. I'm not saying...
So this kind of plays in, we're going to pause a lot when he starts bringing up Delirious in his opinion, because I think that's where the biggest conversation has been. People have been sitting here saying that, well, his description of Delirious is really cartoonish, and it's way out of the acceptability of this. Like, he shouldn't be sitting here exposing what Delirious looks like and XYZ, blah, 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 blah. Again, Scott wanted to come forward with this. He thought it was important to mention, hey, just to prove that and it's kind of smart too, in a sense, not to expose what someone looks like and do it out of malice intent or anything like that, but to sit here and say, hey, this is what he really looks like, and all he has to do is post a picture of himself to disprove what I'm saying. If he can't even do that, and he's just going to continue to lie and not address it or whatever, it is sort of a smart thing to show, hey, yeah, you are telling the truth. You are doing this. And again, if someone's being accused, they don't have the responsibility to have to prove their innocence. It's the people who are throwing the allegations that have to prove the thing that they're trying to say. So if he just Delirious refuses, or Liz refuses to talk about any of this, they'll get away scot-free. It's whatever. What they're being accused of is horrible, but do they have to respond to it? No. I mean, if they want to go legal about it, they can do whatever the hell they want. But the main thing I'm trying to get at is the appearance thing. It's a very simple thing if Delirious wanted to disprove that he isn't how Scott is describing him. I don't know if that is how things are gonna go. I don't think Delirious is gonna post a picture to disprove a video that is getting tens of thousands of people to respond to it. I don't know if that's a big enough of a number to even care or respond to it. But I don't know. It's all up to Delirious and Liz, I think, at the end of the day, on how they handle this, and whether they respond to it so we can get the other side of the story,
Thing that he is, and I want to make that clear, I don't know anything about that. All I know is that when I saw him, I was very concerned. And I told Liz that I didn't want my son living in that
guilty.
house.
Exactly. So I guess just to start this from the beginning, if this is worked into a video where people just needed context and everything, the reason why you wouldn't want your son living in a household like that, just start from the beginning, I guess, with you and Liz's relationship, you guys having a kid, and how the divorce happened and all that other sort of thing.
Oh, okay. So Liz and I, we met, we were friends. Basically,
so this jumps into the pseudo backstory of all of this. You're gonna learn a lot of stuff about Liz here and how Liz got to meet Delirious and XYZ. This is a huge backstory. Kind of takes up a big portion of the beginning of this interview right here. I am gonna play most of it. I think I'm gonna probably speed it up a little bit. But this is sort of the backstory of everything. So if this is your first time watching this or listening to this or understanding any of this, it would be kind of smart to go back and listen to it on your own if you need to. But if you don't and you can get anything that you need from here, that's fine. But I am going to speed it up a little bit.
I was going to hire her for some modeling. That didn't actually end up happening, but we became friends. She had a number of incidences that were questionable, where she needed help, like she was stuck places, or she was in danger of being hurt and needed somebody to route assistance to her. I stepped in and I helped her out, got her flown to where she needed to be, to go to grandparents or her parents or wherever she was, from wherever she was to wherever she needed to go. Eventually, that ended up getting to a point where her family didn't want anything to do with her, and she had nowhere to go. Like nobody, not a friend or anybody would help her, and she called me and asked me to help. I gave her my guest room, and over a period of time, gradually we became a couple, and eventually we were talking about our relationship and what she wanted out of life, and she said she wanted to be a wife and she wanted to have babies. So I said, okay, no problem. I mean, we'll get through that. So we ended up conceiving and getting married, and the other order. We ended up having our son after the fact. And more or less we had a decent relationship, but we had some disconnects because right after we got married, a bunch of people from her former industry, which I was not aware of completely, doxed me. They doxed her with her adult internet adult movie database entries, and they gave them to my family, my friends, my venture capitalist friends, and my angel investors, my coworkers at the company I was working at, and other entrepreneurs that knew me. So that caused a huge strain on our relationship. But by then she had already conceived a child with me, so I had to talk to her about the ramifications of what was going on and talk to my family and do damage control. After that period of time, we kind of patched things up, and we had our child, and we raised him until about age 2 together. And there was a lot of damage done. She was more or less a decent wife. I mean, she wasn't problematic beyond the fact that she lied a lot. Like, she never would tell the truth about everything she had done. So I'd always find more stuff, and it was very upsetting. So eventually I filed paperwork against her, and I removed her from my household, and I raised my son without her for a number of years. And there was not a whole lot of effort to connect with my son for a while. And eventually she started coming around and wanting time with him, and she got visitation, and we did the whole split parenting thing. She got...
Okay, and I'm going to mention this real quick too. Scott does mention you know, this is all under the basis if this entire story is true or not. But apparently Liz didn't bother to have much connection. You know, or Liz didn't bother to have much connection with Zane at all. She didn't bother to try to come back to Zane as much. So I do think that is a little bit of an important tidbit. Julie also expressed in her interview that she didn't see Liz try to come back to parent as much, and that she was more worried about her career and her life rather than coming back to her son Zane that she had with Scott. So again, interesting information. Whether or not that is true or not, will we ever know the truth about that? Probably not. Again, a lot of these details are kind of out there, and whether or not all of them are going to be answered, or if none of them, or if some of them, it's a lot. She did eventually get involved and took him for a bit. Yeah, so eventually. But there was a period of time where she just really didn't give a shit or cared. And what Scott claims in the interview that, you know, he's always tried to be involved with his kid, you know. So again, tidbit of information, just something that I thought interesting again, and if this is all true.
Involved with Sam Macaroni, Sam Macaroni, I think is what his real name is, or Mascherone.
This is another interesting thing too, because this has been covered before. Was it Philip DeFranco, I believe? I don't know if Scott's still in the chat, if he can confirm, but did Philip DeFranco cover this information, if I'm not mistaken? A long time ago. Yeah, okay. So Philip DeFranco, a long time ago. So Philip DeFranco covered a lot of this information before in the past, between Sam and Liz and what was going on there. But the video is taken down. She made it look like she was being held captive. Yeah, very interesting. And like Sam was beating her. Yeah, very interesting situation there. I don't know the context. I don't know the full story about everything. And I've never seen that Philip DeFranco video, which is apparently taken down now. It's not out there anymore as far as I'm aware. But very interesting that Liz had prior drama before even meeting Delirious. I mean, like, all this drama was out. Then she outed him for drug use, drinking to excess. Yeah. So, it is taken down. Okay. Hookers and whatever else she could. Yeah, so it seemed like there was a lot of blame going towards Sam and their drama. They had a big feud or whatever, and it is what it is. But, I mean, Sam's someone working in the business of film and TV shows and other stuff, sort of thing like that, and the relationship they had, how all that fell out. Don't know the entire story, but Philip DeFranco did have video about it, was taken down, and that's as far as I know. I feel like Liz made Phil take down the video. I don't know if Philip DeFranco would take down the video. I don't know if Liz would have any control over Philip DeFranco. I don't know why Philip DeFranco did take down the video. That's something interesting. Something interesting. This is a pattern of behavior for her. That's kind of what Scott's trying to lay out in the interview. He's kind of trying to lay out that, okay, this isn't the first time she's dealt with drama like this before. I mean, she clearly has experience if she went through, you know, a public feud with someone else and a public feud with Ohm, and now there's this public feud with Scott, and how she's been slightly hinting about it on Twitter. It's kind of a pattern that she's always involved in some sort of drama, you know, whether she's giving people the wrongdoing or not, you know. Isn't Liz kind of like a gold digger? Scott mentions that later in this video, and we're going to jump into that. Liz has played in a few films as well, yes.
He was one of the actors from, I think, Clueless. He was one of the skateboarders. He was like a D-lister. He does some internet like parody stuff, like comedy, and he does like documentary stuff. She was with him for a long time, and there was an incident with some bullies at my son's school, so I felt it was better that he went to their district. It was primarily, you know, like a lot safer. There was a different demographic. So I let Liz raise my son for a few years, and then eventually Sam and her parted ways because of a number of problems they were having. I won't get into that, but if you look through the history, you know, there was quite a bit of fluff around that. She made it seem like Sam was holding her hostage, and she did a lot of very manipulative things. I know the truth about that situation, and it wasn't all like it was played out. I'm surprised Sam handled it as well as he did, because she made him look like a monster, and he didn't do anything. He literally helped her build a channel, and then when she wanted to take it from him because it was monetizing, and she was going to leave him because he had an infidelity problem and was drinking a lot, she
So one thing that you could take away from the Liz and Sam situation, which we kind of only know Scott's side of the story, whether there's more information out there or if Philip DeFranco's video ever gets seen or if there was a copy of it out there that people were seeing. One thing you could take away from this, if this is all true, is that she does have a history of making people seem worse than what they are and manipulating the situation with an audience to try to portray a certain message. And that is something interesting to keep in mind. Again, based on if this is all true or not.
She got mad, so she did what she could to make.
Is it me or the video sped up? Yeah, I'm speeding up because this is a long backstory with Liz and Scott and everything, so I am speeding up this portion of the video.
And look bad so that it would screw up his reputation. They parted ways, and then she was kind of desperately searching for what she was going to do, because there was some support from Sam, but basically they had a very overpriced house that they needed to pay rent for, and they couldn't do that. They couldn't do that at the time without Sam's income. So basically, out of the blue, she goes on a flight to some place, a convention or whatever, comes back, starts acting really weird. She's not really saying a whole lot. Then she says, "Oh, I got to fly out to some other place," and I guess it's around Thanksgiving, and then she comes back from there. Just acts.
So this is going to start getting into how Liz and Delirious met. A little bit of a backstory from Scott's perspective.
More weird. My son and I are talking, and he says, "Hey, Mom's seeing H2O Delirious. I don't know how I feel about that because that was our thing. We used to watch Vanoss." And I said, "Oh, okay. Well, how's that going?" And he said, "No, I don't know the guy. But he's kind of weird. Mom and him just talk on the phone." And then eventually it comes around that.
Another interesting tidbit here. I feel like I'm new rock stars breaking down a film and throwing in interesting fact here or interesting piece of information here, but Scott claims that his son Zane called Delirious weird. He sat here and said, I don't know, he's a little weird or whatever. So Zane, from seeing Mom interact with him or talk to him or whatever, Zane called Delirious a little weird, and Zane was a lot younger at this point, it seems like, when they first met.
He's basically not an attractive guy at all. He's really like grotesque, and he's got one eye, and he's obese, and a bunch of other things. And I was asked by my son to not talk about it, and just like don't tell his mom that he told me. And then eventually, I noticed some changes in Liz, and I was like, "Hey, Liz, you're pregnant." And she looked at me surprised. She goes, "What? Huh? How'd you know?" And I said, "You're my wife. I know the changes. You're pregnant with someone's kid. Is it Sam's?" And she said.
Okay, so I did see one comment about this, and I will address this. So he just sat here and said that, hey, you're my wife, I can tell that you're pregnant or whatever. Peeps, there was someone who commented, I don't know if it was on this or my other video or whatever else, but somebody was sitting here saying, how dare he sit here and say that Liz is his wife, but at that point they were divorced and separated and XYZ or whatever like that. So there are people who are going to pull little things that he says like that and criticize him for that. Clearly, when he says, hey, you're my wife, meaning you were my wife, I know you a lot, we were married at one point, I kind of understand if you're pregnant or not. It's a completely different thing than saying, hey, you're my wife, blah, 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 this, blah, 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 XYZ. People were trying to make it out, though, to be like, well, he just lied right there, that saying that they were married when they were separated and divorced and XYZ. Another interesting thing to add right there, it's a bit interesting. Zane was 11 to 12. Okay, so Zane was 11 or 12 around this time when he was talking about Delirious being weird. So, yep, another interesting thing, people criticizing every little thing Scott says, and the fact that he just said, hey, you're my wife, when, I have known Liz for about 17 years, Zane is 14, yeah, so the fact that people were calling Scott out saying, well, you're my wife, when they maybe weren't married at the time, and they weren't husband and wife at the time, but the fact that he said that, it's more to say, hey, you're my wife, as in, hey, I know you a lot, I understand you're pregnant and stuff like that, That's the reason why that was said here. Did see a comment about that, criticizing that. I will just try to throw in there, just to kind of show you guys what other people are thinking, some of the other comments, even if they're out there and every once in a while comments, so.
No, it's not Sam. And I said, okay. She said, who? And she said, well, it's a guy I met at a convention. And then I said, H2O Delirious. And she looked at me again like, what the fuck? Why do you know these things? And I told her, I said, Zane kind of let it slip that, you were talking to Delirious. And, I said, I'm concerned. I mean, you're pregnant by a guy who's on the East Coast. How's that going to work? And she took a minute. She said, well, he and I have a relationship. And I was like, how do you have a relationship? You've seen him twice. And she just basically said, well, let's talk about this later. So then my son starts telling me she's going to try to move across country, and that she's going to try to involve the lawyers. And he said he's going to come live with me. At this point in time, I'm living on the top of a mountain in a cabin. I was like, well, I can't really do a whole lot other than the court order.
And the top of the mountain with a cabin. Don't know if Scott can confirm this. I believe this is with Julie, because they lived with Scott's Aunt Julie at the time. And when I had the interview with her, she actually claimed she was at the top of the mountain, and it was hard for her to get reception. And that's why her call sounded really strange from time to time, and maybe was cutting out here and there. But that's what was going on at that point.
That we have that says that she can't be more than 100 miles away from me without it being kidnapping. And he said, okay. And I said, what we can do is I can relocate so that we can all be in the same location, but I don't want to relocate if this guy is some asshole. So I need to talk to him. So I called Liz and I told her, hey, I've been told that you're planning on trying to relocate without my consent. And there is an anchor clause in our divorce agreement that says that you can't go more than 100 miles away from me. And I said, I don't want to deny anybody their right to be a father.
We stayed at Julie's because it was closer to Liz. Liz was driving at home at the time. Okay. So, this is the part 2 where Scott's going to mention that he's going to, talk about moving to North Carolina so Liz and Delirious can continue their family and their relationship together while still being close to Zane and Scott at the same time. So
I'm gonna do the best thing about it, and I'm gonna go there so that you can have your child with their father, and I can be with my son as well. Because you know that if I told you no, that we'd be landlocked in California, and this other guy would not have the opportunity to raise his kid. And that's really screwed up. And she took a minute and she said, well, I was, thank you for doing the right thing. And I said, but I have a condition. I need to talk to him. I need to see that he's an okay guy, and I need to just feel right about it. So she had him call me reluctantly, and I talked to him, and he sounded like a nice guy. No problem. I mean, it's like, okay, he just doesn't sound too different from his videos on YouTube. And, I just told him, all right, well, I'll go ahead and prepare to move. And, we went about our merry way. No big deal.
Okay, so at this point is pretty much the point where, Scott talked to Delirious over the phone, explained what was going on, everyone went on their merry way, everything seemed like it was going to go fine. Scott was going to move to North Carolina, closer to Zane, Liz was going to then move in with Delirious, everything would have been fine. Just for the record, Liz and I were great co-parents together. Alright, seemed like everything was going great at the point. I went back. I have no idea what point I was at, too. That's fucked up.
She just basically said, well, let's talk about this later. So then my son's 100 miles away from me. And I said, and she said, well, I was. Thank you for his videos on YouTube. And, I just told him, all right, well, I'll go ahead and prepare to move. And, we went about our merry way. No big deal. I hadn't met him at all. Hadn't seen him. There was no video conference or anything like that. It was just a normal phone call. And I moved out to North Carolina. We're all in North Carolina. She was in, I'm in, and they relocated again since. They were originally in, and that's where I was supposed to be relocated. But even though he had just finished building a house, when Liz got out.
So, a lot of muted locations here for obvious reasons. Some of the stuff that needed to be redacted from this. She isn't, Scott says in the chat, she isn't classically a bad mom. She does some stuff that isn't good for a young boy to see. For example, the pornography that she does. But she herself is not abusive or anything.
There, she said the area was too ghetto. It was criminal, like the crime there was too high. So she made him basically lock up and board up his place, and then she forced him to get a rental. After the place was rented, they started planning on where they were going to build a new house. So she made him build a new house. It was much bigger than the house. Extremely expensive, extremely oversized.
And I think Scott was talking about this in the chat. This was a $2.8 million home. This was a really expensive home that they built together. Really expensive home. Really expensive. This was a very expensive home. $2.8 million, 3.5 floors blows my mind. Yeah.
We're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of merch in every single room, gigantic TVs. They have a theater, they have an arcade, a bar. They have several studios in the place. They have a private gym.
A private theater, private gym, a bar, an arcade, everything a grown-up man-child or a regular child would ever want in a home. Everything. Expensive home. Very expensive home. Probably spends a lot of money on taxes every year. Too much space, in my opinion. Same here. Like, I would hate to live in a huge mega mansion or mega house right now. I mean, that is huge for me, my personal taste. But yeah, no need to leave. Exactly. No need to leave the house. No need to leave the house. That is a lot. Yeah, very huge, very expensive house.
And the place has got a all themed room, so Harry Potter dining room, and they have a coffee clutch. They have 2 kitchens. They have a like a
2 kitchens. Okay, 1 kitchen and a nice kitchen is enough, but 2 kitchens, a Harry Potter themed dining room. Okay, each room has every room themed to huge expense. Yeah, we can kind of tell that with a. We could kind of understand that with a Harry Potter themed dining room. Holy shit. Harry Potter shit's expensive on its own, even if you want a few collector items. I mean, like an entire dining room themed to be like Harry Potter. I bet they have like the floating candles and everything in there. Holy shit. She has a coffee shop, and her pantry is basically a store. Damn. Literally the size of a warehouse. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Very expensive. But again, this is all for them privately. And I don't really get that all the time from watching. Like, I've seen a handful of her vlogs, but I don't know if there's more vlogs showing off stuff like that or not, you know? There's a lot of shit.
standard pantry, and then they also have a pantry that is in the form of like a candy store. So it's just loaded with all kinds of junk food.
A pantry that is set up like a candy store. Loads of junk food. Loads of candy. Again, like, part of his description, and I saw someone point this out in a comment, part of his description of the home and how big it is, and, like, the candy store within their home and everything, does set up for the description of Delirious to make sense. Like, that's why Delirious is probably so huge. Whether he was huge before all of this or not, it does make sense that, okay, he's probably someone who does, like, sweets and junk food and stuff like that. So if you were to believe the entire story of what Scott says here, it could probably all make sense just in terms of, like, hey, you know, this is sort of the way he lives. You know what I mean? So it makes sense, you know, if there's it does make sense if there's a lot of candy or junk food very visible, you know? So it does make sense if you were to believe the description that he's 500 pounds and overweight and XYZ. Why would anyone need a house that big of a house? I don't understand. To me, it all comes down to personal taste. Some people like a huge house to live in. I personally don't. I like to live in something a bit more cozy than a big, echoey home, you know? I don't understand why people's opinion on what others do with their money and what's in their house has to do with Scott getting his son back to his life. When the child gets older, he will realize. Liz is more sounding like a narcissist. Don't let Nogla into that pantry. It's the kind of house that people want to be show-offs about. Big house with a store-sized pantry sounds like they have no reason to leave and be seen.
Through the roof, ridiculous. Yeah, so it's a a huge place. And
yeah, someone in the chat just sat here and said, how big is the driveway? I wouldn't be giving any details about outside the home. Inside the home and what's inside the home is typically fine, because that's not really stuff that can obviously be seen through a window or whatever. But like how long a driveway is or anything else like that, yeah, don't be mentioning that sort of information. Don't want to give details of outside the property, how much square footage it is, and XYZ.
So anyway, I had met him at the house. He was, when I first met him, he was taking the trash out, and I was very confused. I just saw him, I was like, ooh, that guy is really ugly. And I was like, is this...
Alright, so some people were confused about this DM, why I showed this DM. This DM is between me and Scott. Scott told me, I asked Liz, she said it wasn't him. That is some guy he paid, because I gave her that picture originally and told her that he was a good-looking guy, that he didn't exactly sound like he looked. I didn't see what John looked like until I got there. I found out maybe 4 or 5 days later that John only had one eye. But yeah, the assumption is that that's the guy. So this sort of goes into, like, people were looking up that picture of him with a beanie, which I believe that picture is going to be coming up soon here in conversation. And even that Scott at the time sent a picture of that guy and said, hey, you look like a decent guy or whatever. And he was even told, by Liz that, hey, yeah, she said it wasn't him, that it was some guy that he paid. And that, that's Scott's recollection from what he asked Liz and what Liz told him back. So, now we're going to get into Scott's description of Delirious here in a second. This is going to be probably the most interesting topic for some people because people want to know what he looks like and XYZ. I'm trying to read the chat real quick, so let me jump into it. TJV, did you know when Shadi got them apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur, and the whole club was looking at her while she hit the floor? I did not know that. Thanks for letting me know that. I appreciate it.
Is this the right house? I mean, so I pulled in and he just grunted at me and walked inside. And this guy is like 500 pounds. He has one eye. His face is really just...
Okay, so the first thing he says here is that when he first saw Delirious, he didn't say anything to him. He just grunted and went back inside, and that he's 500 pounds. He only has one eye, and he does not look... Well, he looks like this.
It looks almost like a gargoyle's. He's very goonish. At the time, his hair was all over the place. It's like thinning on top and like sticking out on the sides. But I guess he normally has his hair like shaved really close. But Liz tends to like a little extra hair, so I think she made him grow it out or something. But he's when most people say someone's remarkable, they mean they're saying they're handsome. He's the exact opposite. Like when you say he's remarkable, it means that he is remarkably ugly. Like he's just physically grotesque.
Why would it matter? So, just from hearing this, and yes, Scott says in the chat that John can't drive. He also did probably tell me at some point, because I think I knew that from talking to Scott, that Delirious doesn't drive at all, so there would be no reason for him to have a driver's license at all. Maybe, I don't know if that is effective because he only has one eye and he can't see as clear. I don't know that. But yeah. TJV, did you know you didn't have a mod in here since you started streaming? I did not know that at all. I've been looking at the chat. Everyone's been fine. Hey, everyone in the chat, tell me right now. Have you guys been staying, good, being good, following the rules, not doing anything bad? We've had no mods here, but has everyone been doing good and, not getting in trouble? Has everyone been good? Has everyone been all right? We good, Zach. I don't think we need mods to watch over everything we do. I think we're doing all right. There's been no death threats. There's been no harassment. There's been none of that. But Zach, if you want to come in here and watch over people, people are saying, yes, Dad. Zach's coming in here making sure all the kids are, doing what they're supposed to, doing their chores. We've been doing our homework, Dad. Relax. Everything's fine. I'm a good noodle. Ha ha ha. Yes. Okay. So now, anyways, let's get back into the chat. People are gonna 500 pounds sounds like an exaggeration. Okay. So yeah, some people have a problem with the description of Delirious. If Scott were to be honest, and that was his honest description, if Scott's honest description of all of this was, hey, he looks like a 500-pound gargoyle, missing an eye, has his hair thinning on top, XYZ, XYZ. If that's his honest description, that's his honest description. People have described people a lot worse than that before in the past. Not trying to argue that it's okay for what he's doing, but whether or not that has any relevance, that's what he felt like he needed to bring up. He felt like he needs to bring up his description and what he looks like and give out some of that information because they're holding a kid away from him at the time, and he feels like, in order to get my kid back or play even with these guys who are playing dirty with me and not letting me see their kid, I'm going to expose and say what Delirious looks like. He is not what people think. It's some place between 400 and 500 pounds, so he's an overweight man, and that's how Scott was describing it. So a lot of people have an issue with this. A lot of people have a problem with this, but some people are just like, okay, that's his description of it, and that's what he said about, if he's being honest, that's his honest description about it. And that's just how he described him. I'm offering them an agreement that prevents me from identifying him. And again, if they work out some sort of an agreement where he can see his kid, and that means he can't talk anymore about what Delirious looks like or has to retract what he said or whatever, I'm sure Scott would take that because he wants to see his kid, and that's the overall goal. The reasoning for now, and this is how I've been telling people, whether you like it or you have a problem with it or whether you've been criticizing Scott for it, is that the reason he's been describing Delirious to his honest assessment of him is because he feels like, I'm going to expose what he looks like and talk about what he looks like if I don't get my kid back. If I don't get to see my kid and talk to my kid. And then Scott in chat right here is saying, but they won't take it. The agreements, they want to attack me. They do not want peace. It's already been proven. So again, at one point, Scott's going to have to make a decision. I even talk about later in the interview, which we're going to see that. Why would you want to expose Scott's or Delirious's face and stuff like that? And he said that he'll pretty much do kind of like an op-ed sort of thing if he ever does. So, whether or not a photo has done that or not, TJV has seen the correspondence with the lawyer. I have. Scott has had communications with the lawyer, and the lawyer's been in communication with Scott. That's a lot to get into at one point, Scott. But that is something that I've seen as well. And again, this is all going to be talking on the morals of whether it's right or not. Me, personally, if Delirious' face was out there, I wouldn't give a fuck. Delirious is a grown-ass man. He can deal with it. The truth of him and what he looks like is out there. Shouldn't really change much in terms of the content he uploads. People don't go to him because they give a shit about what he looks like, because you want people to go into your channel because they like what you do. They like the content you do and the content you produce. If his face is out there, it shouldn't really change on the people who are watching him, in my opinion. I don't really give a fuck. If he doesn't want people to see him, then that's his own personal preference, and you're going to talk on whether or not Scott is being decent to Delirious by doing that. But again, this is all personal opinion, and that's what it is. You do realize meetings with the lawyers do not take my entire day. I'm retrieving a lawyer. Okay. But anyways, regardless, whether or not he ends up showing what Delirious looks like or not, that's something that Scott, if he decides to do, he'll do at one point. If he doesn't do it, he doesn't do it. There will be people who talk about it. Mr. Sen will probably talk about it if a picture of Delirious is ever put out there. Whether Scott puts it out or if Delirious puts it out and gets ahead of this thing, and that's the way he wants to deal with things, I don't know. However it ends up happening, it will be talked about out there. Everyone will probably see it. It will probably be the main thing that everyone talks about that day or that week, and that's how things will go there. In terms of this interview, sitting here putting tweets that he's going to expose him and blah, 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 I think the tweets were the dumbest thing that Scott done here, and I think that those don't really reflect the situation that well, because when I first looked at him, I thought it was just some troll typing. Seemed like really troll behavior to me. And some people feel that about him talking about the description of him as well. At TGV, Scott, why is his face being used? Is it just going to make things worse for Scott? Again, this is a thing that was brought up. There's a lot of people saying my name right now. Just give me 1 second to respond to everyone. I can't respond to everyone right away. Again, this is something Scott wanted to bring up. What I did for him was be able to put his story out there on a platform where things are typically talked about these YouTubers in a drama sort of setting. Any drama, any information regarding, obviously, the Omen Delirious case. Whether or not Scott does it and the reasoning why he did it is all listed in the interview. TJV, explained to me why attack Delirious instead of keeping focus on Liz and expose her for what she has done. As far as I understand, Delirious is connected to Liz throughout all of this, simply because he is, one of the owners of the household. His kid is being held in that household, and his interactions with Delirious has not been pleasant. They have not been good, and he has reason to believe he does not want his kid under Delirious's watch. And there's not really much that he can say about Liz's appearance that isn't already out there already. He feels like that this is one of the few things he has to be like, hey, you have my kid, and I have to obey every little thing you say in order to see my kid. Well, I also have something under my belt. I have a picture of Delirious, and if I don't see my kid, this picture goes out there. It's sort of like who has the leverage in the situation. Again, it's a very dirty way to fight against somebody, but it's dirty if Liz and Delirious are holding a kid against Scott's will. So again, who's playing more dirty? A picture of a grown-ass man that most people aren't going to care about after 2 weeks, or a kid who's 14 years old who probably should be able to talk to his dad? That's just how I see it. Let me know if you guys agree in the chat with that or not. Someone else said TJV. TJV, this is going to sound weird, but you do have a nice side profile. Oh, it's probably because I'm looking directly here. I'm looking this way to read the chat. All right. But does everyone understand that? That, like, it's sort of like a leverage thing right now? People are, you know, Delirious and Liz have, the kid, and they can't see the kid. And actually, to bring that up, something that the attorney, John's face is not directly related to the family case. Okay, so something that happened in the correspondence that Scott had with the lawyers that contacted him about the situation. I think they're Liz's lawyers. But the lawyers are saying that you need to go to therapy. Go get yourself help. Go get yourself help, and then we'll talk about you seeing your kid. So it's sort of like a leverage thing. Like, yeah, I have your kid. I need you to go see therapy before you can even see this kid. Well, Scott's response is, well, I have a picture of Delirious. I will put it out there if I can't see my kid. And it's sort of like I'll go down swinging. I'm not going to go down without a fight sort of thing. Some people respect that mentality in a father who's lost their kid. Some people are going to think it's disgusting and awful and are going to hate Scott for it. That was Scott's decision at the time, and he's still talking about it to this day. Does that make sense? Does everyone understand that? Put a 1 in the chat if that makes sense, and put a number 2 if you still don't understand what I'm talking about. Apparently, the stream is erroring when I asked TJV about hot wings and blue cheese. That is weird. All right, number 1. Everyone understands. And Queenly, fuck you for putting number 3. All right, moving on.
Or to you, whether or not he's a certain weight or if he's a certain level of attractiveness, like why would that matter?
Well, I don't care. I don't care what he looks like, other than the fact that he lies to everyone. So he's got a picture that he deliberately had leaked of a Hispanic guy in a beanie that's supposed to be him. If you look on all the wikis, it shows either him as a cartoon character or it shows this Hispanic kid. He paid that person to under NDA to pretend to be him, to never state that he's not him. And so if somebody found out who he is, then it would be understood that he's to just play dumb. And he's allowed this misidentification of himself to be perpetrated for years. He is not that guy at all. He is. There's a few times if you look hard enough at some pictures of the Vanoss Crew, you'll see kind of this really ugly, like, fat guy who's off in the background, like 10 feet away. That is him. If you understand.
Some people have asked, hey, what pictures is he talking about? Maybe is that a way we could see Delirious' face without Scott revealing something? I don't know any group photos out there with a fat man in the background or whatever like that. I have not seen any of those photos. If those photos are out there, I have no idea. But as far as I know, most of the Vanoss Crew hasn't even seen Delirious in person, and that's just the way it is. But that's as far as I know.
And Liz, you know that she's a gold digger. She really is. There's no reason to be with this guy other than money. My issue isn't what he looks like or even that she's with him for money and anchored to him with 2 kids.
I wonder how much that dude got paid on an NDA for pretending to be H2O. Yeah, again, if that is true, I am curious on how much money he did get paid. I wonder if it has to be a life supply payment of some sort, because he has to lie for all of. If that is true, where he has to lie every time someone sees him in person, be like, "Hey, there's a photo of you. You're Delirious." He has to continue to keep that lie up for all of time. So he has to have money for at least coming in for a long period of time. I wonder if it's like I don't know how much that would be. Maybe it's like I don't know. I have no idea. He has to be found. It doesn't take much to look different. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. As far as I know, there's been imposters pretending they were Delirious on YouTube, but that guy's never came out online about it, as far as I'm aware of. And back when in this video, when I did the search of him, you see me doing a search of him right here. This is find image source, and all the image sources are Delirious, are all H2O Delirious related, None of them shows that photo came from Facebook. No one's saying that photo came from an Instagram account of a random dude. It all shows that it's Delirious. So it seems like it was only put out there to be Delirious. There's not an original source of that photo, as far as I'm aware. So it might be a true story if that's like one of the only photos posted out there by some random account. So.
anchored to him with 2 kids.
But Louis said he is white, but not saying anything about his one-eyed or being overweight. Yes. I mean, we know he's white. Okay, cool. Don't know anything else about him.
My issue at this point is that Liz has taken liberty to steal my son. And one of the things I have to leverage is the fact that I know what he really looks like. I have no problems with giving that over to people.
Some people have also sat here and told me to contact Louis about it. And again, this is a really weird thing to be contacting Louis about. I don't want to come off to like try to know more information than what I need to. I'm kind of like where all of you guys are publicly. Yes, I shared Scott's story, and yes, I talked to Scott, and yes, he sent me stuff to help validate who he was. But I know as much as probably you guys here on YouTube who are interested in the situation. I don't want to end up asking Louis for additional information when it might not even be Louis' place to talk about it. You know what I mean? So I have seen some people tell me to contact Louis, and I was never planning on doing that. It's not really smart for me to try to get other people involved in this sort of drama, regardless if Louis has seen what he looks like or not. And some people have told me to contact Cartoons. I have no communication with Cartoons at all, and I don't know where to begin with that. Probably email, but he probably wouldn't respond to me.
They don't give me my son, if they don't let me talk to him, because I don't know exactly what she said to my son or what she's done, but my son and I have always had a great relationship. I raised him most of his life, and he lived with me up until a few weeks ago. He went to her house, and then he just never came back. She wouldn't let me call him. She wouldn't let me talk to him. There's been nothing that...
And this starts the problem, is apparently Zane went over there, and he hasn't heard anything and hasn't seen his kid in a while, and Liz refuses to have contact between Scott and Zane. That's where all this sort of goes. So
would have happened between him and I personally that would result in this sort of thing, and she's done this before.
But is there any specific reason to why she wouldn't let you see your son, and why she would just cut all communication with your son and you?
Okay, so I had a girlfriend that, she has some problems, and I broke up with her. She had threatened Liz, and when...
This is the ex-girlfriend thing, and Liz puts out on Twitter that there was death threat audio clips sent to her, apparently, and this is all from the ex-girlfriend, apparently.
She threatened Liz. Liz has a tendency to be histrionic. I told Liz to contact the police and get a restraining order because I didn't want Liz to be at risk. I literally was protecting Liz. I could have just not said anything about it, but my ex-girlfriend, she's harmless, but she's very loud, like a chihuahua, a lot of bark, not a lot of bite. And I dropped my son off, drove up to New York, dropped off my ex-girlfriend, came back. And I told Liz, I'm back, and she's like, okay, well, Zane's going to stay here an extra week. Liz and I talk every day. Normally we don't have any conflict or fights. We don't have any issues. She sends me pictures of the kids all the time, sends me pictures of Jonathan and, whatever, and she communicates with me. I don't know why she sends a picture of Jonathan. I think it's because, she thought it was funny that he was out in the rain, like taking the trash out, and she kind of mocks the guy a little bit, which is really sad. And, she talks to me constantly about the kids. And I mean, I have endless logs of like texts of her and I communicating. And it's almost like, we're practically, I would even say prior to this, I would say we were probably really close friends.
So someone asked me how much evidence is out there. In terms of this situation, some of the vetting stuff he sent me were text messages between Liz and Delirious, or not Liz and Delirious, but Liz and Scott. That was just me slipping up on my word. Don't take anything out of that. But Scott did show me text messages between him and Liz, and to prove that, hey, like some of the photos being sent through here, that's another one of the vetting things he sent. He sent a lot of stuff to prove that he is who he says he is, and he is the ex-husband of Liz and blah, 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 blah. But one of the things saying like, hey, we were close. We talked about these sort of things. So some of this stuff is true. They were close. They were talking, Scott did receive, photos on how things were going and, picture of the kids and how they were doing. He does know about their children and everything like that. All this stuff is true, and I have seen proof and evidence of that. So some people were curious on that, and Scott proves in the chat, which again, it was proof of what he showed me. They were close. Liz and I were not typical exes. We got along great. So yeah, Liz and Scott got along great. The text messages prove that. They even prove that Liz does share what's going on at the Liz and Delirious home in terms of the kids. She does send that information over to Scott to let him know how things are going. They did get along great. They were doing good. And this was all vetted through me. So some things were proved, but other people ask, well, prove that he sat here and, said this back 7 years ago on this date in person to Liz. Prove that. And I'm like, well, I don't know how Scott would begin to prove that. I don't think he was privately recording every interaction he had 7 years ago, so I don't know. I don't know how he would prove something like that. So again, this is why it's all been portrayed as this is Scott's story. You can choose to believe it or not, but let's hopefully we hear another side and they either prove or disprove whatever, and we can talk about it. Or just simply give their side, and if it's conflicting stories, well, we got two sides of the story. People can choose what they believe and what they don't believe, and XYZ, and compare them. But regardless, what I'm trying to get at is some of the things Scott did say he was able to vet and prove. So yeah,
Have been for years. We talk about her son all the time. We talk about her girls all the time, and she's not someone who's been. We haven't held each other in poor esteem. We've always kept things pretty amicable. But she does occasionally pull stuff like this where she just leverages.
Can it be said that because of the death threats and Scott refusing the restraining order, that's why she is holding him? It doesn't justify it, but I mean, it could be a possible reason. Well, 100%, Liz wanted Scott to get a restraining order of Scott's ex, the ex who contacted Liz and sent death threats, the audio clips. Well, Scott told Liz, hey, and it was already said, Scott sat here and told Liz, get a restraining order against my ex and resolve it. And Liz wanted Scott to also get a restraining order. So, having said that, yeah, Liz probably got bitter from that situation, acted very bitter and childish, if this is all true, and held the son, held Zane against Scott. That could be the reason. There could be multiple different reasons why. Don't know.
Just things, and she tries to get her way, and she acts unfairly because she really doesn't care about anyone but herself, and she's not above lying.
Is this the first?
And some of the other things that help vet what Scott is saying is Liz's Twitter messages. Like her message about receiving death threats and audio clips, that backs up Scott's story of the ex sending things. I'm sure Scott is referring to Scott's ex in the story he tells. Her posting about Scott being in communication with Ohm and the attorneys and all that other bullshit, XYZ. Yeah, that's just further proof that there is some person behind all of this. There is some person IRL that they're referring to, and it is Scott. So it helps back up things there as well. So if you're looking for more evidence or justification that, hey, this is real, or at least some of this is real, there you go.
First time she's leveraged your.
TJV, why did Liz put you in her Twitter trying to say you were Ohm? What? Why did Liz put you in her Twitter trying to say you were Ohm? I was Ohm? What? I don't know what you're talking about there, Seawolves. It's convenient that after you came out with the interview, Delirious credited the creator of the Lo-Fi channel. Yeah, right after Scott talks about his son having the Lo-Fi channel and posting music, he comes out to credit this guy to make it seem like Delirious worked with this guy. But according to Scott's story, that person he credited was a collaboration with his son, not Delirious. So Zane and that guy collaborated, not Delirious and that guy. Delirious was just like the middleman in this, and Zane's 14. He's the one who collaborated with that guy, and that's what ended up happening. So, and then right after the interview drops, he goes on the community post on the Lo-Fi channel and credits this guy saying thank you so much and blah blah blah. So people are starting to, like you said, that it's convenient. Well, yeah, people are starting to point out that maybe some of these things do hold truth because of this. Like, that's a really weird coincidence. So it would make sense that this is all true in XYZ. So that's what it is. Scott Reinhardt does have a girlfriend. I don't know what you're referring to there.
Your kid with you, or no?
No, she does it whenever she gets a chance. If I don't do what she wants. In this case, she wanted me to file a restraining order against my ex-girlfriend, and I said it wasn't necessary. That I didn't.
So again, the question was asked, hey, does she leverage your kid with you a lot? And he says anytime she gets a chance. So just bringing up that there's a history of this with Liz, his side of the story. TJV, does Zane know his stepdad is H2O? I'm so confused on how much he knows. Earlier in this interview, Scott does point out that he was told by Zane that mom is seeing H2O Delirious back when Liz was first seeing Delirious. And Zane said that H2O was weird to Scott. That's what was said back then. So Zane does know his stepdad. They're not, well, H2O and Liz aren't married, so it ain't like an official stepdad, but he understands his mom is with Delirious and having kids with Delirious. Zane's aware of that. And Zane thought Delirious was weird back then, according to what Scott said.
Need to, but if she wanted to, she could. Because my ex-girlfriend, she's harmless. Like she's a bit borderline.
Seawolves meant to say that Liz was accusing you of being on Ohm's side. Yeah, so where would I find those tweets? In my last live stream, because I pulled them up there. Okay. Mind the ad for a second, guys. Let me pull up those tweets, because, yeah, Liz accuses me of being closely connected to Ohm, and kind of painting me in a certain light, which isn't really friendly and nice of her to do. So right here. Right here. Ironically, outside of their previous threats, a rather ridiculous attempt of coercion, this individual has been in communication with Ohmwrecker, his lawyer, and the gossip channel directly linked to Ohmwrecker. So that's why people are saying you're my favorite gossip channel, TJV, is because it probably is referencing this. If not, people just use the term gossip channel. But she calls me a gossip channel directly linked to Ohmwrecker, which is the most obvious way of saying TJV, because I've talked to Ohmwrecker, I've had an interview with Ohmwrecker, I talk about Ohmwrecker on my channel from time to time. So, yeah. So there you go, Seawolves, if you were confused on that. She does try to bring Ohmwrecker, his lawyer, and me into this, which is a little weird that she references all of this. The original question is probably only talking about Ohm, but there's no reason to bring up Ohm's attorney. There's no reason to bring up me. And it's so unprofessional, because Ohm's attorney is in a defamation lawsuit with Delirious's attorney and Delirious. It is so unprofessional for the defendant or whatever Delirious is in the case, for his girl to be referencing the lawyer on Twitter. It is so unprofessional to be talking about the other attorney in this way. You are supposed to, regardless of how heated the lawsuit is, you're supposed to be having the utmost respect for these guys while the lawsuit's happening, because you don't want to look bad in the situation. And for for Liz to call out Ohmwrecker's attorney in this way is so unprofessional. And I've talked to some legal people that I know IRL, and they sat, because I wanted an opinion on this, because I was gonna make a whole video talking about her tweet, but that's when I put out the Scott side of things, so that video got scrapped. But when I talked to some legal people that I know, they said, yeah, she should not be talking about anybody's attorney. That is so wrong to be doing. You don't talk about other people's attorney in that way, especially if you're actively involved, either through dating someone or whatever, because this looks really bad, childish, unprofessional, whatever you want to call it. And that's what I got told. And if I got told that from people who actually practice law and are lawyers, I'm going to be inclined to believe those people who go to school for that and have had years and years of experience working with other attorneys and defendants and prosecutors and XYZ. I think they know a thing or two about it. So, yeah, it seems a little childish that the thing like that was happening. But we can see where your allegiance lies, TGV. What do you mean by that? I'm criticizing Liz like I criticize Ohmwrecker on things. You know, I criticize Scott like I criticize Delirious. Where does my allegiance lie? Go ahead, tell me, what side am I secretly fighting for behind the scenes? Who said that? Gerardo Cortez. Where does my allegiance lie? Go ahead, tell me, guys. Tell me 100%. Scott seems like a liar. A lie about what? It's public record. Liz and I were married. No, I'm just gonna wait a second. My allegiance lies with someone, so we gotta get this out of the way, guys. Sorry to take a break. This is time. Go take a piss break. Go get a coffee break. Go grab yourself another beer or whatever you need. I gotta wait for Geraldo Cortez to respond to me in the chat because he says my allegiance lies. So this is the time to go take a piss break. Take an hour, go make a grilled cheese sandwich. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to have to figure out what this is. I haven't heard much criticism of Scott, to be honest. Just mainly Liz and Delirious. Well, the video and the story is about Liz and Delirious. As soon as Liz and Delirious put out their side of the story, I'd be happy to criticize Scott if they said something about Scott that seems to be wrong that Scott has done. I've criticized Scott on his Twitter messages out there. I've criticized on the, not Twitter messages, but his Twitter posts, his X posts, whatever you want to call it. I thought they were really dumb and childish and not a way to deal with it. Scott says, my allegiance is with Zane. Makes sense for his father to say that. So yeah, Geraldo, I have criticized the other side. This video isn't about Ohm. And I'm happy to mention any criticisms I've said about Ohm in a while, but the way that he is acting is unprofessional. With the way he describes Delirious, clearly it's his opinion, but I would also consider that unprofessional. I wasn't talking about Ohm. I know you weren't talking about Ohm, Geraldo. What I'm saying is that you think that I have an allegiance with someone just because I'm being critical about someone. That since I'm criticizing one side, I have to have the allegiance with the other side. You do understand people are going to come into this not giving a shit about Ohm or Delirious, and they're going to criticize both sides, right? You understand that some people just don't have an allegiance with anyone? They just don't like what people do sometimes? I have criticized Scott. I do think his tweets look terrible. I do think it was wrong for him to put his tweets out there. I even told him I ain't going to use my channel to expose someone like that because I don't feel like I should have to stoop down that low. If Scott feels like he has to stoop down that low, he's fighting dirty with them who are fighting dirty according to his story. And that's what I put up there, which is criticizing both sides. It's criticizing both sides. They're both fighting dirty. I don't want anyone to have to fight dirty in this. Does that make sense, Geraldo Cortez? Does that make sense? And then, Geraldo Cortez, also, while you're typing whatever message you are currently, also let me know in the chat right now why I have an allegiance with someone. Why me criticizing Delirious and Liz means I have an allegiance with someone. Let me know that. Scott, chill out in the chat or we're going to have to put you in timeout. You got to follow the rules like everyone else is here. Stop typing messages with all caps on or we're going to have to be put in timeout. It wasn't that. It was because I haven't heard what you said about Scott. I've said it many times. I've said it in my video. I've said it the last live stream, and I've repeated it several times in this stream. Everyone, put a 1 in the chat if you've heard me criticize Scott. Put a 2 in the chat if you think I have an allegiance and I have yet to criticize Scott at all. Let's see how many people have been watching this has seen me criticize Scott. Let's see how many people have heard me said it here in the chat. So, Geraldo, have you just gotten here, or were you here for like 20 plus minutes and you just decided not to listen to one part? Is there a 3? No, there's no 3s. Full-on lectures. Yeah, I've had to sit down and talk to this man's aunt. I don't feel comfortable having to talk about the situation in general. So the fact that I'm going to have to sit here and take every 20 minutes, I got to take a 30-minute break to make sure I lecture Scott so people understand that there's no allegiance anywhere. Or I can just put Geraldo Cortez on full blast and explain to him over and over, like I have everybody else, that I'm trying my best to be unbiased and neutral in this situation. I'm just trying to get the truth out there. I'm just sharing a man's story who came forward. And if he's dirt wrong about everything he said, I will remove my video and issue a public apology. I've stated this before. But if a lot of what he's saying is true, and Delirious and Liz just don't want to respond to it, then they can deal with the consequences of the video. No, I was here for 15 minutes or so, only heard something about the Liz and Delirious, but now that you've said something against him, you can continue. Thank you, Geraldo Cortez. Does anyone else have a problem in the chat and think I have a allegiance with someone? Does anyone think I'm an Ohm fanboy and I'm getting paid out of his pocket? Does anybody else think that Scott paid me secretly $10,000 to spread these lies about Liz and Delirious? Does anybody else have any sort of issue like that? Because we'll take another 20-30 minutes. I already promised people to go take a piss or whatever. Nah, you're hella biased. It seems like I am. I can break down and have another 30-minute break if I have to during all of this. You do have an allegiance to Yoshi. That's why they're here. So people can stop trying to say that I have an allegiance with all these man-children who are fighting online. All I'm trying to do is talk and get the truth, like everyone else here. If you have actual concerns on if Delirious is a bad guy or not, that's what it is. That's what I'm here. I want to know if these people who I looked up to ever since I was a little kid, I want to know if these guys are giant pieces of shit or if they're being falsely accused. But everyone just loves to attack the person on camera talking about it. People don't like hearing bad things about your favorite YouTubers. I don't like hearing it either. I was the biggest fan of Minilad. Minilad was my favorite person in the Vanoss Crew before the allegations. Then when I found out the truth, I had to talk about it. And I've dealt with so many Minilad supporters ever since. And I've paused. I've done the exact same thing. I will call you out publicly if you want to sit here and accuse me of doing something. Can we continue? Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to make anyone uncomfortable by pausing and doing this, but I'm just saying, I'm just a teeny bit we could be... Geraldo Cortez, you might be a nice guy, and you might have just not heard me criticize the other side. You might have missed my main video. You might have missed my last live stream. You might have missed the part where I've constantly said it in this live stream. But I'm just going to say now, you're probably a nice guy, and you probably just didn't hear it. I'm going to assume that. But we could be using that time talking about anything else. Okay? I always have reminders that I'm trying to be neutral. I'm always trying to push people to be neutral in this situation. I'm always trying to do that. In my main fucking video where this blew up, 20,000+ views, where most of you guys have seen that stuff in that video. Most of you guys have seen everything in that video. You guys know I'm pushing people not to just suck Scott's dick and be completely supportive of him. People know I'm not trying to do that. So let's spend the time talking about something else a bit more important than this. Okay? I'm not here trying to point out if the Reaper rises, if he has an allegiance with someone. I'm not sitting here trying to see if Tyler Rindles has an allegiance to someone. I'm not sitting here trying to say that T-Dub or Dat Darn or Mr. Tough Guy or the Pony Gamer or Adam Myers or Elliot Ware. I'm not trying to sit here and find out if you guys have an allegiance to someone. Because I don't care. If you have a good conversation topic to bring it up, we'll talk about it. It's not that big of a deal. Also, everyone say hi to Tyler Rindles. Everyone say hi in the chat to Tyler Rindles. Alright, I'm going to take my beer break, take my vape break, and then we'll jump back into it. Sorry about the rant, guys. Everyone say hi to Tyler Rindles in chat. I'm not continuing the stream until everyone says hi to Tyler in the chat. Everyone say hi, Tyler. Oh, I better get that snap, Tyler. Take a Freddy's break. Fuck you. Who the fuck did that? Okay, if you guys don't know, last stream, I sat here and said how much I hate the food at Freddy's. I can't stand Freddy's food. I go there for car meats. I go there to get a Coke that has nothing to do with the establishment because they just have Coke products or whatever. Somebody in the chat made a Freddy's YouTube channel just to show up here. Fuck you. Everyone say fuck you Freddy's in the chat. I don't care if this stream gets demonetized now for it. Everyone say fuck you Freddy's. Their food, I do not like their food at all. And the fact that someone made a Freddy's here came here just to piss me off about that. I know you were here last stream. I don't know who the fuck you are. Freddy's is a food place. I hate the food at Freddy's. Freddy's is a food place. Freddy's, frozen custards and whatever. It's like a Midwestern sandwich burger shop, and I hate the food there. I hate it. So whoever did that, fuck you. I know exactly what you're doing. You thought I didn't notice, but I noticed. Not Five Nights at Freddy's. It's like It's like a frozen custard Freddy, like a burger shop. That's what it is. Freddy's does have good floats, though. You can't deny. Okay, sure, they have good floats. The food there is disgusting. The main thing that draws people there. You want to go somewhere for lunch, you're not just having a float or a shake. Okay? It was getting heated in here, and I wanted to take a break from the tension with humor. I'm sorry. I'm being sarcastic with you, whoever that Freddy's account is. I'm sure you're a good person behind that account, but fuck you for that. That's... Channel was made 4 days ago, Lamau. Yeah, right after the stream I made. I knew somebody made that 4 days ago. Fuck that. Piece of shit. Someone made it right after I was talking about how I don't like the food there. I'm never sharing you guys my personal taste in anything. I'm going to say that I dislike Hillary Clinton or someone, and someone's going to make a Hillary Clinton account and just fucking follow me till the end of time. Alright, anyways. Let's get back to it. Tyler mentioned you in their story. Yeah. I think I can share this. It ain't going to be weird if I share it, but that Tyler guy who was in the chat, yeah. I know the guy. I know the guy IRL. That's why I told you guys to say hi to him. He's one of my car buddies. His Mustang just took a big fat L. He doesn't have his Mustang anymore. Some guy hit his car while he was parked. Horrible situation. Terrible. Alright. That's H2O's alt account. H2O made an alt account to fuck with me. I shouldn't laugh about that. He's actually being sued for that right now, but we still got the vet to cruise in. Hell yeah, we do. We got the vet to cruise in. Crap, I'm sorry about that. Tyler, what model is it? He can talk to you about his Mustang in the chat if he wants to. There's a lot of messages to keep up with. Anyways, I'm going to continue with the interview.
She's not a problem. She's just, she doesn't handle rejection or insecurity very well.
With the price of just about everything inflating these days, you may wonder why Mint is deflating the price of Mint.
Does anybody want to see Ryan Reynolds? Anybody wanted to take a break to see Ryan Reynolds? Hopefully you're back from taking your shit or your dump or whatever, so we can jump back to
The reason why you would feel like you would need to out Delirious in this sort of way or tell this sort of story, if I'm getting this right, is you're only really leveraged back at them for them holding your kid.
Well, what ended up happening is yeah, she basically, I asked her to speak to my son, and she said no. I said, well, why not? She said, well, because we don't want to. I was like, so we had a dialogue about it.
Yeah, when Liz said we in that interview, you can take that as like her and Delirious don't want Scott to, or she's speaking on behalf of Zane. However that may be portrayed.
And she just basically told me that we'll hear from him, or I'll hear from him when I hear from him. She didn't tell me anything else. Now, he generally hates her. Like, he despises her. He knows about her porn, and he knows about her hooking. He knows that she was a prostitute and a bunch of other things. And he knows about how I got doxxed and, how it almost ruined my career being married to her.
And we're talking about...
My son, Zane.
Okay.
He can't stand his mother. He's hated her for years. And, so it's very rare that he would have this kind of... it's aside from her being very pedantic, he doesn't really listen to her. He doesn't care what she says. He generally dislikes her.
And the reason why this information about Zane disliking Liz and XYZ, again, another thing that I took as Zane wouldn't all of a sudden say, hey, I don't want to hang out with Dad. I don't want to talk to Dad. It would be more Liz speaking on his behalf, which, again, he gets into.
And how old is your son?
So he's 14.
14, okay.
He's 14. Yeah. So I had asked to speak to him, and she said no. And the last time she did this,
see you, Tyler.
He was surprised that she said no, and that she didn't ask him. Like, she'll just arbitrarily decide she speaks for him, and she won't let him know that I'm trying to talk to him. Then what she tends to do is she'll take information, whatever it is she needs to, and she'll drag it over to him to upset him, and she'll like feed a fire to where he'll eventually side with her. But then when he talks to me, he's like, well, Mom represented this wrong, and now that I know the truth, I don't want to talk to Mom. So he'll come back, and then he'll like shut her down, and he won't talk to her for months. This has happened a couple times. Now she's like holding fort, and she won't let me talk to him at all, because she knows if he talks to me, he'll come back again, and he'll be mad at her. It's just a cycle, and it's the only kind of fight we have. And this last time, I got tired of it. So I told her, I said, I want to talk to my son, and if you don't let me talk to him, I'm going to show everyone what Jonathan looks like. Because I'm just tired of having to go with the back and forth. I'm not going to lose my son for 6 months because she decides she wants to be difficult. He's.
Yeah, And it seems like this is a point in time where Scott, he said that he's had to deal with things like this before. So if you were to believe everything that Scott says in this, and if his story is true, $10 super chat from that darn. First off, crown. Yep, everyone put a crown. If you're new here, every time someone donates, drop a crown to them. That's something that I've told people to do before in the past. So if you see someone donate, drop a crown to them, because you know they decided to give up some of their hard-earned money to give to me, someone who talks about drama all day, and they deserve a crown for that. So drop a crown for dat darn for doing that. And whoever's the first person to drop a crown, I usually call out and give credit. So Carlos, thanks for dropping the first crown. I appreciate it. Now, everyone, please remember, in every story, if you only listen to one side of the story, you will always find a villain. So try to listen to both sides before choosing a side, guys. Yeah, so again, keep that in mind. The most anyone should be able to say about Scott's story is, hey, it's interesting, seems reasonable, seems truthful, but there should always be an asterisk saying, let's hope Scott and Delirious come out with their side of the story, or maybe if Zane grows up a bit older, he decides he should share his side of the story about this drama later on. So, what I was saying about this, though, is that Scott seems pretty fed up. He feels like, to me, it seems like Scott has dealt with his kid being taken and leveraged against him before and stuff like that. So he feels like, hey, if you're going to continue to do this and I won't be able to see my son for several months, I'm just going to reveal what Delirious looks like because I'm tired of being treated this way. And so looks like that to me.
He's not in any danger in my home. He's never been in any danger. He's only ever received love. He's never been spanked or punished in any meaningful way. We've always had a great relationship. Most of his interests are mine. I mean, he collects records, VHS tapes. He likes arcades. Most of the stuff they have in their house is because she was trying to compete with me. So.
Okay, so this is going to be getting into another subject to talk about here, so listen up to this.
I have an arcade machine. She put in an entire arcade. I bought him a CRT and a bunch of VHS, and she went and bought a library of VHS movies and, that sort of thing. It's like always, times 10 on whatever I do. And it's stuff she has no interest in, but she does it because it's his interest, and, it's something that he and I have in common that we share. So, again, this is just standard parental competition that's escalated to a point where it's just ridiculous. But the reality is she made a false claim that I was talking about doxing.
Okay, so what was just mentioned there is there's kind of like a competitive nature between, it seems like Liz and Scott. Don't know if Delirious is involved in that, but at the Liz and Delirious home, it's just constantly being one-upped against Scott. So he has an arcade machine, they have an arcade. Zane has interest with his dad about this, and so they get him this over there. The music channel's another example. Apparently Scott and Zane have worked on music together, and this leads to Delirious saying, hey, make me a Delirious lo-fi channel and do this and do that. Oh, I don't know if even Delirious is involved. Liz could have just talked on Delirious's behalf and say, do this for Delirious, and Delirious talked to Liz. Because, again, according to Scott, what he said in chat, John and Zane, John being Delirious, they don't get along, or they don't talk that often, it seems like.
Delirious, and that's not true. I never offered his address. I never offered anything that would be considered a controlled document. What I offered is that I was going to basically perform an op-ed, and I was going to criticize his looks versus what he claims he is. And I have pictures that I would happily review, and I would show in contrast to who it is that he presents himself as. And I think, given his history and the accusations against him, people might perceive him slightly differently.
And this is another thing on why people think it's important for Delirious's face to be revealed. I'm going to get into that in a moment. Again, I'm talking in the context of this is how some people view it. Someone in the chat, Gudis Footis, said, Scott, go get your son back and then kick down the door and knock out Delirious. Don't talk about violence like that, even towards Delirious. That's not acceptable. TJV, but why does Delirious said that he's working with someone else on Lo-Fi channel? Okay, so see, Wolves, I'll explain this to you. I talked about it the last stream, but if you look up the Lo-Fi Delirious threats to Liz Katz and more disturbing audio. Apparently there's audio being shared. This might be from the ex-girlfriend. We're going to have to watch Toy Bounty Hunter stream here in a second, guys. Isn't that exciting? We're going to have to look at some of that. But if you look at the Lo-Fi Delirious channel, the reason why Scott credits or wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's deleted, guys. It's hi Hannah. It's deleted. I don't see it here. It's on his main channel. Oh, I thought it was on his Lo-Fi Delirious channel. Is it on his main channel? That's interesting. I didn't know it was on his main channel. There we go. There we go. I thought for a second, holy shit, someone scared the shit out of me. I think I was reading someone saying it was on his Lo-Fi Delirious, and that's what made me think of that. So yeah, he gives a shout out for the Lo-Fi Delirious channel to the Chill Owly. Scott claimed that this is Zane collaborating with this guy. Zane, Scott and Liz's son, collaborated with this guy on some of the music. This Delirious didn't do it, because Delirious in the past, like Chaos or Spaceman Chaos, for example, he's made music for Delirious and other members of the crew. And this is to be assumed that Delirious isn't a huge person into music, so he paid someone or had someone do music for him. So people are saying the Lo-Fi Delirious channel, why would Delirious be making lo-fi music if he has zero, like, musical background to any of this? Like why would this be a thing? You know what I mean? So this is why people are saying, okay, this could be someone else doing it, and Scott claims that this is Zane doing it. There was talk about Zane getting a music tutor there. I could be wrong, but John isn't a music person. My son is. And that, again, that is why people are thinking that, you know, Scott's putting out the story that this is Zane's music, and they're putting it under Lo-Fi Delirious to boost views and have revenue go to Delirious, and Delirious is collecting revenue off of Zane's work, and people have a problem with this. So some people might believe that, some people might not. That's what it is. TJV, keep being objective. We need more of it. No problem at all. So yeah, Seawolves, if this makes sense, let me know. But this is why Delirious credits Chill Owly. It makes it seem like Delirious worked with this guy, but according to Scott, Zane was working with this guy, not Delirious. Delirious actually put that, I believe, right after my interview dropped. So 4 days ago, that's exactly when the interviews and the video dropped. This happened right after I put out the videos in the interview, apparently. I don't know if it says the exact date and time, but yeah, apparently he put this out right after my interview, right after my video went out. So apparently people are saying he put this out to try to cover his ass, sort of thing, you know, or whatever. I don't know. I don't know why. Delirious is always watching. I don't have a doubt that Delirious isn't watching. So yeah.
Because, you know, at this point right now, everybody thinks that he's this handsome, you know, Hispanic guy. Everybody thinks that he's somebody completely different. He's perpetrated a fraud against the community, and most of the people wouldn't like him if they actually saw what he looked like. They would probably avoid him if they saw him at a Walmart or anywhere, really, for that matter. They would cross the street to avoid him.
Besides the interactions between you and Liz, and you maybe seeing him when you stopped over at his house, is there any other interactions or comments that would be important to this, or are they just sort of like not really relevant?
Well, John, all right, so I moved 2,300 miles across country to do John a favor.
Okay, and this is going to talk about here in a second about why Scott has an issue with Delirious and why Delirious isn't being portrayed in a good light according to Scott's story. Scott says in the chat, if he makes a channel and it is a collab channel, that guy was part of it, then Zane can still be involved. But I can't prove it other than it dropped after Zane became a resident there permanently.
2,300 miles across country to do John a favor. I wanted him to be able to be around his child because I'm a father, and I don't believe fathers should be denied contact with their children. I think that if you're a dad and you have your child stolen away from you, it's a pretty bad situation. It's really shitty. Most dads want to be part of their kids' lives, and I stand by that. Like, I want to be part of my son's life. I love him, and I raised him. I would never take the opportunity to be a good father away from someone else. So I moved. I went away from my entire life, where all my friends are, where everything I've ever experienced and grown up around. I moved to
I think this is kind of an important detail to include as well if you're going to end up believing Scott's side of the story, that he did give up everything. According to Scott's story, he did give up his entire life, friends, family, everything, to go to North Carolina just so Delirious and Liz could be together and Liz could still have a relationship with Zane, and Zane could still have a relationship with his mom. I do think this is an important part of the story. If you're going to believe what Scott is saying and you're going to believe his side of the story, this is going to be an important part of everything.
An unfamiliar place for a stranger, because Liz got pregnant by a guy that clearly has no business with her. She's only with him for money. I didn't know that at the time. Otherwise, I would have just stayed parked because I had no idea this guy was on the rental plan, you know? I figured he was at least going to be average, but he's hideous. And there's no way his personality carries it because he doesn't have any personality off YouTube. He's like wet cardboard on a potato. He has no personality. He is a fucking goon. When I met him, I was pretty upbeat. I was like, hey, how you doing? You know, what's going on? And he just grumbled and then walked off and went downstairs. Basically, he said about 5 words to me in the last 3 years. I literally gave up my life for this guy so that he could be a father, and he has not been able to say more than 5 words to me. One time he begrudged.
So again, this talks a lot about the interaction between Scott and Delirious and how Scott feels like he's been treated by Delirious, that apparently not many words were said, and when words were said, they weren't grunts and stuff like that. Mario Sith, $5 super chat. I gotta leave the stream. Sorry in advance. My phone and computer keep buffering. It's getting annoying later, TJV. Alright, sorry about that, Sith. Thanks for the $5. And Carlos, another crown. You on top of it today.
Jimmy said hi because Liz told him to say hi, and another time he mumbled something and walked off. He treats me like I'm a pile of shit, even though I gave up my life for him. Yeah, he's just,
And again, another part of the story here is that when Scott claims that he gave up his entire life to move over, so Scott and Delirious, or so Liz and Delirious can continue the relationship and have kids while Liz still being close to Zane and Zane being close to Liz, that Delirious has not been thankful or honest or open or nice to Scott ever since. So again, another important detail to add if you were to believe Scott's story here.
I don't know anybody who given the sacrifice I made for this man can't even be personable. You know, it's like anybody, like if I had done this for any other human being on the planet, they would have been like, hey, what's up? How you doing? You know, they would at least made a reasonable attempt. They would have pretended. He acts like he hates me. I asked Liz once, you know, I was like, why does he act this way? I mean, I did something really nice for him, and he acts like I'm horrible. And she said, well, he's intimidated by you, you know, and it's like basically she implied that because he's not attractive and because I'm significantly more fit than he is and because I was with her longer, that basically, you know, he hated me.
So do you think that... So again, here Scott believes because of what Liz told him, the reason why Delirious treats him bad is because Delirious is intimidated by Scott, and that Scott is a lot more fit and a lot more attractive than Delirious. And again, this is all under the basis if you believe Scott's description of Delirious being a 400 to 500 pound goblin, one-eyed man. If you were to believe that description and believe how he describes Delirious, then you're going to have to then see if this would make someone who's that weight and looks like that, like Delirious is being described, would he be intimidated by an ex-husband of Liz who's significantly in better health and looks better and already has a kid? And again, I can already tell you, ex-husbands who see the new significant other of their ex-wife and stuff like that, there's always going to be tension there. It always has. And again, that's just human nature. That's how people are. So again, that's sort of what it is. Someone asked in the chat, Scott, what can you bench? Again, whether or not this is important or not, but if Scott wants to share his height and weight comparison to that, up to you. I think Julie did mention what Scott looked like a little bit or whatever, but I'm not 100% on what the context of that was, but I do think in the interview Julie mentions that a little bit for some reason. But again, it's just what it is. I am 260 pounds and 6'5". Okay. So apparently, since Scott looks significantly better than Delirious, Delirious could be intimidated, and that's why the interactions are not good. But again, this is going down if the story's true, and if the interactions were all true, and if Delirious is intimidated, XYZ, XYZ, XYZ.
That, like, since she's with Delirious and they're in a lot of wealth right now and stuff like that, do you feel like it is that sort of thing where they have a lot more money, so no matter what physical item or whatever you might give your son, when it's not about wealth and items and materialistic things, it's obviously about the time you spend together and your guys' connection, but do you feel like that's always like a thing on their mind that, oh, whatever Christmas gift he might give you, their Christmas gifts are going to be just better, and does that matter at all in terms of all this?
In terms of all this with me, it doesn't really matter. I think that more or less my son and I, it's about our relationship and the mutual interest, but I think Liz is a very materialistic person. She's always been about things. I mean, Christmases in my house, she would wipe out the bank account, spending every single cent we had. Like, we had more presents than tree one year. I mean, it was just all over the living room and halfway up the height of the tree. She just overspends, and she's very competitive. She doesn't like to lose. She'll lie, she'll cheat, she'll steal, she'll do anything to win. and that's it. That's how she is. She's always been that way. So is it about material things on her part? Yes. On my side, I don't care. Like I said, I make good money. I'm a senior platform engineer. I develop software for different companies, and unfortunately,
So apparently, people are saying this about Scott, particularly around this point. People do believe Scott when it comes to the Liz thing, but the Delirious thing, no. And this has been at great tension between people. There is a group of people, whether it's a large group of people or not, but there are people out there who just don't like Liz, and they still like Delirious. They still like Delirious's content and stuff like that, and they don't really like hearing what Scott's had to say about Delirious. But there has been some of those same people who think that, okay, I don't really like Liz, and this kind of lines up with what people have seen Liz in the public light. So again, people do end up seeing that some of Scott's story does line up with what Liz has done publicly and her feuds that she's had publicly with other people. I can tell you for certain, I watched some Ascend stream, Mr. Sen, and it seemed like no doubt in his mind that, okay, yeah, I'm sure Scott's saying that Liz is a liar. Mr. Sen believes that. Mr. Sen believes that he's probably dealt with Liz being a liar for a long time, but it's just people don't like Liz, and there's a lot more people who favor Delirious than Liz, and that's just how it is. But again, Delirious has a completely different background than Liz does. Liz has always been in a dodgy line of work where she's doing pretty much internet porn, and there's a lot of debate on that and a lot of feuds she's been involved in, while Delirious has been with one of the biggest gaming groups out there and has been in a lot of people's childhood. So there are more people set up to like Delirious more than Liz, and more people to crap on Liz while also liking Delirious at the same time. So it's an interesting thing to throw out there. So yeah. Do we know if Liz made any more tweets? She has not. She made the tweets on July 24th about Scott's ex-girlfriend, and then on August 7th about Scott, me, and Olmecker and his attorneys. That's all we know. That's all we know that Liz has done so far.
Will never be more than what they make. I mean, because they make ridiculous amounts of money because he lucked out and he's able to put on a clown nose, so to speak, and act an idiot. He's actually, I think, an authentic idiot, though. He just lucked out. I think Vanoss handed him a cash cow, and he has, in spite of himself, managed to succeed to keep it going.
The fact that you're
so that's an interesting thing too. I do see some people. I am in some groups of some group chats and stuff like that and I've seen some Reddits where they've talked about that particular, where Scott mentions that Vanoss has pretty much handed him a cash cow, and he's been able to create pretty much a successful business despite anything that's happened and how he looks in life and all this other sort of thing. It is going to be interesting to see how this plays out, because we saw that play out with Minilad. Minilad was handed, like pretty much downright handed, a cash cow a long time ago when he started playing with the Vanoss Crew. I mean, granted, they met when their channels were significantly smaller and they weren't who they are now, but if you were in that group so long ago and you ran with it and you just did your part on making your own content, you blew up with the group. As long as you were in that group and making videos with them, you blew up in that group. And so the fact that if Delirious does have this shady background where maybe he doesn't look the best, and maybe all the stuff with Liz is true and his interactions are true, and if Ohm's allegations against Delirious is true, if all this ends up if all this ends up being true about Delirious and he is a bad guy, just theoretically for a minute, then yeah, people are going to start thinking back on the original days where Delirious was pretty much given a lot of this stuff, and it is going to be interesting to see how that ends up playing out near the end of people's careers, because like we're kind of in the ending career of Minilad right now, and it's not being handled well, and that's why Minilad fell off, because he went out. He won out. Not necessarily. It's because of more so the allegations, the pedo allegations against Minilad. That's why. CJV, do you think Minilad has possibly in the smallest odds change? Do you think Minilad has possibly in the smallest odds change? Well, he's changed certainly, but I don't know what you mean by that. So, what does Vanoss had anything to do with this. Well, Scott just mentioned him in the interview, and I was addressing what Scott said. Scott pretty much said that Delirious was pretty much handed a cash cow back when they first started playing. He was handed this huge future of fortune and YouTube success back then. So it's interesting. It's interesting and see how things go.
Brought up Vanoss and you know, obviously the rest of the crew that still play with him to this day and everything. Kind of a two-part question. One, with all the allegations out about him that Ohm has imposed, do you think through this interaction that you've had through Liz, does that help validate or make you believe any more of the allegations? Does his looks make him more, like you said before, you said his looks maybe will make people think about the allegations a little bit more? And then on top of that, do you think members of the Vanoss crew should separate themselves from Delirious because he could be a potentially dangerous person?
Well, from what I understand, there's a lot of credible evidence that he has done things that were lewd with various people, and they've come forward. I don't know how credible those sources are, but I mean, given the way he looks and my initial impressions, yeah, I think that people would see him in a different light. I think that honestly, he looks like a pedophile. He looks like a degenerate that would be jerking off in his mother's basement. I mean, he comes from a family that is literally hoarders. Like they destroyed the house that they were living in. His mother fell through the ceiling and ended up landing on from the second floor to the first floor. Because the house was dilapidated. I mean, he lived in a room that was filled 3 feet with trash, and he just kind of was in his own little corner in his stained up mattress for years. He's comes from a family of hoarders, and he's got very little in the way of his own upkeep and manners. I think he's agoraphobic is one of the things that I know about him.
So this talks a lot about H2O and where H2O comes from, his family, and all the stuff that Scott ends up, saying. And I'm assuming he's learned a lot of this through Liz and what Liz has told him. And that would just be my assumption. Again, if all this is true. Yo, TJV, you need to go to Toy Bounty Honey stream. I'll go there in a little bit. I'll review the audio clips with everyone here. We're all going to get into that. It's going to be a whole thing we're going to get into. I got time for it. We'll do it. TJV, when it comes to Scott's story, what's your opinion on Zane and the H2O family? Genuinely curious about your opinion on it. H2O mentions his children a lot, and it's the same with Liz. So I see them mention their daughters, the two little ones. I don't see a lot of mention to Zane. So what's my opinion on that? Well, I think that in the middle of the drama with Omrecker, the fact that H2O and Liz were posting a lot about their kids, saying this is all I care about right now, like they don't care about the drama, but then Delirious proceeds to make alt accounts, and harass and dox Ohm with those alt accounts. Yeah, I don't think he meant that in his tweet when he says all he cares about is the tweets, because then Delirious proceeded to do some terrible things. This isn't me being biased, this is just me pointing out the facts and what was oddly convenient at the time when he posted, all I care about is these daughters, and posts a picture on his Twitter back when he had his Twitter. Then he makes alt accounts and gets banned permanently from Twitter because of that. And he's still banned to this day. The almighty Elon Musk, who unbans Trump and, who's the other guy? Fucking, Tate. Andrew Tate. He unbans all these people from Twitter. Elon Musk does, but he doesn't unban Delirious. Maybe because he got banned for a significantly more important reason, like using alt accounts to harass people. So the point I'm trying to get at with all of this is that your question saying, what's your opinion on it? Scott says Zane doesn't have much connection with Delirious, and they don't get along, and it's been a little bit of a dodgy relationship between Zane and H2O. That's all information we got. I want to hold my tongue until I hear the other side of things, if anything else comes out, or if Zane comes out with his own story. But one day, in terms of H2O and Liz posting pictures about the kids, they oddly do it sometimes when the drama's coming out, and I don't think that's a good thing. Twitter or X, yeah, same thing. But yeah, it's really weird. It's really weird in my opinion. I don't really care about their family. I don't want to talk about their family as often as it might happen, but it is what it is. Do you remember back when Vanoss made jokes about bringing H2O back? Yeah, it didn't happen though, and they tagged Elon Musk. Vanoss, Nogla, all of them did it, and it didn't happen. Didn't happen. So, Delirious still banned from Twitter, or X.
So he can't drive. He's basically an adult baby, and he needed his family to support him because he was basically completely and totally inept. He looks exactly like you would expect somebody like that to look. When you see like pictures of the Discord mod, or you see these ideas like the meme of the guy who found the love of his life and won the lottery. He literally looks like that wall-eyed guy. He's just that disgusting freak that that people make fun of, and he's managed to hide behind a fraud. He's implied that he's somebody else. He's hidden behind cartoon characters, and he's managed to perpetrate this image that would immediately just turn to dust if people actually saw him, if people actually interact.
And what Scott's talking about here is, what people have kind of feared. If Delirious doesn't come out looking like a squeaky clean saint, if he, for example, is overweight, missing an eye, ugly, whatever, and if his actions in public or in his private life don't reflect a squeaky clean image, then people are going to start believing stuff like that. Is that right? No. But at the end of the day, is it something that people are going to do because people are judgmental people? Yes, 100%. So Scott's saying because of his IRL interactions and what he's seen Delirious as in person, people will change their perspective on Delirious after seeing him, because he's not what people think he is. He's not the squeaky clean image, what people make out to be. So
With him, they could not help but question the evaluation and the charges that are being levied and accusations.
It's going to be the same thing that happened to Dream. Prime example. I
mean, it's the defenses I've heard is, well, he's got Liz. Why would he be like that? I mean, if he can get Liz, then he's got to be a good-looking guy. And then there's other people who said, well, they see the picture of the other guy that he's supposed to be, and they think that that's him, and they're like, well, no, he can get anyone he wants with the money and the way he looks. But if they saw that he only has the money because of how people think he looks, and they saw what he actually looks like, there's no way. People would burn him down. They would not support him. They would not back him, because he's outside of his being able to get harangued by Liz and her sinking her hooks into him because he was dumb. That's probably the only way he's ever gotten laid in his life.
So having said all of this,
and I will say this now, someone just mentioned in chat, there's a video with H2O with higher quality mic, and he sounds way different. I will say it is very, very interesting to hear, like, Delirious in a different mic, but I've always had the same impression. Like, Delirious sounds like he kind of has, like, a fatter tongue when he talks. I don't know if it's the lisp he slightly has, or if the fact that I can hear the saliva in his mouth when he talks, but, like, just from hearing Delirious's voice, he always sounded like he had, like, a fatter tongue, or, like, people with more chubbier cheeks would resemble that sort of voice and that speech impediment that Delirious has. But some people don't. Some people don't at all. But it is what it is. It is how people see Delirious. To me, I always imagined there was like a little bit of a lisp or something that's making his voice sound the particular way that he is. And again, when I see that picture of the other guy over here, where was it? Right here. That does not sound like what Delirious would sound like at all. So, like, I would already have a hard time believing that is Delirious in any sort of sense, Alright, so some people are saying that I have to jump right over to the Toy Bounty Hunter stream, so we're gonna hop over to the Toy Bounty Hunter stream to see what this is about. I am gonna play the audio here, but for any reason, if I need to stop the stream or stop watching it for whatever reason, like let's say there's certain things being talked about that shouldn't be, I am going to point that out. I am going to make that prevalent. So I'm going to listen to what Toy Bounty Hunter has to say about it, and then I'm going to listen to some of the audio that he releases. Hopefully Toy Bounty Hunter, how long is this clip? This clip is 2 minutes and 29 seconds, and he's taken a long time to talk about it. So this is going to be something that's going to be interesting. So there are people, someone saying in his chat right here, why should anyone have to send this to TJV? He should be doing his own research before going on stream blasting people, as if I'm on here trying to blast. Guys, put a 1 in the chat if I've been blasting people. Put a 2 if I have not been blasting people. Have I been blasting people? Do you think I've been blasting people? 1 in the chat if you think I am blasting people. 2 in the chat if you don't think I'm blasting people. Why am I blasting people? Why am I blasting people? Explain to me how I'm blasting people, guys. Thank you for all the other numbers people sent. Alright, so apparently there's some audio clips out there. So we're gonna listen to what Toy Bounty Hunter has to say about it.
We talk about her son all the time. We talk about her girls all the time. And she's not someone who's been we haven't held each other in poor esteem. We've always kept things pretty amicable. But she does occasionally pull stuff like this where she just leverages things and she tries to get her way. And, she acts unfairly because she really doesn't care about anyone but herself. And she's not above lying.
Is this the first time she's leveraged your kid with you, or no?
No, she does it whenever she gets a chance. If I don't do what she wants.
I'm gonna skip ahead. I'm just curious on what they're trying to review here. I wonder if they're trying to watch this entire thing. I don't know.
That I didn't need. She literally, she's not or
That Scott said there regarding the ex-girlfriend, right?
Okay.
So, I want to show you a couple things too. Scott has unprivated his Twitter account. I think this is interesting, right? So this was a guy who was responding, and it's just a weird message, right? Because we see here him saying, this dude, and he puts Scott's Twitter there, just messaged me with his girlfriend's phone number and said to call her because I tweeted a reply that was in the timeline. I don't know her, and I don't know him, but he's calling her a whore, some douchebag boyfriend he is. So this whole thing is weird, right? I don't know what.
So this, I wonder if I talked to, who was it? Who did I send that to? Delirious? I'm gonna check real quick if I did, guys. Just give me 1 minute, because I think I seen those tweets and I sent them to Delirious, or I sent something to Delirious. Okay, so I sent other tweets and stuff like that. So I didn't send that particular. You know what it is? Delirious sent those to me. That's what it is. Let me find it for you guys, because I think I screenshotted the DM, but Delirious deleted it for some reason. I don't know why Delirious deleted it, but I think I took a screenshot of it, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm gonna see if I can find it. But maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't get it in time. Ooh, yeah. Let me find it, because I think I had that sent to me. Because I seen that screenshot, but it wasn't relevant to like the story he was trying to show. It showed that he had some Twitter arguments online, but I was already highlighting that with his main tweets about the situation. So that would have just been adding more fuel to the fire on top of everything, and people would have been like, "Oh, those are some interesting messages." So, I think I did send those to. I don't know if I sent those to Toy or if I talked to Toy about it or not. Let me just see if I can find something. Give me 1 second. See if I can see this or not. So wasn't that? Was it? Was it this? And then wasn't that? Okay. So I can't find it currently. I'll have to see if I can find that later. But let's jump right back into Toy Stream.
That entails, but clearly, I think at the very least, if that is true, right? Because we got to take that with a grain of salt. It at least to me would be indicative of them not having the best relationship, right? Them having a pretty I will say unusual relationship to if that's true. And again that's not a fact of anything. We don't know if that's 100% true, right? But then
Right.
obviously that seemed to be the catalyst for everything, though. The catalyst seemed to have been the concerns regarding this ex-girlfriend that made some threats, right? Some pretty heinous threats. But Scott claims that she's harmless, right? So what I have for you guys today, because your boy comes through, is some audio clips. What audio clips are those? I presume they are the audio clips that Liz Katz was speaking of. Now, these were given to me by a person that wishes to remain anonymous.
And to show what the context of that real quick, I don't know, Toy. I hope Toy would have been bringing up the original tweet that Liz put out right here, where Liz talks about right here the audio clips. So right here, she said that, "Hey guys, I know I haven't been posting as much as late, and I don't know if she still has these tweets up or not, or if she got rid of them, but I'm sorry for that. Since learning about serious and credible threats made towards me and my family, it's been hard to get back into the groove of things. Still really shaken up from the audio clips. Hope to get back into things soon." So she references audio clips. These are on July 24th, and this is, I talked about these during a stream, saying anyone who does send these clips are awful. I did throw out that people were trying to accuse Omrecker. Yeah, it was on a Reddit page. It was everywhere. I bring it up during the stream, but people were trying to make it out that Omrecker sent these. And look, it's not Omrecker, you know? So people were trying to just accuse Omrecker of doing this constantly. So, yeah.
It is a concerned party. And that's all I'll say in regards to where I got these clips. Yeah, so I just a heads up for y'all. Some of this stuff, if you're sensitive to hearing disturbing things, you know, proceed with caution from here on if this is not something you want to hear. But these are the audio clips.
Trigger warning, everyone, if you don't want to hear them. Apparently, I really need to hear them. These are really mind-blowing audio clips.
In question, which, again, at one point, my understanding from the concerned party is that these were actually available on social media at one point, or at least a link to them, or something like that. So, if you're wondering where they got it from, these apparently.
Who do you guys think the concerned party is that contacted Toy and handed him? Any theories? Any ideas? Who did that? Interesting. Cartoons, John Cena, Liz. That's pretty out there. John Cena, that's really out there. TJV, I said it provides context to the relationship. I never said it was mind-blowing. It's for your benefit so you know more. Oh, I never said you said anything in particular. I'm just saying that people were telling me I really needed to hear this. So they must be mind-blowing is mine. Zane, Liz, cartoons, John Cena, Baby Delirious, Batman, Joe Biden. Okay, a lot of out there guesses. We'll see if any of that ends up becoming true later down the road, if we ever hear what concerned party sent these to cartoons.
Apparently were publicly available at some point in time, or at least a way to access them publicly was made available at some point in time on social media. So, okay, here we go.
I'm gonna wreck that fucking bitch. I'm gonna wreck that bitch and damn kids. I'm gonna shove their fucking ass.
You're gonna hurt
yes!
Max's daughter. You're gonna have Max's daughter raped.
The fuck do I care?
She's 11 years old.
The fuck do I care?
What is wrong with you?
Because I don't fucking care.
You're mad because literally anything that has a vagina cannot talk to me.
I don't fucking care. They're whores to me.
Yes.
I don't fucking care.
Here's the thing. I don't talk to anybody. You know that. I talk to.
Oh, she's 11 and get hurt. I don't fucking care. I will hurt anything comes in my way.
I literally don't talk to anybody but you.
So this is the ex. This is Scott's ex. As far as we know, this is Scott's ex. Okay. And do we know Scott, do you know who's recording? Can we get the insider information? Do you know who's recording this? You don't need to name them, obviously. You don't need to. Is this... You recorded it. Okay, so this is you recording. Wow, well, this is making Scott look fucking really good, especially recording this and telling her, hey, you need to chill. I recorded it to protect myself. Well, goddamn. Well... I'm not being biased here, but I'm just saying the fact that you're trying to calm her down and everything. I mean, you're not looking bad. Your ex is looking bad, but I guess that's why she's your ex. But holy shit!
I have literally limited my whole life.
Except when I'm trying to have fucking time with you, and you're messaging your fucking whore.
Oh, that's another good question. Scott, did you send these in to Toy? I gave Liz the threats to save her. Oh, gotcha. So Liz got these through you. You gave these recordings to Liz to save her. You didn't send these in to Toy? But Liz got these from you. So this is what happened, guys. As far as I'm concerned, from what I'm hearing in the chat, I gave Liz access to one. Okay, so Liz got to hear one of these audio clips. She says multiple audio clips, but she had access to one, according to Scott. And so Liz passed the audio to Toy. That seems like what it is. That seems like what it is. So if Scott, there are 9 in total. Well, we'll have to see if Scott has more. I think if Scott only has one, which I don't know if he has one or multiple. If he has multiple, then Liz only had access to one, you know. But we'll have to wait and see.
Max and her were concerned they hadn't heard from me in several days.
Well, they'd be real concerned when their fucking 11-year-old gets a fucking hot heated pipe up their fucking asshole.
You're talking about raping a little girl with
I
a
don't
heated
care.
pipe.
As far as I'm concerned, that's a fucking casualty of war.
You don't need to behave that way. You
I don't
this
fucking
kind
care.
of person.
I don't fucking care, dude.
You've talked about burning your mother's house down while she's sleeping. You talked about putting her fucking pets in the wood chipper.
I don't care.
You're like this, and then literally you come in here and you're crying that I won't watch Salty Cracker with you,
Alright.
and then you want to make out with me when I'm trying to leave.
Alright. Goodbye. Don't fucking care.
Okay,
See
good.
what happens next.
Stop coming in. You see what happens next. You keep
You know
saying
what's
this.
getting really good?
You keep saying this.
Her 11-year-old fucking pussy being shoved in a fucking 35-year-old Albanian dick. Oh, it's gonna be so good. I picked that.
That's what you said. You said you're gonna pay to have a little girl hurt now.
Okay, so as far as I know, Toy's another commentary channel who's currently live streaming right now about all this XYZ. So, Scott, let me know. I don't know if Scott's still here or not, but so is Liz paying Toy for his drama channel services? I'm not going to assume that. What I am going to say is, so if he has multiple audio clips, which it looks like he does because he brings up other audio clips, it looks like. So Scott, you gave Liz access to one of these. So Liz only had access to one. He claims that these were public at one point. I don't know if you made these public or what, if you're the one who recorded them and these are yours. And then on top of that, these are all just about Scott's ex. They were online. So someone had them for a couple days. So someone saved them and then sent them to Toy. So Toy talked to whoever saved these. And that's how he got these. She had threatened me, so I gave them out to protect myself. Yeah, so this ex-girlfriend threatened Scott, threatened Liz, threatened blah, 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 whoever. Liz, for some reason, referenced these in a tweet, which seems a little out there to do instead of just handling it, you know, the way that she would preach other people to handle it, like through the law or whatever. TJV, she punched him in the face. Okay, we're going to talk about that. We're going to get to that. I was as open as I could be. Okay. Interesting stuff. Let's see what Toy has to say about it. As far as I know, this first audio clip doesn't make Scott look bad at all. He recorded himself to protect himself. He's arguing against the girl, trying to speak with logic to her. My fair assessment of it, Scott doesn't look bad. Is it breach of privacy to record this? I don't know. All depends on the law of the state and whether this is okay to record or not, but people are recording within people's homes all the time and posting online, and that doesn't seem like majority of people's concerns, and I don't think anyone's going out to defend this person who says they don't care if an 11-year-old is raped. So I don't know if anyone would be defending this ex at all, but yeah. I did call the cops. Okay, yeah. So Scott definitely is not siding with this woman. It seems like so.
Okay, so that was just the first one. Okay, that was just the first one. Just so you guys can get a can kind of get an idea here. That was the first one. You with the next one, right? So, yeah, I mean, totally normal for somebody to talk about having a minor, a little girl, you know. Here's the next one.
Not good
this was
on
a little
that
bit longer.
5 minutes long.
Yes.
Oh boy.
No, I was trying to get you out of here. Trying to leave. See, again, you're threatening. You're threatening violence. You're talking about spending money to harm people.
I'm gonna hurt you as bad as you're hurting me.
I'm not hurting you. I'm trying to leave.
Then goodbye.
I'm trying to leave.
Goodbye. See what you wake up to tomorrow.
Again.
Goodbye.
See, this is the thing. Is you hold me hostage with this crap.
I'm not holding you hostage. I'm saying
No, you're telling me if I leave, you're going to do things to harm
I'm saying
people.
I'm gonna hurt you no matter what.
Yeah, see, this is what you do. This is what you've
I
done
have
pretty
nothing
much.
to live for. I don't fucking care. I really just want you to
You
fucking
threaten
stop.
people
Get the fuck out.
constantly, and then you
Get the
force
fuck
me
out.
to endure the fact that you want me to hang out with all the people you fucked. I'm not going to do that. Yes, Eric and Cookie and whomever else you chose to.
Literally, that's it.
Literally, it doesn't matter. I told you I don't want to go on triple dates. I don't want to go on triple dates with your fucking ex-lovers.
Great.
I'm doing what your parents told me to do. I'm staying here until the morning because they don't want to leave.
I would celebrate if you fucking died on the road.
Again, this is how you are to everyone.
Okay.
You hold your parents hostage, everyone in your life.
Okay.
Cookie, I mean, I don't know what the fuck's up with Eric, but he's probably got something like freaking, what is Stockholm?
I agree with Matt in the chat. Where do you find these girls? Yeah, Liz has been a terrible liar and really horrible on handling situations online. And then with these audio clips, man, holy fuck. Holy fuck. I'm only speaking about things that are, like, concrete. Like, these audio clips are concrete about how this woman acts, and then what Liz has made in her video, and her posting slightly cryptic messages about Omrecker and the lawyer and everything. How do you find these women? These women are just, I don't know the attraction. Are people this desperate for looks sometimes? I don't get it sometimes, but these are obvious red flags. Stay away from people like this. And if you don't see it right away, you leave once you know it. And I know it's hard to leave when you're already into something, but you leave when you see those red flags. You get the fuck out of there, okay? Jesus Christ. So, like, is it okay to say that I don't like Liz? That's your opinion. You can have whatever opinion you want. No, I walked out and was attacked when she said leave. She was blocking the door. Her condition is not something you can detect. It's actually medical. I'm sure people have medical conditions about this shit, but, like, these are red flags. If they don't seek help about their medical conditions, they're always going to be like this. And I don't know how long she's had it, but if she ain't seeking help for this, she's never going to get better. She has to actively want to seek help as well. She can't be forced into it.
Home syndrome.
Get out, down the road, wake up to what I...
So let me get this straight though. So you're gonna have every woman that I know raped. You're gonna have my son killed. That's what you said. Oh, sorry. You're gonna torture them. What are you gonna do then?
I don't know. Yeah, I'll figure it out.
You're talking about spending money to harm them, and you said you're gonna have my son killed. You're gonna have my son killed. That's what you've told me, and you say that basically, go ahead and leave. You tell me to go ahead and
I'll
leave.
pay for airfare. I'm going, whatever. I think I'll just fix it on Cindy, probably.
So you're gonna hurt Cindy, someone you've never met, who's never done anything to
She's
you.
never done anything to me.
No, she's never done anything to harm you. She tried to remove you from the equation, yes.
I'm gonna have
and all that is
I'm gonna have
reasonable.
a fucking
When you
X-Acto
listen
knife
to me.
that's dulled, cut her fucking foot out, and send you in a fucking box. Along with her
You
tits.
know,
And then leave her in a dish to
you
die.
know what? She was being catty and she shouldn't have done what she did. And I told you as soon as she did it that I wasn't going to talk to her anymore. And you went and you got into a massive issue. This is somebody who's been dating me for 20 years.
Get out. Get the fuck out of my fucking house.
This is a problem. You
Get
get
out.
rage filled every time.
Get the fuck out of my
It's
fucking
not
house.
your house.
It is mine if I call the cops. Get the fuck out of my fucking life.
It's
You are not loved. You are not wanted. Get the fuck out. Go back to Cindy. Go to your
I don't
fucking
want
globe
to go
doll
to
whore.
Sandy.
Go to your.
Oh my god. Ugh.
Oh.
Globe doll whore if you're gonna defend her.
I'm not defending her. I think she did a shitty thing. I don't think
If
that
you're
she
gonna
should
go
act
and
that
defend
way.
your globe doll fucking whore, go to your globe doll fucking whore. But you're not gonna fucking say
I'm
this.
not defending her.
Fuck out. Get.
Telling you not to hurt somebody is defending them?
Yes. Get the fuck
You're
out.
talking about paying a bunch of people to go to where she lives or wherever you
She'll
can get her
probably
and have
fucking
her
like it,
sexually
that fucking
assaulted
useless whore.
and then mutilated. That's
She'll
normal?
probably like it.
That's normal.
That fucking globe doll probably like it.
You know
Get the
what?
fuck out. I don't love you anymore. I don't want you anymore. So fucking
You
attracted
don't
to
have any idea what love is.
Get the
Every
fuck
time
out of
you
my
get
house.
like this,
Get the fuck out of my house.
I try my best to deal with this.
I
But
don't
you've been-
care anymore, dude.
You were.
Get out.
Yeah. What the fuck, man?
Get out.
I'm leaving as soon as I can leave. I'm not leaving in the middle of a storm. Your parents told me to stay till 10 tomorrow. I'm doing that.
I want you to leave in the middle of the storm because you're more likely to go fucking die in a car crash. Get out.
So this was at the ex's parents, and the parents told Scott to stay there because they wouldn't want Scott to leave in the middle of a storm, and she's trying to kick him out.
Yeah, this is you. You're normal.
Yes.
Yes.
I want you to die in a car crash. Go.
Okay.
Speed while you're at it.
Uh-huh.
Maybe shut off your fucking lights. Speed, shut off your lights. Don't look in your rear mirror.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
You know, this whole time I haven't said anything shitty about you
You
or
just
to
fucking
you.
defended Cindy.
I didn't defend her. I said she did a shitty thing. She lied.
I'm gonna fucking make
Will you
pictures.
let me finish?
I'm gonna cut our eyeballs just for you.
I don't.
I know who gave this out. Oh my god, Max. Ha 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 ha. Who's Max? Give a little bit of context on who Max is. Don't expose the guy, but like, who is Max?
Want
I'm
you
gonna
to
cut her
do
fucking eyeballs
anything.
out and gouge them with a fucking spoon. You can get her clicked and her eyeballs. In a
Your best
fucking
friend.
box.
Oh. So Scott's talking, or Scott, Toy Bounty Hunter is talking to Scott's best friend. That's the reliable, trustworthy source that we found out about. His wife and Audrey and the little girl she threatened is his daughter. Okay, we found out the mystery source Toy found this from. Okay, gotcha.
And they'll slice her fucking asshole down to her fucking cunt and shove a fucking wine ball in it and then set it on fire.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yo.
I'm leaving when your parents told me to go. I'm gonna get cleaned up in the morning.
Defend that whore?
I'm not defending her. I've told you. This is the thing. You don't listen. I didn't defend her. I said she was wrong, and I cut her out of my life the second she did that.
Then re-find her fucking number and get her fucking wife.
I don't know her number. You deleted it from my phone
I
along
just
with about
deleted
15 other people.
Max is always a hero. Yeah, if you wanted to really find out about this ex,
No,
goddamn.
you deleted her. I tried to figure out what her number was so I could basically say, hey, I'm not talking to you anymore. This is what you did that was wrong. This pissed me off. And we
Right,
can't...
without any fucking punishment, of course.
No, listen.
If you actually felt like she's been wrong by doing that, you fucking want her to
No,
lie to
she
her
did
number.
something wrong. She shouldn't have lied because it was mostly about the fact she lied to me. She lied to me about somebody I was with for her own purpose. That was not acceptable. That was
Okay.
wrong.
There'll be no fucking purpose.
I've known him since I was maybe 15 or 16. Cynthia is someone I dated off and on for about 20 years.
Once I'm done, there'll be no whole word using it once I'm done.
This was
It'll be
months
fucking
ago,
start.
and you're still the same
There's
way.
going to be a blowtorch taken to her fucking cunt.
You're
and her
talking
asshole.
about hurting my son.
She's
You're
gonna
talking
be-
about hurting.
I will hurt
What did my
anything
son
you love.
ever do?
Okay,
I
so
will-
the second clip is pretty bad as well on the ex-girlfriend part, but so far I don't see anything wrong with what Scott has said in here at all. I did see some people in his chat sitting here saying that like this person right here saying, "Yup, but yet TJV will attack Liz." That's why I said his chat. It's funny how the truth comes out, and then other people up here saying, "No surprise, TJV's chat is one-sided on this." What? Oh, let me see how far I can zoom in on this. Right here. Right here. No surprise, TJV's chat is one-sided on this. Are you guys all one-sided on this? Are you guys all one-sided on this? This is calling all you guys out. Whoever this Conrail 2020. Apparently we're all one-sided on this. Well, the X looks fucking gross. You know, she seems fucking disgusting by what she said. And Scott seems to be calming her down. I mean, Scott is talking more logical than her. How is that being one-sided? That's all we fucking said so far. Oh, man. Damn, you guys are one-sided. Exactly, Jesse. Everyone's one-sided. Tell them to pull up. Oh, we're gonna have like a chat boxing match. Don't go over there and start crap. Don't do that to Toy. Don't do that to Toy. Holy shit. Oh, people hate me and my chat regardless of the situation and what I say. People are just like, "Yep, fuck you, TJV, fuck you." Oh my god. And what the fuck? Over here, read what this one. And yet Scott is still defending that psycho in TJV's chat. He's not defending what she said. He's literally said, get a restraining order against my ex to Liz. He sent these to Liz. How is he defending her? He said that maybe she's harmless because she's all talk and no bite, but how is Scott defending this? That makes no sense. He's literally talked only bad about the ex. Scott's only talked bad about the ex. How the fuck has Scott defended her? He says he has a medical condition, but that still doesn't make it right what she does. He's just giving more context saying, hey, she has a medical condition. This is probably why she freaked out. What the fuck? I think Toy's chat is one-sided, Lamau. I don't know. I'm not reading his chat. I'm not trying to be focused on it. But whenever I see the orange TJV, I try to give it a quick read. But guys, this is just stuff that I don't understand. I don't understand this shit right now. She has a medical... All Scott has said is she has a medical condition with her brain and that she acts out like this. And he still says it's not okay and not right. He warns Liz to get a fucking restraining order, sends audio clips to help Liz out saying, hey, I would get a restraining order against her just in case she acts out. He literally recorded these without telling her. How is Scott being one-sided? I don't understand this. I don't understand how Scott is defending his ex. He just doesn't want to speak ill upon someone he dated. He ain't gonna go say, yeah, she's a bitch, she's a fucking whore. He ain't going out fucking trying to insult her, if that's what you want. It is not good, but it's not really her fault. Okay, it is her fault. Okay, if the medical condition is taking over her body and her words and what she's saying, yes. But it is something that it is completely on her. She's going to be held liable if she said these things. It would be her fault. TJV, we got a mod war on our hands, it seems. I guess so. I guess so. Scott's definitely too calm talking to her. She says a lot of crazy shit. Scott is a snowflake. Damn. Scott is a snowflake, apparently, guys. Alright, let's get back into this.
Will hurt anything you love. So, chat, is the bark still worse than the bite? I don't know. Maybe. I don't get how. To me, if anybody made threats like that towards me, right, towards people I cared about, especially children, we're done. We're done. I'm never talking to you again. But you know what? It doesn't matter what I think, right? It doesn't matter. You know, I'm a completely different person. I don't know. You know, that's just the way I would handle things. But that's me. That's me. But let's continue on, right? Let's.
Scott said context. That was the day I left her. Toy says, "Hey, if it was me, Toy says, if it was me, I would have left her that day." Scott says, "Context, that is the day I left her." Seems like the day these recordings happen, Scott's never never talked to her again, it seems like.
Let's hear what else, right? Because she's
We'll
like a
see,
little
though.
chihuahua.
We'll see what happens, though.
She's like a little chihuahua, right?
She does seem like a little chihuahua, doesn't she? She seems like she's saying, because, like, as far as I know, and what Scott knows, and what everyone else know, nothing came out of this. She never acted upon anything, so it was like a chihuahua. All bark, no bite. It kind of does seem like that, doesn't it? At TGV, I said nice beard, man. Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. But doesn't it seem like a bit of a chihuahua situation? Especially if there's no... If she didn't act upon any of these threats, then it is sort of like a chihuahua situation, you know? Bark, 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 bark. TJV, she punched Scott. Yeah, the thing against Scott, yeah, okay, we'll get into that. If there was a punch landed, and if that is, but it definitely seems like a chihuahua situation when it comes to, you know, the threats, like, oh, I'm gonna hurt everyone you love, or whatever the hell, you know.
You know, makes a lot of noise, but, you know, doesn't really do anything, right?
Alright, next audio clip.
And my ex-wife didn't do anything to you either.
She actually said, that's a filter, blah, blah.
Well, so what?
So I'm gonna burn her fucking face with acid.
Okay, so that's a threat. That's a threat. I'm gonna burn her face with acid. This ex-girlfriend, her name's Cindy or something like that. She told Liz, I'm gonna burn, or she said, I'm gonna burn Liz's face with acid. Right? 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 She only hurt me because she grabbed my arms. Not Sydney. Who was it then? who was it then? This is someone else. Okay, someone else. Not Sydney, someone else. My bad. Retract that. This is my last girlfriend. I'm not giving her name. Understandable. I thought her name was already out there, but if her name's not out there, don't give her name out. She only grabbed your arm, right, Scott? Did she punch you or no? Did she punch you or only grab your arm?
Let her use a filter then.
It was a filter.
It wasn't a filter. I didn't use a filter in the picture.
Okay.
So I'm gonna burn her fucking face with acid, including her fucking eyeballs, and let her find a business job then.
Does it matter if somebody has a filter or not? It doesn't make
I
a
don't
difference.
care. I'm just gonna make the fucking point. I'm gonna melt her fucking
There's
face
no
off with acid.
fucking point to be made.
Yeah, there was minimal contact. She broke my computer. Okay, so she hardly did anything. It sucks she broke her computer, and if she grabbed your arm and that slightly hurt or whatever, but if it was minimal contact and you're not complaining much about it, then so fucking what?
I'm gonna make her face melt the fuck off. Let her find a fucking job then.
And Scott apparently doesn't talk to her. This is the day that Scott left her. Seems like no contact beyond this. What's up, Mr. Sun?
Again, this is psychotic.
I don't fucking care.
You do this all the time to everyone.
I don't care.
Anybody who's looked at me sideways, you've done this. And I literally cannot cheat on you. There is no fucking way I can.
I'm not saying you're cheating. She was a bitch to me, and she's a whore. Her entire fucking existence is her fucking face. Her entire existence is her looks. So let's watch her looks like peel off her fucking face. That stupid fucking whore.
I am going to be completely incapable of dating anyone
I'm
for
going
like
to
a
acid
year.
on your fucking face. I'm gonna take a fucking syringe of acid,
Sure,
shove her twat in her ass, and whatever melts, melts.
I don't know what the hell is wrong with you.
Okay, and I'm just saying now, yeah, these threats are not okay or whatever like that, but come on. If someone's saying that, hey, I'm going to melt your face, if someone is saying, hey, I'm going to pull a Harvey Dent Two-Face on you, come on. Like, I get it. Threats are not okay at all. But like, she's literally saying, I'm gonna make you Two-Face. I'm gonna make you Harvey Dent. Come on. She's not saying, as far as I know, I haven't heard her say, I'm gonna go put a bomb under her car or something like that. Like, I haven't heard anything that would be more in line of a realistic threat. But like, to say that I'm gonna burn your face with acid, I mean, I don't even know if this woman knows how to get acid to throw and burn on this person. You know, I don't know if I don't know how realistic an acid burn to the face would be, you know? Yeah, these sound like Warhammer 40k threats, yeah. Yeah, these sound really weird threats, okay?
There's nothing for you to be challenged about anything. There's nothing for you to be upset about.
She said I was a filter. Okay.
So what? That's a compliment. If somebody thinks you look like you're
I didn't use a filter.
it doesn't matter. If you didn't use a filter, you didn't use a filter.
This is all over a filter, her taking a photo and using a filter. That's what we're arguing about right now.
That just means that you're attractive enough that people think that you're that
attractive.
attractive.
I'm saying let's meet the bitch use a fucking filter forever.
Stop.
Watching her fucking face and her eyeballs, and her eyelids melt off. That'll turn me on. I'll get off to it. Fuck that bitch.
You'll get off to it.
What the fuck?
She'll diddle herself to it. Yeah, I don't understand.
Christ. These are weird.
Why? I don't know. I don't understand why she clearly has no regard for even him, right? She told him that she hopes that he offs, right? That he ends up getting deleted from this world. It's like, why would you want to be with a girl like this?
Context, Scott said in the chat, this is why he left her that day. Scott's no longer with this woman. Correction, real quick. Scott's no longer with this woman, but I really hope Toy isn't about to paint. I'm just saying this now. I really hope Toy is not about to paint, oh, Scott is this crazy to be with a woman this crazy. So if that has any role, I really hope that's not what he's about to paint, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, yes, Scott's choice on women like Liz and this woman is really questionable, but like I'm just saying, Scott said he left this woman that day. He left that woman.
Why would you tolerate this? All right. But wait, there's more. There's more, guys.
There's more. We're waiting.
We're not done yet.
Like getting punched in the...
All right, here we go. This one.
No, I don't like getting punched in the face. I don't like having my arm scratched up, and the excuse that you had too much to drink is not acceptable.
I don't...
So she was drinking, you got your arm scratched up, and you say that you don't like being punched in the face. Scott, did you get punched in the face? This was her grabbing your arm, like you said, and she was drinking that night, it seemed like. Right? At TJV, as for the acid threats, ask the people in the Middle East, India, about acid attacks. And FYI, pure bleach is an acid. Okay. Okay. I think she hit me in the face twice. Don't know if she meant to or if it wasn't a well-formed punch. Okay. So it was more just like an annoying nuisance, it seemed like. Okay. Gotcha. And she was drinking that night? She was drinking alcohol? That's interesting. Flailing, yeah. Okay.
Never put my hands
in the morning. Okay.
You were hitting me.
She wasn't drunk there. Okay.
Because you were mad.
I what? We weren't even fighting.
Oh yeah, no, we were.
What were we fighting about?
I have no fucking idea.
What were you fighting about? She was sober. The alcohol triggered it. Okay. Okay. It's just funny. What were we fighting about? I don't know. She was just threatening people, but we weren't fighting, you know.
That's one of the reasons why I was upset.
You were talking about defending.
No, you were flipping out about his mom. You're flipping about everything you.
That was downstairs.
No, it was up here. I come up here and you started it on me again and started attacking, talking about you're gonna get her murdered, you're gonna burn her house down, you're gonna dox Jonathan. You're talking all this crazy shit.
Because you were being an asshole.
I wasn't doing anything.
You were.
I was telling.
Dox Jonathan. She knows about Delirious. Scott just said in the recording that to his ex that his ex-girlfriend was talking about Jonathan. She has seen him. Oh, Okay, she has been to their house. Oh. Interesting.
You, I love you, and I want
No,
to give you
She's been inside. Okay.
unconditional love, and that I care
It doesn't
about you,
matter. You just
and I was
leave.
hugging you and
Just
kissing
you don't love me. It doesn't matter. Just leave. Just leave. You think I'm a whore? You call me. Just get out. Go.
Because
Go.
you do this
Yeah.
stuff when you're drunk.
I wasn't messaging anyone. I didn't even have my phone.
You weren't. What were you talking about with David?
I literally told him I had to make fucking biscuits. I couldn't find the fucking flour to make biscuits. Where he was talking about how he has a new job working at a fucking hotel, doing something with lava or something.
She's blocking the door so I can't go. That's what's happening right now. Also, her parents said to stay, so I wasn't going to leave. Interesting. So at this point, she's blocking the door, it seems like.
Lining or something.
What did he say? How did you start the conversation up? What was the conversation?
He said, "Are you happy?" I said, "Right now, no, but I'll live."
Okay, and how do you reply?
Why not? I said, but it's not like.
I'm sure he put more into it. What did he say?
Go read it.
I don't know where your phone is.
I don't know either.
Okay, so what did he say? Did it sound like something that someone who is bragging about how they're in someone's fucking DMs fucking with their relationship would say? Because I got a screen cap of him saying that around the time you were talking to him.
No.
He put it on his status.
No, dude.
He put it on his fucking status. Don't start.
He's talking about his new fucking job at the fucking...
Yeah, okay. So let's go ahead. You clear your bed off, you find your phone, and open it up and show me.
So Scott says in the chat that she is not a threat. Like, this ex-girlfriend is not really a threat. She's more of like a chihuahua, all bark, no bite, because she's partially blind and deaf. She cannot drive, and she lives in a state far away from the kids, far from North Carolina. I'm assuming New York, because you in the interview that you had with me, you said you drove up to New York at one point, and you mentioned the ex-girlfriend around there. So I'm assuming New York, but regardless, that does add a bit. Like, okay, she seems crazy. She seems a lot more like a chihuahua. If she can't drive, she's partially blind and deaf, and XYZ, and she has a medical condition with her brain that makes her act out. XYZ. Yeah. Okay, interesting.
Okay, find it. I don't care.
Look.
Go ahead. Find it.
Right,
Go ahead, open it. Hand me it.
Here.
You didn't do anything wrong.
You didn't do anything wrong, but he should. I'm sure of it.
You're already calling me names. Why would I fucking want to?
Calling you names because your fucking history in general is against you.
So if you're... Okay, why would I fucking keep calling you?
Huh? Go ahead, switch over there.
Here.
Alright.
There.
Okay, here we go.
Say shit wrong.
Yep. There's more, just so y'all know. But did y'all catch that? Apparently, this relationship has had hands thrown in it, right? And people could try to excuse and say, well, you know, I did it while I was under the influence. You know, I don't even remember it. That doesn't save you in a court of law, right? We all know that. If Scott had decided to press charges, right? Pretty crazy. So I thought it was just bark and not bite. See, these are things.
Which these... Okay, before I even get to what Toy says, how many people in the chat do think it's more bark than bite? Bark meaning, okay, these are more empty threats. These aren't gonna be like, they're serious, but they seem more like, okay, a little chihuahua barking. Or do you think these are bite? Like, people are actually scared and worried that she's gonna go Harvey Dent, Two-Face, Liz Katz. Let me know in the chat, bark or bite. What do you actually think this is? To me, it just seems like more bark, especially if she's partially blind, partially deaf, she can't drive, she's in a state far away from North Carolina. It's definitely more bark than bite, it seems like to me, but, I don't know. Toy, I really hope you're not leading to what I think he is. I hope he's not either, but again, this is just going to be a disagreement we have, and that'd be the end of it. Who is Harvey Dent? It's a Batman villain who scarred his face from acid. She was talking about throwing acid on Liz. as a credible threat and as a serious threat, I don't think anyone would take, oh, I'm going to throw acid onto your face as a credible threat. I don't know. Yeah, don't worry. It's still serious threats. I'm not trying to downplay the threats. All I'm saying is that they're not like, it ain't like she has a gun in her home currently right now, and during the recording we heard her cock the gun and say, I'm going to go shoot this bitch right now. It ain't that. It's more, it seems, yeah, she's dramatic. It seems like a 16-year-old girl who just got through a breakup and she's saying the worst things in the world that she can right now because she's super upset. It seems like a teenage girl fucking raging and being dramatic. That's exactly what it seems like to me. Again, just my opinion, but no bite, bro. She could easily have someone help her do it. Hey, if she knows somebody, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if that is what she's alluding to. From her specifically, it sounds overdramatic to me. Man, to me it sounds overdramatic, but just my opinion. She would pay an assassin. Yeah, because there's a 1-800 number easily to contact an assassin. I didn't know about that, guys. I'm sorry. Very similar to if Delirious really did threaten the baby, TJV. You mean something that something that actually points a gun to a baby's head in emoji form? Is that what you're talking about? 1-800 melt your face off. Yes. Well, I don't know. There could be a 1-800. I don't know. The threats are still serious, and Liz definitely should take a restraining order against person and treat it seriously. Does seem like a lot more bark than bite. The worst thing that she's done is touch her boyfriend in a very physical way, it seems like. If there was a punch thrown, like he said in the recording, or like grab by the arm and scratch the arm, you know. Yeah, she did threaten a kid. That's not okay. I'm not defending the girl, so like don't think I am, but yeah, I'm not defending the ex-girlfriend. It's still fucked up what she's saying, but it definitely sounds like a lot more bark than bite. It sounds like a very stupid thing to say. So I 100% agree.
These are situations that should be pretty concerning to whoever, right? Because these are the kind of people, they escalate over time. Sure, it's a punch to the face now while you're drunk. What is it going to be tomorrow? Is it going to be a stab with a knife? You know what I mean? Or something worse. I don't know. Baseball bat while you're asleep? Maybe. Right? You know, I'm hearing this.
Regardless of the no bark, no bite, Scott has been against her, though. He did everything right. He sent the audio clip to Liz. He warned her ahead of time. He sat here and said to get her a restraining order. He did everything right. The one thing that people like to criticize him on, and it seems like in his chat, or Toy might be trying to do here, might be, I don't know, but is the no all bark, you know, she's all bark, no bite thing. But that's his opinion. He doesn't think that she's as harmful as she's portraying herself to be. So you're going to have a different opinion from Scott, but Scott still did everything right. So there's not really a criticism here besides, oh, I don't agree with this opinion. I think she's a lot more bite than bark. And I was like, okay, cool. That's your opinion. That's it. But everything else Scott did was right. I mean, he warned Liz, sent her an audio clip to prove that these are credible threats. Hey, you should get a restraining order. Scott did everything right so far, besides having an opinion that some people don't like. You know, I guess that's it.
Stuff, and again, if these were indeed the audio clips that Liz Katz was talking about, which I have, you know, I presume that they are, right?
Okay.
I mean, you tell me, guys. You tell me. Is she justified in not wanting this potential lunatic around her kid?
Yeah, she is.
You tell me. I don't know. Because it sounds to me like Scott would 100% be justified in getting a restraining order against her too.
But Scott didn't think it was
hands
necessary.
On him. Apparently, according to Scott, that Scott said that in this clip. You know what I mean? She's put her hands on him when she's been drunk. So what's next? How far does this go? Right? Before something has to be done.
So Scott ends the relationship. This is his ex. That's why we're referring to this girl as his ex. So he cut things off with her. He doesn't want to go through all the papers and get in a restraining order. So he goes, it's not necessary. I just won't talk to her anymore. And that was the end of the relationship. So where's the real criticism on Scott here? Like, I don't understand, because I'm not saying Toy is, I'm just saying his chat was. So I wonder if Toy said something that made his chat all be like anti-Scott now because of these audio recordings, but I don't get what it was. I don't know.
How far does it go? All right, let's go on to the next.
All right, real quick, I want to hear from the chat just to get an update on how everyone's feeling about this. Do you feel that Scott did anything wrong besides have an opinion about the all bark, no bite? Do you think he did anything wrong in this situation so far with the ex-girlfriend? If everything in these clips were to be true and what Scott said in my interview with him, do you think he did anything wrong besides maybe having an opinion that people don't like? Scott is completely fine. No, he didn't do anything wrong. I feel like Scott has done everything right so far. Scott handled the situation very well. He handled himself with her and warned Liz. Good. No, Scott did nothing wrong. No, Scott's good. PTS, love you. TJV, marry me. Okay, that's weird. No, he didn't do nothing wrong. No, he didn't do nothing wrong. No, Scott is scot-free. Scott is scot-free. Ha ha ha. He didn't say anything bad in the audio, only trying to defend her, like, take the situation calmer. Okay. The restraining order should have been done. Again, your own opinion. He wanted to handle the situation differently. So it seemed like everyone agrees here for the most part that Scott is fine. He didn't do anything bad. So only criticism of Scott is why not get a restraining order from the woman? He told me, and he said in the chat, he feels like it's just unnecessary, that he can separate from the woman just fine and doesn't need a restraining order. A restraining order would just be like an added on thing after the fact, but I don't know, maybe Scott can clarify on it. But so far it seems like Scott hasn't done anything wrong according to these audio clips. I am curious on why the chat was so anti-Scott in this clip, so I wonder if Toy said something or what the hell's going on.
Let me go ahead and bring up the next one here. Yeah, this is pretty wild shit, I gotta say. All right, going on to the next one. Bear with me, folks. Here we go. This is the next clip. I'll let you guys hear it. I'll mute myself. So you guys...
Yeah, but it sounds like Liz wants to keep Zane safe from the ex. Well, again, that's going to come down to, whether or not you view, if one parent views the other parent and their people they hang out with as, like, a danger or whatever, stuff like that. So, like, Zane, or Zane Scott brought up that he doesn't really want Zane near Delirious, and he wants to see at least his son Scott. But he brought up that, and everyone else was like, well, we'll have to wait and see if it's true or not. And the worst you've heard from her is some audio clips of her saying some pretty terrible and damning stuff. So, and plus, if that's an ex of his and he's no longer hanging out, then why isn't Zane hanging out with Scott today if that's an ex and he's no longer talking and communicating, The ex has not been here for nearly 6+ weeks. So the ex hasn't been there for over a month. Then what's the excuse that, this is why Liz wanted to keep Zane? Well, okay, the ex isn't around anymore. What's the problem? What's the issue? They try to paint this like during the relationship, not the last day. Gotcha. The Toy chat was bassing TJV pretty bad. Okay, we're going to get into that and see that.
You guys can hear it?
What point are we at right here?
Oh, thank you.
The 53:09, because apparently this ended, and I want to see, like, the replay or whatever. Stupid ads. See, it's all bark. How long was the audio? There's multiple different audio clips. Some are 5 minutes, some are 2 minutes, some are all over the place, really. I think we got through this one.
It's very unstable, in my opinion. We've already heard in the audio she's been prone to making pretty extreme
Double cookie. It wasn't like we were even together.
Did we watch these? I don't know where we were at. I just
I
refreshed, and I
don't care
probably
about
should.
the January 6th thing.
I'm
I don't
saying
bring it
that's
up.
how close him and I were.
Oh, I think we didn't watch this one.
All right. All right. Going on to the next one. Bear with me, folks.
Yep, it's this one because I remember Toy saying that. All right.
I'll let you guys hear it. I'll mute myself so you guys can hear it.
All right, let's hear it.
Oh, thank you for gifting that membership, Dev. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that.
All right.
All right, let's go ahead and get this one started. Like I said, I'll mute so you guys can hear it. And I'll comment after the fact. I want everything to be heard in its entirety without me saying anything. So I'm going to start it now.
Okay.
Listen,
Let's hear
the
it.
only reason I got bothered by all this is because you basically told me the entire internet is more important than me.
It's on the
No,
internet.
listen, I had no interest
I
in anything.
deleted Facebook.
No, listen, listen.
Deleted Facebook? What? You're probably best off Facebook anyways. Alright, I shouldn't be joking about this. Just trying to be lighthearted in this, guys. I'm sorry. I am so sorry for anyone who gets offended for me cracking a joke mid-audio clip.
Listen. Please, just listen. Literally, there are guys who have no idea who you are. They don't know the first thing about you. And if they said something inappropriate, you would be like, whatever, and you would choose them over me. You made that
I deleted Facebook for you.
No, you did. You did. And that was to save our relationship. That was to try to get things fixed.
Literally a fucking mistake.
Listen, stop. You didn't delete Facebook. You deactivated it.
I'm just saying I'm no longer on there.
I know. Listen. I get the cookie thing.
Eric is my best fucking friend. When we went to January 6th, I was still with Cookie. I was still with Cookie. It wasn't like we were even together then.
I don't care about the January 6th thing.
I'm saying that's how close him and I were. Like, that's how close you were.
Yes, this is Scott in the audio.
Messages to me as your favorite insurrectionist.
Okay, so the only thing I took from that is that in order to fix their relationship, she needed to stop going on Facebook so goddamn often, or she needed to stop contacting someone on Facebook so much. Okay, whatever. It was something that they resolved. Whatever.
All right, there's that one. Yeah, I mean, who knows? I don't know if this is a person who was ever around Scott's son. I'm not gonna assume anything regarding that. Dev, no, that is Scott's ex-girlfriend.
And I'm gonna speed forward this real quick.
That is Scott's ex.
She has 1,500 simps, and no, we didn't. This was all from one day.
Girlfriend. Yeah. That is his ex-girlfriend in these audio clips. So let's continue on. Let's go to the next one here. I'm gonna keep this going. But again, this is a person that sounds very unstable, in my opinion. We've already heard in the audio, she's been prone to making pretty extreme threats towards people. On top of also, for lack of a better way to put it, domestically abusing Scott, right? According to what Scott said in these recordings, right? She punched him when she was drunk. Punched him in the face.
Okay.
Maybe it was a one-off, sure. One-off, maybe, but again, I think once is one time too many, in my opinion. When it comes to couples, nobody should be hitting anybody.
Okay.
So that's just me, though. Let's continue on, though. Let's continue on. Let's go to the next one. So here is the next clip.
When you're scared to tell, you turn into a boogeyman?
I thought my life was going to be over. I was scared. I'm allowed to fucking vent. I'm supposed to be able to trust you to just comfort me.
I don't know how to comfort someone who's talking about taking cleavers to people. I don't know how to comfort someone who's talking about having someone murdered and tortured.
Until I come back covered in blood. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Okay. All right. Where I come from, when people start talking like that, shit happens.
When I'm with someone I trust, I feel like I can vent, and apparently I can't.
Well, you need to give me some sort of fucking heads up.
I thought you knew me well enough to know.
I know that you're aggressive. I don't know that you're psychotic.
I have a completely clean criminal record. I've never.
You can be free of criminal record until you're not.
It means I've never done dumb shit.
You've done a lot of dumb shit. You just haven't been caught.
Violence-wise.
I'm not going to pretend that I'm some sort of angel or anything like that, but I don't go around reciting mantra about mauling people for 2 hours.
I literally thought my body was being taken over.
All right then. Yeah.
I have the same feeling for migrants.
Well, don't fuck a migrant.
No, I'm saying I want to murder them.
Okay. I don't.
But yeah, I lived in Bushwick for all that time. Not a single fucking migrant killed. I did consider stealing a kid or two because they have them restrained running around. My mom would like one as a gift, but they haven't done it.
Yeah. Can I have one of those awful things?
They're delicious.
They're terrible.
I like them.
They actually taste like ass.
Okay, well I actually like this. It's a good thing I'm drinking like alcohol.
It's a good thing because
I really like them.
I'm not a big fan of alcohol, but I'm glad you like them. I just need something wet because my mouth is dry.
I think they're fucking delicious.
Yeah, you like the taste of horrible alcohol.
Okay.
And there goes that one. All
okay.
right.
He pulls up my video
So
here.
again,
I'm curious
you know,
on what he says about this.
Just going back here for a moment. Just to
All
remind
right.
people here.
Remind people of what
And
Scott
there's
said in my
still
video
more,
about it.
By the way, we're not
Yep.
done yet. But just to go back to something here, right? Which I think is fair.
That I didn't need to, but if she wanted to, she could. Because my ex-girlfriend, you know, she's harmless. Like she's a bit borderline. She's not a problem. She's just she doesn't handle rejection or insecurity very well.
So you guys tell me what you've heard so far. Is that somebody you guys would take a risk with from what you guys have heard so far? Is that somebody you guys would take a risk having around your kid?
Okay, so Toy is basing this off of this is what she acted like prior, okay? So Toy needs to keep this in mind because if this was happening between Delirious and Liz and it just happened like the last day of their relationship, he would have bring up, well, they didn't know prior because it never happened prior. Do you guys understand that? So I'm not trying to like argue with Toy or defend Scott, but at the same time to bring up saying, well, Scott sat here and would you take a risk with someone like this? Scott literally said this was the last day they dated. He left her after these recordings. Am I right, Scott? This is the last day you were dating her, right? This is the last day you were with her. Right? And if this was the first time, like you said earlier in the chat, this is the first time she acted out in this sort of manner, and you left her the day of, then what is Toy going on about? As if he knew the red flags. He knew that this absolute breakout was going to happen where she acts completely insane. I drove her to her parents to dump her. And that's what happened that day. So someone explained to me why is Toy so hyper against Scott on this particular issue? Is he trying to prove since he took a risk dating this woman, not knowing these red flags would appear, then that would discredit him somehow? Or Maybe he just is super interested in Scott and the X in this. I don't understand. I should ask Toy if he wants to come on and answer some questions real quick, because Toy always has me go on to answer questions, but maybe I should do vice versa. We had a few issues just before driving to New York. Not how it works. She is fun until she isn't. He should have known about her mental illness and stuff. How would he, what mental illness? He said it was a medical condition, I think. Or mental illness. I don't know which way he described it. When Toy got these recordings, if I was him, I would have contacted Scott for the context of these recordings to understand fully. That's what I would have done if I got it, and I offered Toy prior to this date if he wanted to talk to Scott, and as far as I know, he hasn't contacted Scott at all. Scott can sit here and let me know if he did. Okay, I understand Gold Voltage, and there was a couple other people. If you guys just don't drop the conversation, you guys are talking, we're just going to have to hide you. People are having a problem with it. They don't want to hear about it, so just stop talking about it. It's not that big of a deal. You don't need to question every single thing. If people think that you made personal attacks and they want you to just chill out, not talk about it for a minute, just take a break and then bring up the same conversation you're having later and see if it works later. No reason to get that big into it. Scott was in the stream chat the other night, and they did was heckle him in the chat. I know, I saw it. People were pestering questions on him. But again, that's what Scott got himself into. People are going to ask a lot of questions. He didn't even do that with the interview. He just started talking without listening to all of it. Toy did that. Okay. It's just sharing my opinion. I know what a manipulator sounds like, and Scott... calm demeanor just sounds bad. I can share my opinion. Okay, Gold Voltage, I will announce to everyone watching the stream that Gold Voltage thinks Scott is a manipulator because of the way he sounds. His voice, his calmness, he's a manipulator. Keep that in mind. Okay, Voltage, I just announced it to my chat. Now drop it and move on. Everybody knows about it. Even people who aren't reading the chat and just listening to me just heard it. Now drop it. It's not that big of a deal. Move the fuck on. What is your issue? Just move on. Everyone heard it. Everyone knows your opinion on it now. Move on. I announced to the classroom what you wanted. Now chill the fuck out. People are getting annoyed with you constantly saying the same thing. Just move on. To me, I think your argument's dumb. Just because someone sounds calm and has a nice demeanor doesn't mean they're a manipulator. But that's your opinion. I shared your opinion. Now chill the fuck out. If not, you're going to get fucking muted. You're going to be banned from the chat. You just ain't going to talk no more. Teacher TJV, can I use the bathroom? No, Royal Q, shut the fuck up. Yeah, you can go to the bathroom. I don't care. All right. Anyways. Huh? Yeah, you can use the bathroom. You're not in my chat right now. If I argued with her instead of saying it back so she would understand what she is saying, and I would have likely escalated things. Right, I think Scott handled it fine. I mean, he had a calm demeanor throughout. He responded accordingly to her. He never yelled back and pursued the argument to the point where it blew up or anything like that, besides maybe the punch and the scratches on the arm. But besides that, he handled it fine by giving it to Liz and everything, and I don't know. I'm curious on why... I wonder what Toy's goal is to do this. Like, if he thinks Scott's a terrible person and horrible, like, I would want to know what's your reasoning behind that, at least, even if you have nothing to back it up, or even if it's not a sound argument. I want to hear that argument or whatever. But it seems like it's kind of like slightly anti-Scott right now, and I don't know exactly as to why. If anything, it should be the ex-girlfriend, and you know, Liz should have got the restraining order if she felt like she needed to do that, and Scott separated and is no longer dating and talking to the chick, so everything seems fine, you know? He's just trying to do a hit piece on me by disregarding context. I hope not. I hope he doesn't use this to disregard everything you said about the Delirious and Liz situation, because if there are things that you said about Delirious and Liz that are true, I mean, if you did something else bad, you should be criticized for it, and if there are things you said that aren't true, you should be criticized for it. But that doesn't mean everything you said is completely false, and there's reason to believe that you are involved in the situation. You are the ex-husband of Liz Katz. I mean, it ain't like it's so hard to understand that you've been around these people and you've seen some things and you're talking about it, you know what I mean? I needed Why is Delirious dragged into this? Go watch my previous video if you're still asking why Delirious is involved in it. I've explained it like a million times.
Right?
All right, so only she's bad in this situation despite having obvious mental issues, and instead of being encouraged to get help, and she gets publicly embarrassed on the internet. Gold Voltage, I didn't share these audio clips. I would have talked to Scott. I would have made a really informative piece, try to get all sides of the situation first before trying to post these. If you have a problem with that, go contact whoever fucking shared these with Toy. I'm talking about this because it involves directly with the situation, and it seems like a lot of people were mentioning me and Scott and other people in the chat and how this correlates to the Liz and Delirious drama. Gold Voltage, if you have a problem with that, your place is not here to complain about it. Your place is to go somewhere else where these were shared. Criticize Toy for putting these audio clips out. Okay? We're not here trying to just publicly bash somebody who has medical and mental issues. Sure, some of the things she says is cringeworthy and people are going to scoff at and laugh at slightly. But if she has a clear medical or mental issue, she should get herself checked out. And that's how it should be right there. Okay? But Scott left her. He's no longer with her. She's a free woman. She can do whatever the fuck she wants. What is the issue now? She's free from Scott's manipulation, like you're trying to put out there, Gold Voltage. She's free from the manipulation. They're no longer dating. What are you on about at this point? I don't know. Chat, let's do a vote real quick. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Scott manipulated his ex-girlfriend from being calm and having a good demeanor. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that's horseshit. I'm not being a white knight. I think everyone in this situation's bad. So do all we. We think everyone's fucked up in this, Gold Voltage. We all think the same thing. Everyone in this situation is bad. We're all thinking the same thing. Okay, but I'm not going to criticize a man for being calm and talking in a nice demeanor and trying to say, okay, hey, that's not okay for you to say. Someone who talks like that is not a manipulator. Okay? I don't know where you get this information from. If you've had past experiences, Gold Voltage, with people like this, I am sorry. You've had very shitty people that are manipulators that just so happen to have a calm demeanor. But not everyone with a calm demeanor is a manipulator. Is James Earl Jones, the voice of Darth Vader, is he a manipulator? I guess Darth Vader is, but I don't think the actual actor himself is a manipulator. Is every single voice actor who they hired for having a calm and nice demeanor, are they manipulators because they have calm and have that certain type of nice looking demeanor? Oh my god. Scott has definitely did bad things. He's a human, but in this particular case, he didn't do anything wrong. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying. All I'm saying. I don't think he did anything wrong in terms of how he handled the ex-girlfriend situation. I think he handled it fine. He warned Liz. He told Liz to get a restraining order. Liz clapped back saying, you need a restraining order too. He says, I don't feel like that's necessary. He broke up with the girl. He drove her to her parents to drop her off and dump her. He moved on from her. Now Liz needed to move on from her. Nope, wanted to hold apparently the kid, according to Scott's story. She didn't want to give Zane back because she was afraid of the kid being hurt or whatever. Well, the ex-girlfriend's gone. She ain't here no more. Now what's the reason? Nothing? Okay, whatever. Even Scott's admitting that he's making mistakes. He's not saying he's squeaky clean or he's perfect either. So I don't know what the fuck is the point.
Let me know in the chat. We'll go on to the next recording though. Let's go. All right,
next recording.
You don't love them anymore or not. You can't be that way in someone's house. You got to show respect for people when you're a guest.
Oh god, was I naked? Oh my god.
Probably your shit was off the whole fucking night. I don't know. I know there was a dildo on the bed.
Oh, where's that?
I don't know what the fuck you were wearing at the time, but you're probably naked.
Okay. You know what? Where are they?
Stop it. So you're gonna kill yourself now.
I would not. I don't want to be here a long time.
Okay, so what are you gonna do? What is it you're planning on doing? You're talking about taking the fentanyl pills that you said you stashed? Because I'm pretty sure your mom and Kumar went through looking for all of your dangerous drugs, put them in one place, and tossed them. Because they don't want you killing yourself.
There, and I've already found like 2 pills.
Then they took whatever it was that looked like it was dangerous then, probably.
They wouldn't know what the fucking doubles are in.
It doesn't fucking
They're
matter.
inside Beanie Babies. They wouldn't know.
Okay, now they do.
I've got like 3
You're not going to kill yourself now. Knock it off. Stop it. This is stupid. You're going to start behaving like an adult. You're going to drink a whole fucking lot less, and you're going to start being more civil. More civil, less civil. Or less civil, more civil. Okay?
No.
Why do you do that?
Because I'm anxious and I don't know what to do.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. I wanted to talk to you because I wanted to see what we were doing. Because this might... You know why? Because you keep doing stuff to disrespect our relationship, and you keep attacking me.
I didn't do anything to disrespect our relationship.
Okay, so you tell me how they're not. All right, have you been honest with me on everything? You swear?
Yes.
You swear. So if you give me your phone back, I'm not going to find you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so unlock it. Unlock it.
Every day we do this. Every fucking day.
There's that one. Look, this sounds like somebody that's like, unless
Let it rip, Toy. I know he wants to say it. Just let it rip. Let it rip, Toy.
Scott has got some kind of medical degree, right? In psychology. You know, this is a person that has a lot of baggage. It sounds like. I don't see. I don't understand why you would stay with somebody like this who is also I guess a drug user. To what extent? I don't know. I won't go as far as to say that they're an addict. You know what I mean? Because maybe they just do it recreationally. But these are things, right, that I would never, or I could never see, you know, be edifying to a child's life. I mean, why, again, you know, with all that we've heard so far, right? We've heard this person has allegedly abused Scott, right? Has hit him, you know, again, could have been just that one time, but still, I think one time is too many. Because who knows what's going to happen the next time, right? When somebody goes on a drunk binger.
I'm going to talk about it in a second, guys. Let me just listen to Toy real quick.
This person has made insane threats, not just towards Scott himself, but others.
Okay.
You know, other friends of theirs. I don't think this is somebody that you can handle. This is somebody that needs to be put somewhere where they could get some serious help.
Okay.
In my opinion. But let's go on. Because we got one more. We got one more to go through.
So why did he bring up, I don't know if Scott has a medical degree. Why did he bring that up? Did anyone catch that at all? Why did he bring up the medical degree? Is Gold Voltage still talking about it after I told them to stop? Gold Voltage, you know what's going to happen now, right? After I told you to stop. You don't need to keep defending yourself. People don't need to keep egging you on to sit here and do this. I'm responding to people. I know, but you're still trying to bring it. Stop responding to them. Can you do that? Can you just for me, Gold Voltage? Can you show me that you're mature enough? You're an adult. You can stop. Can you do that? Can you answer in the chat real quick? Can you stop, please? Can you just be civil? Just chill out. Stop talking about that. Give me like 10 minutes. I'm still going to be streaming for a little bit now. Give me like 10 minutes without you talking about it. Can you do that, Gold Voltage, please? Tell me real quick, can you do that? If you can tell me that, I won't get rid of you out of my chat. Just say that we're TJP, we're here. I didn't know if any mods were here. I had it pulled up on my end. I'm just going to wait. I'm going to wait here patiently. Everyone's going to have to sit here and wait till Gold Voltage responds. If not, I'm just going to remove him because I ain't going to spend a lot of time here waiting, but I'll wait for Gold Voltage. Just respond to me. Can you wait? I just did. No, I want to hear you say, "Hey, I'll stop." I did. No. Can you stop? Can you just stop talking about it for like 10 minutes for me? I'm sorry for everyone else who has to wait for this. I'm just trying to make it sure everyone can talk about what they want to in chat without having all this extra fluff pop up about stuff we already talked about 10, 20 minutes ago. I'm waiting, Gold. Tell me that you can wait for 10 minutes, that you can stop talking about it for 10 minutes. This does remind me of school. Well, when people act like children, you know, you gotta sit here and treat it like people do in school. I'll stop. Okay, thank you, Gold Voltage. Everyone, applaud in the chat for Gold Voltage, okay? We believe in you. I'm gonna be timing it. 10 minutes. It's 9:13 p.m. where I'm living currently. At 9:23, you can start talking about it again. Anytime before then, I'm banning you from my chat. Just chill the fuck out, please. That's all we want you to do. Alright? Even if you're responding to people, I told you to stop talking about it. In 10 minutes, you can talk about it again. But if you become an issue again after 10 minutes, I'm just gonna get rid of you. Alright. Anyways. Let's continue.
Through. Got one more here. So let's go to this last one here, because this last one I believe is I believe this is the longest clip. So I'm gonna go over this one here.
Fucking Sposba, you told me the names of fucking platforms of what's his name? Oh, I wrote it down though. Don't worry. And
what platforms?
Jonathan. Yeah, I already wrote down his actual whatever, and I know his actual face. I'm gonna fucking destroy them both. So get the fuck out.
You're gonna
get the fuck out.
Let me be clear.
Get the fuck out of my fucking house.
So you're gonna file false rape charges.
No, I said I would say what happened. I was used by misled. In New York, that's a fucking felony.
Misled? How so?
You said you were actually in a relationship, but as soon as I even talked to someone else for fucking half an hour, not even 20 minutes, about their fucking...
You've talked to him every day since we've been together.
No, I haven't.
Somebody you've slept with, and you keep talking to him over and over again. You've told me that we can't have a relationship.
Bye-bye.
So I'm fine with that.
Bye-bye. Get out.
I'm getting my stuff.
And that's up to your house. You're going to send me the next fucking 4 days.
I will give you whatever I can give you.
No, you better pay me back. You have literally a week to pay me back.
You can't set that as a timeline. That wasn't the timeline when
If you don't, I'm going to have someone go to Liz's house first. And then I'll start with your house.
So you're threatening to hurt Liz and then you're threatening to hurt me, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to have people hurt.
You don't pay me back where you owe me after you fucking leave me for no fucking reason.
I left you because you keep talking to Eric.
I told you he was one of my friends.
I'm not going to deal with it.
Alright, goodbye.
Okay, good.
Okay, I'll let us listen to the rest of the clip, but the fact that he just says, "Hey, I left you," did everyone hear that? Where Scott just told this woman, this ex-girlfriend, "I left you." Did everyone just hear that? Did everyone just hear that? Scott just sat here and says, "I will leave you," or "I left you." Okay, so then why is Toy sitting here saying, "I don't know why you choose, why you're with a woman, you know, with all this stuff, why you choose to, you know, be with her and stuff like that." He just confirmed they broke up. Maybe there's more to this clip and they make things right and they're back together as a couple and I don't know. But isn't that just like proof that like he left? He left her? After this weird incident of all these recorded calls, maybe he recorded on purpose because he knew he was going to break up with her and didn't know what the reaction was going to be. Did Toy think about that? I don't know. I don't know. I hope Toy understands, though, that, like, they're not together anymore. Like, Scott's saying it publicly. The voice clips are now backing up that they're no longer together. I don't know. Unless or unless Scott is secretly still with her and Liz has her reasons to believe that they're no longer together. I mean, it seems pretty standard.
Like I said, I will get my stuff. I have to go through
I'm gonna start contacting companies and tell them you're a fucking rapist and shit. Go ahead.
You're gonna lie and tell
Oh, I will. Oh, I will to ruin you after you do.
Scott better than me, I would have flipped. Yeah, another thing to point out, I'm not biased towards Scott. I don't have any allegiance towards Scott. I don't know if everything he said is 100% factual about Delirious and Liz, but huge W to Scott here. Most people would have flipped the fuck out, and especially if she laid hands on Scott, most people would hit fucking back. Rarely am I gonna sit here and say put a W in the chat for Scott. He handled this very fucking well so far. I have not seen any of these clips where he's verbally abusive, where he hits back, where he makes her do anything. Like, he seems really calm and collective and handled this well. Most people wouldn't be able to do it today. If I got my hands laid on by any sort of woman, I would have fucking slap that bitch back. I don't give a fuck what her gender is. You don't lay hands on anybody. You lay hands on someone, they have reasons to defend themselves and hit back. He did a great fucking job. Great fucking job.
When I'm in love with you, absolutely, I'll fucking destroy you. Fuck you.
You don't do this to people you're in love with.
You don't do this to people you're in
Don't
love
put
with.
your hands on
You
me.
don't do this to people you're in
Don't
love with.
put your hands on
You've
me.
proven you don't fucking love me.
Stop putting your hands on me.
You're right. Goodbye. Goodbye.
You can call Eric back. You have your talk with him. It's fine. Like I said, I
No,
gotta
it's
get my
fine.
shit together.
I'd rather start calling fucking technology companies and telling them what a fucking liability you are.
I'm not a liability.
You are.
Alright, we'll go with that then. Slander, libel.
Piece of shit.
Slander
Piece of shit.
and libel.
Piece of shit. I love you.
Stop putting your hands
Stop.
on me.
I love you and you're being insane.
No, I'm not. You're
Yes,
being
you
insane.
are.
Stop putting your hands on me.
I fucking
Do
love
not
you.
put your hands on me.
I had a conversation for 20 fucking minutes and it's fucking work.
Get your hands off me. I have to go.
Stop.
I have to drop the box off
Stop.
at UPS. Don't kiss
Stop
me.
it.
Do not kiss me.
Stop.
You keep trying to put your hands on me and kiss me. This is not acceptable.
This is insane.
No.
Stop.
I'm leaving.
Fucking Scott, I love you. Stop. Stop. I literally had a conversation with my friend about his work situation. For fucking 30 minutes.
Like I said, you guys, you get along a lot better than you and I. So you guys should probably get back together. I want.
Will you stop? You knew he was my fucking friend. I told you last night I was gonna talk to him today.
And I told you then. I was like,
I know, because you're a piece of shit. I'm not even gonna talk to my friends.
You got me pinned to your bed on
You're right.
on top of
Goodbye.
and you're yelling
Goodbye.
at
You're
us.
right. Better to fucking make claims. Go.
Jesus Christ. I'm assuming that what she said there was true, or what Scott said there was true. He was pinned to the bed by this woman. What? Holy fuck. Yeah. This, props to Scott. Holy shit. Like,
Go ahead. Goodbye. Fuck you. Fuck you. Goodbye.
the loud sounds are her hitting me. So yes, she did hit me. Listen to the audio.
Better to make false
Yeah, you have
claims.
5 fucking minutes to get the fuck out of my house.
I am trying to get dressed, and I'm trying to get my stuff.
I loved you, and you manipulated me and used me
I
for
didn't
sex.
do anything at all.
You manipulated and used me
I
for
did
sex
not
and
do
sodomy.
anything of the sort.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
Did you not know Eric and I were still friends? Did we have the conversation? We're still friends. Are you denying that?
You said that it was an occasional thing that you guys would talk.
Yes, I haven't talked to him in 3 fucking months on the phone.
No, you talked to him every day via text.
Not every day.
Almost.
All right, fine. He's leaving. Don't worry.
Oh, that was
That's
the
it.
parents yelling. That was the parents yelling, and she had to yell, "Don't worry, he's leaving." Oh my god. I feel bad for the parents now. This ex's parents. Holy shit. You had to deal with this argument all fucking day. Because Scott said this happened throughout a 12-hour period this day. Holy shit. They had to deal with all this yelling all goddamn day. This is a lot. I feel bad for the parents. Hashtag justice for the parents, man. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. And it's their fucking home. They gotta deal with their goddamn daughter acting this way. Jesus Christ.
You meant nothing.
You have.
I mean nothing. I mean nothing to you.
Every single female I
All
know.
right.
You have attacked.
You have no idea what's gonna happen to female.
You get your hands off of me and do not put your fingernails into my skin again.
You think it's gonna happen? Oh, you're talking to fucking Aubrey? Okay. Go ahead, get out. You think I don't care?
You're threatening Max's wife.
I will threaten everyone.
You're threatening Max's wife.
I have nothing to
you
fucking
threatened
lose.
Amanda. Who else? Come on.
Amanda, I don't give a fuck about.
Okay, good.
But other people, you're talking to them, and I'm apparently doing some more talking to my fucking friend. So I have no reason.
Eric is not a friend. He is.
Eric is my fucking friend. He was my friend for fucking 7 fucking years.
Then you shouldn't have turned it into something else. It was.
You're right. I shouldn't have. But I told you in the beginning he was my fucking friend, and you said it was fucking fine, and you shouldn't have gotten a relationship with me.
It was fine.
Listen, I'm gonna die in a couple months.
Mm-hmm.
I've got enough money to fucking hurt a bunch of fucking people. You should get the fuck out of my house before that happens. Go ahead. Because I don't give a fuck if it's Max's wife. I don't give a fuck if it's your fucking friend. I don't give a fuck if it's your little fucking blow doll. I will fucking make sure they're fucking nice.
I think this is why Max gave the files. He hates her.
And their fucking plots and twisted. Get the fuck out of my house. I don't care enough. You said you love me. You clearly fucking don't. I have nothing to fucking lose. I don't care if I fucking die. You were the only reason I had to be here. So fuck you. Go ahead. Leave. The only reason I'm still fucking here is because you. Get the fuck out. I'll die in a month.
This is Scott's ex, not Liz. If anyone's confused, this is not Liz Katz. This is Scott's ex, not his ex-wife, his ex-girlfriend. This is what Liz was referring to when she got audio clips of someone sending threats towards her and her family. This is what Liz was talking about. We're now hearing the audio clips.
Month anyway. I don't care what your repercussions. Fuck you. Get the fuck out.
I'm getting my stuff up.
Get the fuck out.
I've got to pick my
Then you
stuff
better
up.
fucking protect them, bitches, because I want to hear them scream.
Yeah, that audio clip was loaded. I think that one's a must-hear one right there. A lot to unpack in the audio clip.
Yep, and there it is. So yeah,
again, if Toy had all of these and he got it from Max, which is Scott's best friend, I would hope that Toy would, like, why didn't Toy talk to Scott about this? He could have got so much more context on, like, what was happening in the clips and what things were being said and why was that important. Toy, I get it, his style's just to break it down on his own and that's it, but he brings me in to clarify and ask questions sometimes as well, as if I know information as much as someone directly connected. Like, why? I don't understand why Toy wouldn't want to bring in Scott. Like, I just don't get it, you know? Why wouldn't he want to talk to Toy about it?
yeah. Again,
Scott says Toy doesn't like me. I'm sort of getting that feeling, but to dislike someone right off the bat, you know? He literally trash-talked me without listening to anything. Some people are saying Toy has been heavily biased towards Delirious and Liz, and Toy's always against Ohm, and I don't know, people point out that bias a lot, but I don't know. I always try to catch in and listen to his stream, but a lot of it is Toy and his opinion on things, and he shares his opinion, and his opinion does typically point one way or another, you know? More so on what Toy chooses to talk about. So, like, when all the alt accounts came up, he doesn't criticize Delirious a lot for that, but he starts to talk about, like, the context of the alt accounts without doing any criticisms on top of it. But then at the same time, when he does want to criticize, it's usually about Ohm or, in this instance, Scott. So, again, I'm not going to try to say he's biased, but it is interesting to see. Maybe I just have to have a longer talk with him, but I mean, I still talk to Toy and everything. I hope that things aren't. I hope things are going well with him and everything.
You know,
so.
I leave it to you guys. After hearing those audio clips,
I've also picked up on some of what what Toy does a lot. He goes, I don't know. I'll leave it up to you guys. You guys form your own opinion. And then he always leads into like what he wants to say about it. And I'm happy I can start picking this up.
do you guys think a restraining order is justified?
Why does that matter? Why does it matter if Scott gets a restraining order or not? Like, Liz should get a restraining order, but Scott clearly isn't threatened by her. He's, like, clearly kind of talking back to her, but doing it in a very polite and mature way. Why does it matter if Scott gets one? I get to protect the kid, but he ain't with her anymore, and she doesn't drive, according to Scott, so, like, he doesn't care if he gets a restraining order, you know? He doesn't give a fuck because he doesn't feel like she's an actual threat to him. Like, what the fuck? I'm so confused. TJV, I think Toy got so excited for this material for his live stream, and that, like a child who got a loaded gun he used instead of getting proper information, context context blur. That's my opinion. Okay. Because of Scott's safety and more. But Scott's safety isn't threatened. He doesn't feel threatened by her. You're talking on a theoretical what if these threats carry anything, and he doesn't feel like he needs to. I'm literally the only person she did not threaten to kill. I mean, yeah, I don't think she verbally said anything about threatening to hurt him. Well, she did. She did about the car thing. She did about the car thing. She hopes that you drive speed with, you know, no lights and blah, 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 blah. She did threaten your safety technically with that. But still, even then, like, if Scott doesn't feel like he's threatened by her, what, she's 120 pounds, 5'7"? Yeah, if you're not threatened by some empty threats, you don't have to, oh my god, I gotta get a restraining order. I've been to so many car meets where people get heated and start yelling. If whoever got threatened at those car meets that I go to instantly has to get a restraining order for their safety and their kids and their family. Sometimes you just hear threats that might seem like loaded threats, but most of the time people just carry empty threats. Most people are bark with no bite. That's how it is. And this is just my perspective. I'm a Midwestern. I don't know how things are over on the East Coast and how, you know, or West Coast, East Coast. I don't know how things are over there, but to me, if I hear threats around my area, most of the time they're just empty threats, and it happens all the fucking time. I mean, is it worth taking that risk? No. That's why if people who want to get a restraining order should get one. For example, Liz. But Scott doesn't want to get one. He thinks it's up to him if he wants to get a restraining order or not. And if he doesn't, he doesn't. End of conversation. If other people disagree, okay, disagree, share your opinion. But, like, I don't know why that is so prevalent of an issue in all of this when it has literally nothing to do. Like the person that should be at fault for a lot of this and should be the one criticized is the ex-girlfriend. The ex-girlfriend is making some ridiculous threats and laying hands and very unstable person. That should be the person up for criticism, if anyone, not Scott for refusing to get a restraining order. I don't know. She threatened to file false rape charges. Yeah. She hopes I have an accident. That's not her killing me. Okay, yeah, she doesn't threaten to physically come and kill you. I needed to get the threats recorded so I would not take a charge I didn't earn. Gotcha. Didn't know if it was another Sam and Liz situation like you mentioned in my interview.
You guys let me know. Because here's the thing, right? Let's just say, right, that she is, she's harmless, has been claimed. I don't know. Why would you take the risk with somebody like that? I don't get it. Like, I don't get.
All right. Am I being, is this wrong for me to criticize Toy for a second, guys? I'm going to ask your guys' opinion and ask if this is a fair criticism. Do you think Toy is focusing way too much on a 5-second clip of him saying she's harmless, she's all bark, no bite? Do you think Toy is focusing way too much on that instead of reviewing these audio clips as, okay, these are threats, this does confirm Liz's tweet, this does validate part of Scott's story on what he told Liz and blah, 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 blah? Do you think Toy is being a little too critical on the 5-second part of the interview instead of anything else about the interview? Okay, so a lot of yeses. I'm still waiting for more. Okay, second question. Do you think Toy... There's way more to talk about than whether or not she's bark or bite. Exactly, Gold Voltage. That's exactly what I'm saying. There's a lot more to talk about than all bark, no bite. If you dislike his opinion on whether or not he thinks she's threatening, that's up to you. Me personally, if I heard a woman like this walk up to me or my girlfriend at a car meet and say all this shit, I'd laugh in her face, I'd get back in my car, and I'd ignore it. I would think it's all bark, no bite. That's my opinion, and that lines up with what Scott's opinion is of her. Am I a terrible guy? Do people need to make videos about me? No, it's just everyone has their own opinions. Some people find these very serious threats. If you do, and if it's towards you, you're allowed to get a restraining order. You're allowed to report this stuff. You're allowed to do whatever you need to ensure your safety. So those who don't think it's threatening, do whatever the hell you want. It's just like, it's similar to like the COVID thing and the vaccination. Those younger people who didn't want to get vaccines, I think everyone has a right to not get the vaccine. If you don't think COVID's as threatening to your life as other people are, you don't have to get the vaccination. And those who try to force the vaccination upon you would be in the wrong. This is the exact same thing. Why try to force upon Scott, you need to get a restraining order, when he feels like I'm not threatened in any sort of way? That might have been an outside there comparison, but like, it's kind of in the same vein, you know what I mean? So, I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Let me know.
Get why you would take the risk with somebody like that, especially somebody that, again, in one of the earlier clips, Scott himself has said that she had punched him in the face when she was drunk. Like I said, what's next?
TJV, there's a kid involved, not black and white. Okay, I understand that. That's why I said if Liz felt like the kid was in danger, then okay, get a restraining order. It is pretty black and white. People have a decision, get a restraining order or not get a restraining order. Okay? And Liz probably wanted to, and Scott didn't. What isn't so black and white about this? Explain to me, Jacob, why it isn't. Just the fact that she's willing to speak these words just prove that she is harmful. Putting someone through emotional and mental toll like this is harmful. Scott, if she was actually striking you, it is not completely harmless. I'm not saying get an order, but keep in mind the addictive could flip and it could get worse at some point. He's saying in the chat that's the last time they're together. They're not talking no more. That's they broke up. He dumped her. It's over. So talking about if, you know, oh, I don't know if you're continuing the relationship, but it could get worse from here. They're not dating anymore. They're done. But that's the point, though. Scott would need to order because of his kids. If he didn't feel like he was in any danger, he has the right to parent the way he feels like he needs to parent in that situation. He doesn't feel like Zane or him would be in danger from her. She clearly is still getting over Scott, it seems like. She doesn't want to be dumped or whatever. It doesn't seem like Scott feels like he isn't really that harmed, you know? I get that, TJV, just so she doesn't pop back up. I get that. That's why I said if Liz wants to get a restraining order while she has kids there and everything like that, go for it. Go right ahead. I'm sure they got great security at their place, too. She wouldn't even get that far. Especially if their house is worth as much as Scott said, like $2.8 million or whatever. She was not around not around my son while in the state. I dropped Zane off alone at his mom's. went back and then picked the ex up to drive out. Once I knew she was being crazy, I kept them apart. So Scott did everything he thought was right without having to go through getting a restraining order. He did everything else right. And some people don't want to have to go through going to get a restraining order and filing all those papers and doing all those sort of things. Some people just have a personal preference. If I was being threatened like this online or by an ex or whatever, I wouldn't get a restraining order. I'd be like, if she shows up at this house, she's getting fucking killed. She trespasses on my property, I'm gonna fucking kill her. Simple. Done. Easy. Shouldn't trespass. I'll give her a warning not to trespass, not to come in my place. She knows what's coming. That's how I would handle it. Even if I had a kid or not. And trust me, I think a father can protect the kid better than a restraining order can, just an FYI. A father's willing to go to a lot farther lengths than a restraining order would, okay? And that's if the cops show up on time, and that's if she doesn't already harm the person before police show up at the door and before anybody can contact an officer and blah, 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 blah. So again, there's a lot of opinions on getting a restraining order and if that's effective or not, and XYZ, XYZ, XYZ. Good advice. I'm not trying to give any advice with what I'm saying here. I'm just saying, if Scott didn't feel like he wanted to get a restraining order, it's not that big of a fucking deal in my opinion. He will protect his kid. He will be fine. He's 6'5", 260 pounds, for Christ's sakes. He shared this information out there. What's a 5'7", 120-pound woman going to do? I'm not trying to sound sexist here or anything, but holy shit. What do you think she's going to do? Jesus Christ. People's like, oh my, you have to protect the kid, though. He's a 14-year-old boy, okay? This will be a good learning lesson for him, okay? This is how you deal with psycho exes. First, you don't date them in the first place. But second, if you gotta deal with a psychopath like it, this is how you do it. Like, Jesus Christ. Again, my own personal beliefs are coming out. Sorry. I'd want to protect my kid to fight back if someone trespasses on your property. If someone steps foot in your home, tries to threaten you with violence, you fight back. You fucking make sure that motherfucker doesn't have another chance to do it. I forgot he was 6'5". Yeah, Scott's 6'5", 260 pounds, apparently, what he said. What's a 5'7", 120-pound woman going to do to him? Again, yes, if she was threatening... Regardless if she was threatening one thing or another, they're still threats. They are still serious. I understand that. To those who want to get a restraining order, get a restraining order. If Scott doesn't want to, it's not that big of a fucking deal. It's not big of that fucking deal. That restraining order doesn't make all the bad things go away. It doesn't fix all the issues. I don't know what's people on about. Zay knows nothing is going to happen to him. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does feel protective if he has a 6'5" fucking father. Jesus Christ, that's tall as shit. My dad's like 5'10". Yeah, we're only on topic about the restraining order Royal Q because I'm sure Toy's gonna continue to bring that up. I'm gonna sum up quickly if I have to bring it up again, but I ain't gonna continue to talk about it.
Punch in the face today. What's it gonna be the next time, right? Because abuse, it just escalates over time. If stuff like that isn't properly addressed, we know that it escalates over time. So I don't know. I don't get risking being associated with this person.
He didn't know. Oh my God. So apparently, Scott, this was like the first time she like broke out and had this huge fit, right? And this is the day you dumped her, right? I just don't understand where Toy's... I don't get risking being with someone like this. He dumped her this day. He's not with her anymore. It's over. He made the right decision. He left her. What the fuck?
Knowing
I don't know if Toy knows this.
I don't get it. I don't think it's worth it. Not for your kid. I think this is when you could be like, deuces. All right, hey, you want to threaten my kid? Peace out. Peace out. We're done here. That's a line you don't cross.
Wait, what did Toy just say?
Peace out. We're done here. You want to threaten my kid? Peace out.
He just did it in the audio clip. Did you guys all hear? Toy just sat here and said, "We're done. I'm leaving you." Didn't Scott say that in the audio clip? And Toy played this audio clip on live stream. They are done. They are broken up. They've been done. He said it in the audio clip. Why is he bringing up, well, Scott should have said, peace out, we're done, you threatened my kid. He did leave her. He did leave her. What are you talking? I really like Toy too. I don't. Oh, god damn it. I don't. Toy, come on, man. Hopefully you address this in your next stream. Hopefully you answer some of your own questions. Toy must have heard the opposite. Or maybe he was just not paying attention at the point. Or maybe he... I don't know. Rule number 1 of doing commentary. Actually pay attention. Alright. Have a little bit of fun. Meme about the situation. But no actual hate towards Toy. But come on, Toy. He just said in the audio clip, I'm leaving you. We're done. We're done.
Peace out. We're done here. That's a line you don't cross. It's a good question. I don't know. I couldn't tell you, Dev. I really have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, only Scott can answer that, right? He says...
And chat, did Scott answer why he didn't report her? Because he doesn't feel threatened by her. He feels like it's unnecessary. So we got the answers over here at the TJV channel. Hopefully, I don't know if Toy's going to rewatch my entire stream to see if he can get the answers. Do I need to make a whole... I don't want to have to make a whole video about this situation, because this is a lot more of a... not to do with the other... It's like a side story in all of this. It's like the ex-girlfriend of Scott Reinhardt, you know, but I don't know if that's worthy of doing it. It would be informative. People would understand the situation better if I condensed it down to a decent sized video. But I don't know if, because I feel like I would have to repeat this in future streams, you know what I mean? 5-hour long stream of drama, don't think a lot of people would. Yeah, this is DLC content. Oh, it's funny. I mean, the views, I don't care about the views. I just don't know. No, they wouldn't, TJV. What do you mean, no, they wouldn't? They wouldn't what? Do a whole video because people will TLDR. Yeah, people do need, like, a TLDR of all of this. Like, okay, we got the audio clips. Does Scott look worse? Does it discredit any of his other claims? No, not really. Does it make the ex look worse because now we've seen the threats? Yeah. That's pretty much the TLDR. That's it. They won't get it. I'm sure people will get it. People will understand being like, okay, whoa, that bitch is psycho. But people will probably give props to Scott because there's been a lot of people in relationships like that where one person's just, or where both people are fucking loud and verbally abusive. But the way that Scott is, yeah. Highlight video time? Maybe. I think it'd be better if I just, like, cut out a part of the stream and condensed it down to, like, a 10-minute video, you know? That would be easier. We went through the audios, right? I think there's still more. We're not done yet. Again, I'll continue, though, because I know we're rambling now. This is stuff we got to talk about at the end of this, so.
That it's because he believes she's harmless, but, you know, she's put his hands on him. He says that he told TJ that it's because he believes she's harmless, but, you know, she's put his hands on him.
I am just curious because Toy brings up, sorry about getting these people confused, but Toy puts here, he sits here and says Scott told TJ that she's harmless. Do you guys know someone like this that would make a bunch of empty threats but wouldn't act upon it? How many people do you know in your life that would do this? Some people might not know anyone because they don't take empty threats lightly, but me personally, I know, like there was a period in time, I'm not trying to speak ill upon this person, so I won't say who they are, but someone who is close to me, that I knew for a very, very, very long time, they used to make empty threats a lot. Threats worse than what we heard here, not just acid, and I hope you speed with your lights off, and whatever she said. People would make a lot more worse empty threats than that, like go descriptive on what they would do. And I know that they're harmless. I know that they're only saying that because it is what it is. Like they're just a rageful person when it comes to verbally expressing that sort of hate when they choose to do it. But I know they would never do anything, and they haven't done anything. They're just that way. So like, some people are just verbal, and when they're verbal, they're really verbal. But are they physical at all? No. I know someone who is verbal but not physical at all. Yeah, so there are people like this. I mean, I know people like this. So that's why I'm not taking what Toy is saying as like a, oh my God, Scott, why didn't you do it? You look so bad for this. Why'd you not do this, Scott? Scott, you're a terrible person now. You didn't do this, Scott. I'm not acting like that because, like, it's Scott's choice. He's handling his girlfriend and his relationship the way he did, his ex-girlfriend. Handle it the way you do. I would handle it very similar. I wouldn't fucking go through getting a restraining order and wasting my time. Where do you have to go for that? The courthouse and file a restraining order or whatever? Or do you call the police and, like, the non-emergency line? Do you talk to them? I don't even know how you would go through something like that, but I wouldn't waste my fucking time going through that. I'd just block them and tell them never to show up or they're going to get hurt if they step foot on my property, and that would be the end of it, you know? I do not know which ex Liz and John were trying to use against Ryan. Oh, okay, we're not going to talk about Ohm here right now. Not subject to conversation right now. Please and thank you. 2JV, you can't ever assume empty threats, to be fair. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not assuming. I'm saying I don't know if this person has a violent background. As far as I know, they don't have a violent background. They don't seem like... She doesn't seem like the type of person that would carry any threatening presence. But if Liz felt that way and felt like they weren't empty threats, I said, hey, it's fair for her to get a restraining order. I'm not saying Liz shouldn't get a restraining order. I'm saying if Scott doesn't want to, he doesn't have to, you know? And to me, they kind of do sound like empty threats. It sounds like what someone close to me for a long time, it sounds like something they would bring up, but my friend would bring up a lot worse shit than that, you know? You go to the police. It is called DVPO. Okay. So you go to the police for that. She is 34 and she has not harmed anyone. All right.
So, again, how harmless is she really? And how long will that last, right? Like I said, it's a punch to the face today. What's it going to be tomorrow? What's it going to be the next day? What's it going to be a month from now? A few months from now?
And I don't mean to pause every 5 seconds, but do you understand if you sit here and say that? Like, I get his concern, but if you sit here and say, it's a punch today, what is it tomorrow sort of thing, it's kind of like a generating hysteria thing. This is what commercials did back in the day against, like, you know, like alcohol is a thing that they do all the time in commercials. It's kind of like a propaganda tactic where, like, hey, this does, it might give you a good buzz now, but what will it do to you in 30 years sort of thing. So it's like a, hey, this person has a repeat offense. It's like political campaigns. You'll hear what Toy just said all the fucking time. It's kind of like a propaganda sort of thing. And again, I understand his concern. I understand these are serious. I'm not knocking Toy for this. I'm just saying with what he's saying, it is kind of generating there's a hysteria behind this sort of thing. She could be a violent, dangerous, psychopathic murderer. You know, it's kind of generating that a little bit. It's something that you got to kind of keep aware of. Again, if Scott's saying that, okay, I dealt with people like that in my life, whatever. I don't care. At the end of the day, this ex-girlfriend shit doesn't matter because Liz will get a restraining order. Hopefully, Liz and Delirious will get a restraining order against this person. Done. Sweep it under the rug. Move on. We all agree that this ex is a fucking psycho for what she said. We could all move on. TJV commercials still do that. Oh, I know. I get Truth Social fucking vape ads all the time on my TV, and every time I do, I stick up my middle finger at it. Like, before I'm going to bed, I'll get a fucking vaping nicotine is bad for you sort of thing. I'll stick up my middle finger straight to the ad. Fucking hate those ads popping up. I don't want to hear anything about vaping. I vape because I want to vape. Leave me the fuck alone. That's what I want to do.
Well, Scott could come over here to the chat if he wants. If he wants to ask, what I'd ask him is, why were these taken down? That's what I'd like to know. Why were these taken down? Yeah, she did. She was basically going to try to Me Too him on top of everything else. And she's like, why? Like, if this is the cause of everything, right? If she was the catalyst for all this shit, this should have been so easy. It should have been like, you want me to get a restraining order against this bitch? Done. Give me back my son. Let me see my son. Done.
Oh my god. If he doesn't want to get a restraining order, it doesn't fucking matter. He's 6'5", 260 pounds. He'd fucking break her fucking back before she has a chance to do anything. He would have she wouldn't even be able to step foot or knock at the door and do anything at all. She isn't an opposing actual threat to him, and that's his view on that. He warned Liz and told Liz, you should get a restraining order if you're threatened by this. He did the right thing. Why are you knocking the guy saying, well, if he doesn't get a restraining order, he handled the situation badly? What the fuck? Bro's an NBA player. Yeah, what the fuck is this twig of a woman gonna fucking do to him? Hey, by the way, TJV, I think Delirious fan tried to somewhat start a war in my replies. This is the comment section in your recent video on the situation. Okay, yeah, people are gonna do that. I just wouldn't bite into stupidity if you think it's stupid what they're saying.
Yeah. I don't know. Shit is wild, man.
So that the moment he does that, she would leverage in the style of asking for stuff in order to get stuff. Yeah, so like Scott said that, correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, what is a sheet of paper going to do that my hand wouldn't do better? Scott couldn't have fucking said it better. But Scott, tell me, Liz did ask you to get a restraining order, or did she demand you to get a restraining order? What did Liz tell you to do? At TJV, is Liz keeping Son away because she wants you to get a restraining order? It seems like it. You could give her a paper cut. That's a good one, Gold Voltage. Yeah, you're turning around on me, Gold Voltage. You're getting better. But, yeah, so, like, why did Liz... I don't know. Like, if the reason she demanded it... Liz demanded a restraining order, I said no. And this might be the whole reason why Zane's being kept from you. Is because you refused to. Because she demanded you do what she wanted you to do. But no, you handled it your own way. You handled it the way you wanted to because you're a fucking man. You're a grown-ass fucking adult. You can do what you want to fucking do. And she's like, yeah, I'm not giving your kid back anymore because you didn't get a restraining order. That's the story? That's what you're going with? Because if that's what you're saying, that is fucked up. Demanded to, not asked, yeah. So you won't get an order so you can't see him. That's what Scott's saying. It is worse to get the restraining order. It upsets my ex. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if the ex... that would also probably... I mean, yes, it's another layer of protection because it's a piece of paper where cops can show up and arrest her if she does come within a certain distance or whatever, if that's how a restraining order works. But if she's served with paper saying, hey, you got a restraining order, you can't show up within this amount of distance from him, you can't contact him, you can't do any of that, wouldn't that just piss her off even more? Like, wouldn't you be inciting some of that issues instead of just breaking off the relationship, saying, hey, you know, we'll have conversations afterwards, I'll tell you, thank you for the relationship, but I'm not interested anymore, and then ending things off the best way you possibly can. Some people prefer to do it that way. That's their fucking business to handle. That's their fucking shit to handle, you know? I was going to get an order, and she called me 400 plus times, and she needed 780 numbers blocked. Or 80 numbers blocked, okay. Jesus. If she is demanding a restraining order because of your ex, I can understand it to a point. Crazy people do have a lot of crazy stuff, but that's my 2 cents, not the greatest take. You can't keep someone like this calm, and it is not your job to keep them calm. It is your job to protect yourself and your child. Exactly. And I don't think it should be in question. We got more clips to jump into. We're going to get into it in a second, but I don't think it should be, and again, we're going back into the restraining order thing, but I don't think it matters more if Scott can protect Zane. And Scott has shown nothing at all that shows that he can't protect Zane. Scott's only shown that he's a loving father, he cares for Zane, and he would do anything for Zane. Therefore, that matters so much more than a piece of paper saying they can't be near each other. So much more. She is calm. She's been calm for 6 weeks. Since you guys broke up, she's been calm. Since you dumped her and did things your own way, Scott, seems better than trying to get a restraining order and might be amplifying things even more. Just saying. It's up to Scott whether or not he wants to do this. And this is all, again, I'm going to clarify everything that I'm speaking here is all whether or not Scott's story is true or not. If people are willing to believe what Scott is saying, we don't have every little piece of evidence to back up everything. It is his story and what he's sharing out here.
Yep.
If she files for Zane or I do it, then it covers my house and Liz's. So Liz could go out and get a restraining order for Zane on Zane's behalf because he's a minor, and it would cover Scott's house. But it wouldn't cover Scott's house if Zane isn't there. Or it wouldn't cover Scott, like, if he wanted to go back to New York to talk to her for whatever reason. So, again, there's ways to protect Zane regardless if Scott gets a restraining order or not. Therefore, any argument to say, hey, Scott should do it to protect the kid, well, Liz can do it on behalf of Zane, according to what Scott is saying in the chat. Boom. Argument. Done. There's your answer. All done. All good. All right, moving on.
I don't know. But yeah, who knows? Who knows? Like I said, maybe did report these incidents. I don't know. You know, we'd have to see if there's any kind of record. But again, like, why? Why take any chances with this crazy girl? You know what I mean? I understand wanting to be compassionate towards somebody, being forgiving towards somebody. I think you could forgive somebody like this in time, right? Once they get some help, maybe be like, hey, you know, I forgive you for what you did, but I don't want to associate with you. I have no interest in associating with you ever again because of what you said that you would do to my child. You know, I forgive you for it, but I think it's best you go your way, I go my way. And that's it.
And that's... I can hear Toy doing this. He's cleaning off his hands like that's the solution. Toy... Scott did do that. He dumped her. He went his separate ways. He just didn't get the restraining order like you and so many other people are clamoring him to get. That's the only difference here.
You know, wash your hands of it. But it is what it is. But yeah, that's where we're at. Like I said, that's where we're at with this stuff. So I don't know what's going to happen from here, but we get a little bit more insight. Like I said, I don't think it's as simple as, oh, you know what? My kid's been kidnapped and they're just keeping him away from me for no good reason. You know what I mean? Because of harmless things that my ex did. This obviously goes well beyond that, in my opinion. But yeah, I just want to know in the chat. I mean, do you guys blame Liz? Yeah, maybe she overreacted a little bit, but who wouldn't, right?
Is anyone here blaming Liz for overreacting? I don't think anyone here is blaming Liz for overreacting. She reacted perfectly fine. She got threats. She thought they were serious. I mean, for her to go and post it publicly, I mean, that if she's trying to keep her problems offline, that would be a criticism. But no, I don't think anyone here is criticizing Liz for overreacting. Liz has every right to react that way. She doesn't know this woman like Scott does. She can get a restraining order if she wants. No one is saying Liz is overreacting. But that wasn't Liz. Liz heard an audio clip of her threatening Liz and the family. So she posted online that she's getting threats made by her and everything like that. That's what we're talking about. But is anyone here blaming Liz for overreacting on Twitter about these threats? I don't think anyone is blaming her for overreacting. She had a proper reaction to it, it seemed. They were threats. She's dealing with stuff the legal route by probably get a restraining order. Everything's fine. So it seems like that's it. I mean, nobody wants to get threatened. Exactly. She reacted normal. She didn't want to get threatened. So I don't think anyone here is saying Liz is overreacting. I haven't heard anyone mention Liz overreacting. Yeah, I haven't heard it either.
Hearing crazy shit like that. I don't know. Especially when you know a little bit more behind it, right? So it's pretty wild. I don't know. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like I said, it sucks to be the kid in the middle of these kinds of situations, right? Between parents. I still think there's stuff that could possibly be worked out, right? Especially if this particular person, this person that we heard in the audio clips, is never going to be a factor in any of this, right? That she can't come around ever. I think that would be acceptable, right? Just to be able to see my kid again, right?
Wait, what? What's Toy saying?
So, well, yeah, we'll wrap up here soon. Because, yeah, I don't think there's not really much more to say. I mean, this is just stuff that it's shocking. It's stuff that, again, disturbing. And I really don't understand. I don't understand why any of this needed to be made public when this is really a situation that could have been handled quite again. But you know what? In fairness, because I don't know. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like I said, it sucks to be the kid in the middle of these kinds of situations, right? Between parents. I still think there's stuff that could possibly be worked out, right? Especially if this particular person, this person that we heard in the audio clips, is never going to be a factor in any of this, right? That she can't come around ever. I think that would be acceptable, right? Just to be able to see my kid again, right? So, well, yeah, we'll wrap up here soon. Because, yeah, I don't think there's not really much.
That darn. What did Toy say? What'd you find? What'd you find out there? Explain to everybody in the chat what you're meaning by that. So I think that was the last audio clip, as far as I know. Maybe there's, maybe there's this little part he throws here, but we'll look into that real quick. But what'd you guys think about Toy and him covering this and stuff like that? What'd you guys think? Let me know. Let me know in the chat what you guys thought. Let me know. I understand where Scott's coming from. It's better to keep her calm than cut her off, because that's going to trigger her and start more problems. Especially if Scott knows his ex better than anybody else. Let Scott deal with it. I mean, if something bad happens to Scott throughout this, then yeah, he should have cut her off, and hindsight's 20/20, but he dumped her. They're no longer dating. He would never allow this woman near Zane after hearing this, for assumably the first time him hearing this. I don't get why there'd be any other criticism of Scott beyond that. He's dealing with his relationship the way he deals with it. You know, it ain't like he's keeping her around and it's a danger to kids or whatever. He's just, if he has communication with her online still, okay. That's probably why he didn't want a restraining order, so he can still keep in communication, see if she's doing all right. I'm sure that they were both important to each other at one point, and any breakup's going to be rough for anyone, so he's dealing it with the way he's dealing with it, and that's it. Keep in mind, Liz, at one point, a crazy chick who went around hitting people. Okay. At TJV, well, it sounded like Toy insinuated if Scott would just signed, he could have just seen his kid. Blaming Scott for this situation, that's what it sounded like. Again, I've seen a lot of, like, in this stream in particular, a lot of Toy going after, I would argue, the wrong party in this. Instead of going after Scott, it would just be better to inform people on this, you know, and then maybe share an opinion at the end. But it seems like even the chat, which I can't view the chat right now, there's no chat replay, it looks like right now, but maybe later I'll be able to see it pop up. I don't know if maybe he maybe the chat isn't going to be visible, because like in his other stream I can see the chat right here, but this one I can't see the chat right here. So there was a lot of people going after Scott in the chat for presumably just like, oh wow, he didn't get a restraining order, how dare he, you know, sort of thing. And yeah, Scott would have been probably completely fine if Toy reached out and said, hey, I heard these audio clips. I kind of want to hear your side of things. I'm sure Scott would want the truth to be out there, so he would tell, you know, he would tell Toy the truth. If Toy listened to my video, he did say that, like the whole message with that is the truth should be out there, and he wanted to spread the truth. And so he would have shared his side of the story, and that probably would have helped with Toy understanding this a little bit better and why Scott did what he did. But instead, we're reacting to it. Scott's typing in the chat, contradicting information than what Toy is saying here. And now it's sort of a battle. Do you believe his opinion without Scott's input, or do you believe everyone who and what they're saying here with Scott's input? Like, would you rather have Scott's input or not? You know? Like that's the thing. Like, would you rather have one of the parties' input, or would you rather not? You know, I'd rather have one of the parties' input so I can understand it a little better, because I don't know everything about the ex-girlfriend. I'd want to know more information if it was there, you know, especially on like what was going on and everything.
More to say.
Of course, he's a credible source. Again, he's a credible source in terms of he was there, he knows something at least, but I don't know if everything he's saying is true or not. And I don't know how credible he is in terms of if he tells the truth all the time, or if he's lying, or if he's misrepresenting things. I have no idea. But what I'm saying is he is there. He is there. He was there in the audio clip. We heard his voice. He's there. So, I don't know.
I mean, this is just stuff that it's shocking.
I'd prefer everybody's input so we can see both sides of the story. That's what I would want overall.
It's stuff that, again, disturbing. And I really don't understand. I don't understand why
what?
Any of this needed to be made public when this is really a situation that could have been handled quite again. But you know what?
Is he okay, so Toy's about to go on to something else, but he says, I don't understand why this is all public. Is he talking about the audio clips that he made public? Because they were online, but Scott took them down. So nobody had access to them when this blew up. Because no one really knew about Scott until my video. So people would have been looking for these clips, but these clips weren't out there. Is Toy talking about this didn't need to be made public, but he released audio clips? Or is he talking about Scott's video with me, my interview with him? What is he talking about here? I don't know which situation. I wish I had Toy's input. I don't know. I don't think he's messaging me on Discord right now, but man, I want Toy to be in here. I don't know, Toy, if you're watching at all, but I want you to hop in here. You know, I want to ask you some questions. You know, just to understand like what you're trying to talk about here. Toy didn't want any of this to be public. Okay, the audio clips in the ex-girlfriend situation, or like the entire situation, his interview. Like,
in fairness, look, I'm not there. I'm not in either one of these person's shoes. I'm not in, you know, I'm not in Liz's shoes. I'm not in Scott's shoes. Right? Maybe there's something else that we're just not seeing that is yet to be revealed. But
Scott Reinhardt, don't say I never wanted to talk to you. You said you weren't allowed to. Oh. Toy, you want to hop in here? You want to hop in a call? You want to hop in a call? I don't mind extending the favor because you always allow me to come join your streams. So, yeah.
Again, I don't think it's as simple as they're just trying to keep Scott's son away from him because they're being bad people. You know what I mean?
I don't think that either. I think that we don't know the truth yet, and we only have one side of the story. And if, again, like I said before, if this is true, it's horrible information to hear. If it's not true, it's equally as horrible, because it would be terrible if these accusations were out there and they didn't hold any truth to them and they were just used to harm those people. So again, we don't know the truth at all. It's just one side of the story, and hope maybe we'll get a response, maybe we won't. And it'll go from there, you know?
Because they're being shitty people. And mind you, I'm sure they've done plenty of shitty things. I'm fairly certain that Liz and Liz probably have done shitty things, right?
Okay.
So we also got to consider these things, right? Scott recorded these, right? I think that's pretty clear that Scott was the one that recorded these. Why would he feel the need to record these, right? If not to protect himself from this person.
Because he was going to dump her on that day. And he did feel like he needed to protect himself that day. You're exactly right on the nose, Toy, with this.
Then we also have to consider this, okay? Remember what he said in the interview, and I'll go back to the interview here real quick regarding this. Remember what he himself said about this stuff. Let's go to it because I think it's important. Let's go to it real quick. I think this is the timestamp right here.
You know, she has some problems, and I broke up.
Let's go back a little bit further.
They would result in this sort of thing, and she's done this before.
Scott says in the chat, I recorded it to present myself from getting a hard case. Hashtag me too. Yeah. There's no question that that's probably why you were trying to protect yourself. You didn't, you know. There's no question about that.
Is there any specific reason to why she wouldn't let you see your son and why she would just cut all communication with your son and you?
Okay, so I had a girlfriend that, you know, she has some problems, and I broke up with her. She had threatened Liz, and when she threatened Liz, Liz has a tendency to be histrionic. I told Liz to contact the police and get a restraining order because I didn't want Liz to be at risk. I literally was protecting Liz. I could have just not said anything about it, but my ex-girlfriend, she's harmless, but she's very loud, like a chihuahua, you know, a lot of bark, not a lot of bite. And I dropped my son off, drove up to New York, dropped off my ex-girlfriend, came back. And I told Liz, you know, I'm back, and she's like, okay, well, Zane's gonna stay here.
Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? Did anyone else hear that? Or did the audio just cut out for you guys? No? Okay, then it's just my headphones. That's smart. I have Bluetooth headphones in, so my Bluetooth headphones just said like a low battery, and I don't know if you guys heard that. If you guys didn't hear low battery, like that audio, like that like a female's voice saying low battery, that's like the Bluetooth headphones telling me that my battery's low in my headphones. That's what happens when you're streaming for 4 or 5 hours. Jesus Christ.
An extra week. Liz and I talk every day. Normally we don't have any conflict or fights. We don't have any issues. She sends me pictures of the kids all the time, sends me pictures of Jonathan and, you know, whatever. And she communicates with me. I don't know why she sends a picture of Jonathan. I think it's because, you know, she thought it was funny that he was out in the rain, like taking the trash out. And she kind of mocks the guy a little bit, which is really sad. And, you know, it's, you know, she talks to me constantly about the kids. And I mean, I have endless logs of like texts of her and I communicating. And it's almost like, you know, we're
and I don't go through the same couple minutes here again, but again, just for the context, right?
practically, I would even say prior to this, I would say we were probably really close friends.
Someone in my chat banned Toy? What? Who banned Toy in my chat? Who banned Toy? Who banned Toy? What the fuck? I can come on tomorrow if you're streaming. Damn it, Toy. I mean, I guess I can... Well, you're typing in the chat now, Toy. Maybe your messages just didn't go through. I don't think anyone banned you. Did any mods ban him? Now's you're honest. This is your mod review, seeing how well you're modding. Who banned him? Be honest. I don't think anyone banned him. No? Okay. My girlfriend has mod privileges. He said no. A lot of his messages aren't going through. We did not ban him. Not that I remember. Okay. None of my mods banned you. No one banned you, Toy. Your messages probably just didn't go through. I don't know if it wasn't good connection or what. I've had that happen when I'm over in your guys' chat. Like, especially Mr. Sens, some of my messages won't go through. But, yeah, no one banned you.
We have been for years. We talk about her son all the time. We talk about her girls all the time. And, you know, she's...
Yeah, Toy said that he can't come on today, but maybe he can go on tomorrow. So that's what he said.
Security very well.
In this relationship, because you hear, when you hear,
Toy over here trying to get us for false banning. He almost got one of you guys fired, bro. He almost got one of my mods fired.
some of the things that Scott says, he obviously has concerns about who she's hanging out with. I guess friends of hers that she formerly dated that he wasn't okay with. I mean, that's between them, obviously. I mean, one might hear that and say and say, oh, well, maybe he was controlling. I don't know, maybe. One might hear the recordings and say, it sounds like he's gaslighting her. I don't know, maybe. But she definitely sounds like a person that is not all there, right? Has problems.
Okay, so he talks about the ex. The ex is not all there. Makes sense. Okay, that's kind of what we all think, you know.
Sherbert, Bill, what are your overall thoughts? Are both crazies? I don't know. I can't speak to Scott's mental state or capacity. If you're referring to, I don't know if you're referring to Scott and the ex-girlfriend, or if you're referring to Scott and Liz in this instance. As far as Scott and the ex-girlfriend, I don't know. I can't speak to Scott's mental capacity. It seems like he's in a bad relationship. It seems like he might have,
which he's no longer in. Okay, so I think I don't know how much more to cover this. Let me skip forward to see what he covers. He covers some of Scott's tweets. There's the cease and desist right here. Some more stuff here.
Well, you're probably gonna have to rewind because it's a lot. There's a lot to.
Okay, so Hecker. I don't know if that cat is still in here or not. I know he was in my chat. What's this person say right here? He pulls up another comment right here. Scott's ex also admitted to hitting him physically abusive. Okay, I hope we know about that stuff. This stuff right here from I'm not gonna give up my ex, but you guys, okay. And then right here, this stuff right here. So again, don't know what all this is referring to.
Something to fuck around with, but we'll see if we find out any more. This is what I'm gonna leave it with, right? I'm gonna leave it right here. I'm gonna leave it right here with this, and just this last little bit here, just for y'all. Okay. I'm gonna leave y'all with this right here, and we'll call it a stream because I think we've gone as far as we could go with this. So we'll leave it at this.
Good, because my ex-girlfriend, she.
Okay, so overall, what do I think about this? I mean, if you're going to go judge this video, is it a like or a dislike? That's a good way to, view videos, or if they're good or not. I think the video is informative in terms of the recordings. It doesn't really take into account a very obvious resource he has. He can talk to Scott. Regardless if Scott is able to... I don't know if Scott's able to call or not. It doesn't stop him from DMing the guy, being like, okay, I got this recording. Give me context about this recording. Did she hit you in this clip? Blah, 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 XYZ. Even asking, hey, are you still with the guy? I think that's important. I'm going to take off my headphones now because my headphones are starting to say low battery constantly. I should probably just get rid of my headphones entirely, actually. But having said all of this, I do think, ask TJV if this is new or not. I don't know what you mean. Oh, if this was hidden or not. I mean, I didn't see no audio recordings posted on his Twitter or wherever. I don't think there was anything hidden. I think he was pretty open in the interview, and the fact that there wasn't audio clips backing that up, but his story did, the audio clips just add more to his story that he was telling, I would say. Especially since Scott doesn't seem like a terrible guy in the audio clips. Does anyone in the chat, quick vote break real quick, this will be the ending of it. The issues with my ex were recorded on day one by TJV. Yeah, he told me day one. When I talked to Scott day one, he told me everything about his ex-girlfriend that I needed to know. The audio clips and the specific if he's getting hit or not doesn't matter, because that's more drama between them. It just so happens they end up being leaked because Scott's best friend Max maybe hit up Toy, and that's the assumption. But as of right now, I don't think I don't think the audio clips made Scott look bad in any sort of way. If anything, the audio clips made him look better. But real quick, I'm gonna have everyone vote in the chat real quick. Put a number 1 in the chat if you think Scott looked fine in the clips, if he didn't do anything wrong in the clips. Put a number 2 if you do think he did something wrong. And then I got a couple more voting questions asked. So 1, if you think Scott did fine in terms of listening to audio clips and how he acted. Number 2, if you think he did something wrong. 1 for sure. 1. Okay, everything seems fine. Okay, next question. I don't see any 2s. All right, truthfully 1. Okay, second, do you think that the audio clips that we heard today just back up what he said in the original interview that I recorded for the main video that I put out? Number 1, if it does help back up and give credibility to his story, do the audio clips help his story? Or 2, do the audio clips discredit, like make him lose any credibility? Put a 1 in the chat if you think, it just helps him in his story. Put a 2 if you think it discredits him. One helps him. Couple. Okay, 1 or 2. I see 2 2s right now. 1 and 2. So people are down the middle. I can honestly answer because something doesn't line up here. Why not include it initially? The audio clips? Because what? The audio, if I'm being honest, the audio clips doesn't really matter. Like, if he said he had a weird psycho ex that ended up threatening Liz, okay. The audio clips help validate that part of the story, I guess, but it wasn't the main thing that was being called out. The main thing that was being called out was his kid was being held against him. The most you can do, I think, in all of this is say, well, Liz listened to those audio clips and heard that he wasn't getting a restraining order, so therefore she held the kid because she thought Zane would be in danger over there. That would be the worst thing that you can, not the worst thing, but like the most you can pull out of this. But even then, there's some holes there. Because 1, Scott sent an audio clip to Liz saying you should get a restraining order against this woman. Like, he was helping Liz in that case, which makes him look very good in that case. And 2, Liz demanded, according to Scott, Liz demanded that if Scott does not get this restraining order against his ex, that pretty much no contact with the kid. And that does not seem fine to me. Does not seem fine. Again, at the end of the day, no father should be held away from their kid, regardless of whatever petty drama Liz and Scott have. And that was the main point of the video I put out there, which again didn't really need these audio clips. They're interesting and they're out there, and I'm glad they help validate more of Scott's story, and he becomes maybe more of his story ends up becoming more true than we thought it was, or that some people thought it was. But yeah, Scott handled himself well. He didn't show any history of violence, which is weird because Liz's tweets also show that. Like, she put out in her video, let me see if I can find where this is at, because I have like 70 tabs pulled up. I only have a couple tabs, but let me see if I can get this pulled up real quick for you guys.
My ex and I keep things friendly because she gets very upset. Yeah, he's just being friendly to her. Okay, that's fine. He ain't dating the chick anymore. It's whatever. I don't think that's of any importance. If anyone's trying to argue, well, why would you do it with someone who made threats or whatever? He dumped her that same day she made all those threats and did all that. They're not dating for a reason. He's keeping things on decent terms with her so she doesn't fucking have a meltdown and murder her own self. Commit suicide, which is a horrible thing. Which I think she did talk about in those clips, that she's going to die in a couple months, or she's going to, harm herself in some sort of way, which isn't even nice. Right here, Liz says, this is someone with a violent background, and Ohm's legal team have eagerly given a lunatic an ear. So apparently Scott's a lunatic and a violent background. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Scott's a lunatic based off the audio clips we've seen today, or 2 if you don't think he's a lunatic and has a violent background based off the audio clips. 1 if you think he does, 2 if you don't think he does. Because Scott's described him as Liz has described Scott as someone with a violent background and a lunatic. So based on the audio clips today, he seemed pretty calm and seemed to handle it very maturely. 2, he was super calm during the whole ordeal. Seems like it. 2. There's 1. Okay. 2 but 1. 2 from the info we have seen so far. I agree. I think based off the info so far, it's a 2. Again, if Liz or Delirious puts out something that shows that he has a violent background and that he does seem like he's a lunatic or has lunacy built up with his actions, I'd be curious to see the evidence or the proof behind that. But according to that, seems like a 2. He seems like a pretty good, decent guy who's mature, and he's came out just trying to share his side of things, which he believes is the truth. And it's going to be us to sit here and see how things are going. If you're scared about keeping your ex calm, get a restraining order, LOL. Well, he wanted to handle the things the way he did. If someone stepped into your life saying you have to get a restraining order against someone because they seem dangerous, I observes, if someone came in here and said you have to get a restraining order, how would that make you feel? If someone told you you had to, regardless if you were keeping the situation calm between you and someone that was believed to be violent or harmful towards someone. Scott doesn't believe this person's harmful to him. He feels like he can handle it just fine without a restraining order. The audio was so disturbing. I'm a mother. Okay, that's not my question to you. Correction, I removed someone who was violent. Yeah, he dumped somebody. He's no longer dating the person. Zane could file one. Audrey can. So the piece of paper is reassurance to the mother. Yeah, but Liz and Zane and anyone else can get a restraining order. Why does this come down to he has to get a restraining order? I don't get it. Everyone's just, it seems like a dictatorship. If Scott doesn't do what everybody is wanting him to do, then the world must come crashing down. Then Scott is the ultimate villain if he does not file a piece of paper that says she cannot be near, regardless if she listens to that piece of paper or not. That piece of paper is for those who want it. That restraining order is for those who want it. Scott doesn't want it. So get the fuck off his back. What the fuck is the problem? Have him make his own choices. No one is saying that, TJV. People are saying she's such a terrible and awful and threatening person. If you don't get the restraining order, yeah, Liz is not going to like you. She ain't going to have you see Zane. People are saying that. 100%. I've been dealing it all fucking night in my chat. 100%. It's about the child. Okay, if it's about the child, Zane can get a restraining order. Liz can set that up for Zane. That means if Zane is over at Scott's house, that restraining order is still in place. She can't show up to the place. So what's your argument? If Zane can get a restraining order that applies to him only, then what is your point? What are you trying to get at? Stop killing trees. He does not need the paper. Well, my point exactly. Why does Scott need the piece of paper when you can just get one for Zane? What's your issue? What, anybody tell me a valid reason why Scott needs to do it. Not wants to, not in your opinion if he should. Why does he need to? Why does he need to do this? This sad. I've lost faith in humanity. Y'all are okay with kids being treated with rape and death. I'm done. Bye. No one is saying that. Everyone is saying that, yes, the kids should get one, especially if she's threatening kids. Get a restraining order for the kids so she can't go around the kids. Nobody is saying that. If you'll leave, it's probably for the best because you don't understand. Scott would not let anyone harm his child. A piece of paper does nothing. Exactly. Absolutely nothing. If she's as bad as people are making it out to be, don't you think she would just violate the restraining order? Does anyone think that a piece of paper is going to stop someone from showing up? Idiotic. Like, just idiotic. 100% idiotic. Get one for the kids. Liz has the power to do that. She can go get a restraining order for herself, for Delirious, for the kids, for her newer kids, not just Zane, but the 2 daughters as well. Liz can go out and do that. Now, does Scott need one? No. Does the restraining order protect the kid if they're over at Scott's house? Yes. So what's the point? What's the fucking point? Scott doesn't want to get one. So what? Piece of paper isn't stopping anyone. My point exactly. So why a piece for a paper? What? The piece of paper won't work because of the scissors. Exactly. TJV Scott, what about just demanding visitation rights in court? He should have a visitation at least without having to get a restraining order. Again, this is all apparently what Scott is saying. This is a huge play by Liz. She's trying to leverage Zane over Scott because she ain't getting what she wants. She wanted Scott to also get a restraining order. He said no, and it broke out into Zane being held away from him. Now you start to understand the story on why Scott wanted to put this out there, because he's not going to be forced to do something he doesn't want to do. This isn't about Scott or Liz. It's about Zane. Exactly. So Zane can get a restraining order. Deranged Cat Gaming, please explain your point further, because me and several others in the chat have told you the restraining order that Scott would get against his ex would do nothing if you already have one with Zane. It wouldn't further protect the kid. If you want to protect the kid with a piece of paper that says they can't show up near the kid, then get one for Zane. Period. Done. I think there's been about 50 rock, paper, scissors jokes. Yes. Liz is not doing things right. She's just being a spoiled brat. That's what Scott is expecting. If I go, I get served and prevents me legally from talking to Zane. Scott, what about calling your lawyer? Okay, that's getting into whatever he decides to end up doing. Someone threatens my kid, they are out of my life, no exceptions. I'm not about to help someone that threatens harm on my family. All right, that's your opinion. But here's the problem with Zane is the restraining order. If he files it, Zane would possibly need to be a certain age. Not if the parent helps. Liz can step up and get a restraining order for her kids. She can have the restraining order protect her kids as well. The Element Hero, the Shadow Link, Dragon Wolf King. Liz can set this all up for her kids. Boom, done. No more question. My point is trying to explain Liz's point of view. Okay, but Liz can get a restraining order on behalf of her kids. What are you still on about? If you're looking to protect the kids can be protected through Liz. And the restraining order that she follows. What else is there? Well, other than that, TJV, what's the future of the channel besides the drama of the Vanoss Crew? Should we be expecting a change in content? I'll get into that in just a second. You can 100% file a restraining order on behalf of your underage children. Exactly. That's what I've been trying to tell people. Scott doesn't need to do it. Scott going to show up at the courthouse is just going to have him get papers served to him from Liz and Delirious, who are trying to sue him currently. Yeah, it's just going to cause him to be served papers if he leaves the house to go out and do that. And plus, he doesn't even want to do that on his path. I explained my part, not trying to argue. That's fine. It's whatever.
We can argue a little bit. Nothing wrong with a little playful arguing. It's fine. At TJV, what do you think what will happen in the future about this drama? So in the future about all this drama, I think what's going to happen is that depending if there's a legal battle between them or not, and whether or not either side are supposed to talk, it might turn out like the Ohm versus Delirious case, where it'll just go dark for a while and we won't get updates until later on in the future, or if something else dramatically happens, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Scott's been very vocal, and I think people should be thankful, because Scott could have just turned off his computer or his phone and not responded to anyone, but he's been very open to answering questions and engage in arguments with people. So I think people should just be a little thankful. Instead of him crawling up into a ball and never going on the internet again, he decided to come out and give more context and stuff like that. So people, I think if Scott continues to do that, we can continue to get updates. If not, it might end up like a court case like Ohm and Delirious, but we'll have to wait and see. In terms of my channel and the future of content, I have a couple other drama videos that aren't involved in the Vanoss Crew, but are equally serious and disturbing that I plan on talking about here hopefully soon. And then anything else, I don't know. I don't know. When I post vlogs or games or other videos of the sort, they don't get as many views. And like I said, at the end of the day, I need to be able to have enough money to pay my bills. And if I don't get that through the content that isn't about the drama, then I'm going to talk about the drama. But at the same time, I'm not going to try to be a sellout and just make clickbaity videos that don't have any context. I'm going to try to sit here and inform you guys with new information and things that I think that are reasonable to talk about. I do have morals, and I'm not going to break my morals for an easy paycheck. And yeah. Yes, he could, so to speak, as well. That I'm willing to talk. Okay. Everyone else who is telling Scott to take her to court, please understand that it costs a lot of money, and fathers don't have as many rights as mothers do, at least in the court's eyes. Yeah, it all depends on the situation, really. And yeah, Scott is not loaded on money like Liz and Delirious are. They could throw money at their problems for the next 20 years if they wanted to. Something positive about the situation is that this doesn't have to be a 20-year resolution. It might only be a matter of 4 years. It'll be 4 years until Scott turns 18, or until Zane turns 18. Zane is currently 14. In 4 years, he'll be 18. At that point, it won't even matter about any of this. Zane will be able to talk online, say whatever the hell he wants about the story, the information, whatever. Zane will be able to go live with his father at 18 if he wants to or not. It won't be completely up to him because he'll be a legal adult. And that's a little bit of a bright side to this if everything Scott has said is true. But again, we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully, Scott isn't away from his kid for 4 years. That's a long time to be away from your son. Especially since that's Scott's only kid as far as I know. So at TGV, is this drama flying under the radar for most people? I haven't seen a lot of videos about it. I think it slightly is. I think there are some serious allegations in here, but I understand if commentary channels don't want to talk about this. I understand. There's not a lot of evidence backing up it, and it is really just one side of the story, so I understand if people don't want to discuss it. It is a very weird topic to talk about because when you talk about that, unless you're being 100% informative and don't want to share an opinion, there are going to be two really rough sides to this. So it all sort of depends. It depends on if a channel finds it valuable to talk about. I'm already been talking about the Vanoss Crew for drama for a while, so this was sort of something that I was probably going to talk about if I wasn't the one who sort of revealed this with the Scott interview. But it is what it is, and I think that it is something that maybe other people should talk about, because there are many people who might be able to relate to the situation, and maybe Scott's and the ongoing support and the pressure of people talking about it online, maybe that would pressure Liz and having Zane see his father more. I don't know. That's sort of the idea that at least Scott proposed out there, is that, hey, maybe if I put all this stuff out there and if threatened or not threatened, depending on how you view it, if I sit here and say I'm going to reveal Delirious's face and do that, maybe I'll be able to see my kid. Maybe they'll give in and let me see my kid and talk to my kid at least. But it seems like Liz has gone the lawyer route and said, nope, you're never going to talk to her or the kids or anything ever again. And that's even more sad. But again, is it stupid actions that Scott did? Yes, he shouldn't have been going out there and doing that. But at the same time,
he felt like that was his last resort. He felt like, well, they're leveraging my kid against me again. What am I going to do this time? Well, maybe it's time for me to hit him where it hurts and give him a little payback, because I'm tired of having my kid taken away from me, which Scott said this isn't the first time it's happened. Apparently he's had his kid taken away from him for months and months on end before, and it's not fun at all, especially if you can't talk to your son for that long, or see your son for that long. At TJ, before I leave the stream, general question: when the Yoshi squad gonna grow? We need more Yoshis in the background. All these Yoshis I got from like a wish list, so like an Amazon wish list thing. If you guys want to end up purchasing more Yoshis for me, like I haven't bought a single one of the Yoshis that you see here, even the big green one in the background here. I haven't bought any of and that's the OG Yoshi. That was the first Yoshi. But I didn't buy any of these. I had random people say, "Hey, I want your Yoshi collection to expand. I want to see more Yoshis pop up." Maybe if I open up like an Amazon wish list or something like that, that can be something that you guys contribute in. And on Amazon wish list, you can type up a little message for whoever you're buying the thing for. And I kept all those little slips. I have them in this drawer right here, in this little cubby right here. So it'd be cool to like get cool little messages from people and stuff like that, you know. But again, that may be at a later date. It's kind of weird to bring that up during all this drama. So, yeah. TJV, I do agree with you that Scott should see a son. Yeah, I think if something like that's happening, he should be able to see a son. TJV, name that people started giving Liz Katz is Liz Rats. Whatever. He probably does, but what are the rules on using the phone? Apparently, Scott has said that he hasn't even been able to talk to his kid over the phone. He hasn't texted. He hasn't done anything. You know, and Scott CC'd me in emails. He forwarded some emails that he had with Liz's attorney. And one of the last messages Scott sent to the attorney, as far as I saw it, was a message to Zane saying, "Hey, I don't know if you'll ever get this message or if anyone will ever tell you this, but..." So he's literally, his last communication possibly with Zane will be through, for a while, will be through an email to the attorneys. And it is really heartbreaking that I'm starting to see what Liz's attorneys are saying to Scott. And the only reason why I'm talking about this because he said it publicly in my chat. Anyone can see that he said I CC TJV into the emails I had with Liz's lawyers. But the fact that that's the last thing, like that was his last message to Zane, you know, was that. I'll read it off real quick, because I don't want to paraphrase and get something wrong, but I'll read it off real quick. I'm not going to show it because there might be some private information here. But yeah. I am gonna do this real quick. Okay, so it's probably not that one. Yeah, he said that in this chat. Okay, I am on one side on here, but Scott is not telling the full story. He had his son for a while and then just hands to Liz for a couple of years for no reason. Scott needs to show more proof. No, as far as I'm concerned, he had Zane live with Liz for years. But I think he said something about like going to school in a better district and everything like that in the interview. I don't think he like stopped seeing Zane for years. He just had Liz, like him live under Liz for a while. I think that's what he said. I don't remember him saying he hasn't seen Scott, or Scott hasn't seen Zane for years. I don't remember that. Liz needs to let their son talk to his dad. No reason to deny him contact. That's what I think, yeah. So it is what it is. So a lot of commentary channels prefer not to talk about it, so they don't get the heat. Yeah, people might be afraid that if they talk about this, they might have Delirious or Liz's community after them. But again, it all depends on how big people are. It is what it is. Okay, let me see where are these. Okay, right here. So I got the message here.
Maybe his address was with Liz, but of course still had visitation rights. It was probably a split custody. Zane stays with Liz X amount of days. Yeah, maybe. He also needs to tell us the full truth on what happened during that time. Well, I'm sure if you ask him, he'll answer it, but yeah, flashbang TJV for a second because I need to. Well, I can do this. I can minimize it so it's not so. There we go. The lighting is starting to go down. So right here, I'm gonna be very careful on reading this because these are private emails and everything like that. But since Scott has said something about these, I'm gonna leave them out there. He says to Liz's attorney right here. He says, I made no comments. Letting me speak to my son does no harm. You are lying trash. I'm closing up my social media. You win. Goodbye. So if Scott was pretty much sitting here saying, you win, I'll close up my social media or whatever. Given into what the attorneys are saying, hey, stop talking about Liz and all them online or whatever. Scott didn't end up doing this because he was here during this stream and everything. Scott continues to say, Zane, by the time you realize your mother has played you again, that you allowed her to use this guy to make me inaccessible to you, it will likely be irreversible. Take time to thank this asshole for making false accusations. Go online and look. I have never once threatened or asked your mom or sisters to be threatened. Your mom went online and lied. She sicked her fans on me. She claimed I am violent. You know I am not. Be well. I guess goodbye. And that was the last thing he said to one of Liz's attorneys, and almost kind of like a last message sort of thing to Zane sort of thing. And what he said, he is, talking about Liz's tweets where Liz says that, Scott has a violent background and Scott is a lunatic and blah, 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 blah. And her hinting at this drama and then my video coming out, people are going to put two and two together and be like, oh, so Liz is talking about this. And there have been a lot of Liz and Delirious fans who have shown up. I've seen a lot of them in my comment sections and some in the live chat. And, some of them I see same usernames over at Sens or Toy Streams. So there are all those types of people here. But during the live streams, generally, we can talk and not have something like that. That is a rough and sad last message, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, he didn't baby him. He didn't sit here with that message and baby Zane around. But Zane's 14 years old. I mean, he's in the early stages of becoming a young adult. So I think, I don't know if this message would ever get to Zane or not. I doubt it. I doubt Liz or the attorneys are going to say this, but I don't know. Yeah. Does this hurt Scott talking to you, TJV, and talking to an extent? It does. I'm sure it does hurt Scott a bit. But again, I try not to talk about people's feelings and how they're doing in life because again, I'm just trying to show you the facts and show you what is going on, what to believe, what not to believe. I tried to do my best to inform you guys, but like, how do I do that without sharing my personal opinions and being sympathetic towards somebody? Like, I was very sympathetic towards Delirious and him and all those accusations being called out by him by Ownwrecker back when it first happened. I was sympathetic towards the entire crew. It really, it hurt my feelings that like somebody would stoop that low and call out everyone, I'm sure it does hurt Scott. I'm sure Scott is going through a pretty rough time right now, and I have to do my best to keep my personal and sympathetic feelings out there, regardless of what I believe or don't believe or what my opinion is on the situation. You got to sit here and just try to be as kind as you possibly can to these people and hope other people will as well. And then another added on thing, I know not everyone here is religious, but I pray a lot, and so I always try to pray for the right reasons. I don't pray for anyone's downfall. I don't pray and talk to God for malicious reasons. I just pray for the best situation for everyone, obviously. And so that's probably the best I can do. And yeah, that's what I think about that. Vagabond, $2 super chat. Just got here. What did I miss? You missed the entire stream because this is about to close up. This is closing time right now. You showed up 5 minutes before closing time. That's what you showed up for. I just feel like we need more stuff to convince people
Well, it's not about that. I mean, we just need the truth. I mean, if more things come out about the truth, more stuff comes out about the truth. TJV, I know initially when I saw the interview, not everything is brought to the table. To me, I understand the privacy, but I feel like it can discredit someone when facts are presented. Yeah, again, it's tough. It's tough. Like, I tried to tell people, imagine yourself in Scott's shoes. How would you present everything if he had to present everything to me? And it's tough, you have to go down and break through everything. And I could certainly have long, hour-long conversations with people about this. And at the end of the day, I want the best thing for everyone else involved, but I also want the best thing for me. I'm not going to be sacrificing the truth and my own morals for other people. So I will try to argue for what is right and what is the truth. And, that is, that's what I have to say. TJV becoming a softie. I'm trying not to, I'm not tearing up here. I'm not trying to be a bitch about everything, but it is. It's we're talking about custody over kids and pedophile accusations and people's careers being ruined, thousands and thousands of dollars being affected between people. A gaming group that wasn't what a lot of us thought it was when it was younger. I mean, I never imagined myself back when I was like 13 years old when I first found out about the Vanoss Crew. I would have never imagined myself here in this situation where I am today. I would have never imagined knowing everything that I know and figuring out the truth and talking about it publicly with you guys and some of the stuff that isn't true or is just alleged, I never imagined myself here. And when you think about these people, not in terms of YouTubers or businesses, like if you think of, for example, Vanoss as Evan Fong, not Vanoss Gaming, but Evan Fong as a person, and how he was, probably good friends with Mini Lad and Delirious in this, and got along well probably with Omrecker at one point, and now everything is where it's at now. Man, I mean, that shit hurts sometimes, A lot of the growing up of their channels, the growing of their businesses, they're all that's changing, It sucks, especially when you take a long look back. I have some friends of mine who are still fans of the Vanoss Crew to this day, or know of the Vanoss Crew, and they know the situation I'm in, and they know how much I talk about it and how much stuff I know. And sometimes me and my friends just sit down for an hour long talking about, damn, dude, like, there was a whole different time where you didn't even think about that. You didn't even think about drama. You didn't even think about pedophile accusations and court cases and lawsuits and stuff like that. I mean, that shit hurts, that shit changes, This has been a roller coaster and a half, to say the least. It has been. And again, there's a lot worse situations I can be in right now, and I'm not trying to take anything for granted as well. Good reflection period right now, just sit here and be like, you know what, I'm in a decent situation, even though the situations around me might not be as decent. I'm just trying to do my best talking about it and not put out any false things. So many dirty people behind the scenes that fake their persona in videos is sad. For example, Mini Lad, he did a lot of his weird pedo shit with the 16 and 17-year-old girl. He did a lot of that weird sexual talk back in 2016, 2017. How many of you guys watched him after that and thought, wow, this guy's funny, this guy's awesome? How many years was it? Was it 3, 4, 5 years until people found out about what Mini Lad was doing for so long? Yeah, that fucking shit hurts. You're like, it hurt me when I found out, because he was my favorite YouTuber out of the Vanoss Crew. I mean, the only reason why I started making YouTube videos was because of his Ask Minis. I wanted to make my own version of Ask Minis, and that's why I did YouTube for so long, ever since I was a young teenager. And yeah, when you find out that the whole reason why you made your channel is based off of a guy who's a pedophile, yeah, it makes you really angry. And a lot of different emotions pop up, and yes, they're just YouTubers. They're not, it ain't that important. Just move the fuck on, but from a personal standpoint, where you really did look up to these guys and you did follow a lot of what's going on in their life, kind of sucks a lot. Big humongous plush Yoshi for TJV and a Yoshi takeover TJV stream, LOL. We all want the truth to come to light, yes. This drama is so messed up. I'm glad we have people like you who can fill us in on this stuff. Yeah, I try. Look, TJV, we need more statements of Scott because the situation is crazy. If I was you, I would ask Scott for text messages and blur the documents. You don't have to show us, but as long as there's proof. Again, text messages of what? You're going to have to be more specific on what you're asking. There's a lot of things talked about in that video, but whether or not there's specific text messages relaying to what is specifically said in the interview, you're going to have to get more specific than that. I watched being led up until the drama. I watched all the meme streams, so all that coming out was awful. As a fan of Delirious, I hope all the lawsuits and the drama ends positively for all sides. I know this is the real world, but I'm the world hope can still be strong. Yep. That's very optimistic, Fazbear. That is very optimistic. It won't end up positive for everyone. Some people will thrive better from this lawsuit between Ohm and Delirious, and soon to be probably Liz and Scott, but yeah, it won't be as positive for all sides. It won't be. I just feel so bad about the girl that still hasn't came out about Minnie. Oh, the third person. The 14-year-old girl, apparently. I just want the truth because a lot of the interview had a lot of discrepancies, and finding out about the audio logs did not help. Man, why is the Vanoss Crew being outed? Who's next? Terrorizer? No, guys. Okay. It's best not to assume anyone's in deep shit or has all these bad things of their past until the shit comes out. No. Don't think Terrorizer or Nogla or Evan or Wildcat or Brock or any of them have any bad past until somebody's out there praying for their downfall. There are those negative people out there, but you don't have to be one of them who even think about that. Just enjoy the people who are there and who do seem like decent people. You know, Wildcat, Terrorizer, Nogla, Vanoss, Brock. Basically, I do work. Smitty, Big Jiggly Panda, 407. All of them seem like decent people. You know, so do their girlfriends. So they all seem like very decent people. Just enjoy the time you have with them now, because you don't know how long they're going to be doing YouTube for a long time. You know, they're probably going to move on to other business adventures one day, especially if YouTube isn't going to be doing as well in 10 years or so. Maybe they'll be doing YouTube for a long time. I don't know. I don't know if Wildcat said this recently, but he planned on doing YouTube for a long, long time still. He ain't going to give up YouTube for a long time, so Wildcat will actually be around for a while. And I think Terrorizer and Nogla really found their groove with their Reacts channel. You know, the Terrorizer Nogla Reacts channel. They really found their stride on that. So I'm glad that they can reach out and start doing other stuff. So that's good. Do you think Scott threatening to expose Delirious is fair? No, I thought it was really dumb, especially his threats on Twitter of trying to expose what he looks like and all that. Obviously not the ideal way to handle that situation at all. I even said in my video it's pretty dumb, but again, I gotta listen to what he says and what other people say about that. Even if it was just at the end of the day, if Scott wasn't a real person and it was just some fake persona someone made, I would still end up covering it simply because, you know, whether it's a good reason or a bad reason or down the middle reason, I would still cover it. And so I've covered death threats and trolls and people who've assumed that they, you know, who've made other people think that they know someone IRL and they know information. Someone faked Omrecord DMs a long time ago and sent it to me, and I made a whole video talking about the fake Omrecord DMs, saying, hey, these could be real, these could be fake, I don't know. I'm hoping, obviously, that they're not. And Omrecord threatened a lawsuit against me because of that. Again, I'd cover anything about it. And again, hopefully this doesn't spark people to just make up random shit for me to cover. But at the end of the day, I was just trying to inform people saying, hey, like, this is what's going on. Yep, I remember that. Yep.
that happened. Omrecker grabbed photos from my Facebook and compared my penis to a Tic Tac. Photos of me in a Halloween costume, and zoomed in on my bulge and compared my dick to a Tic Tac. Omrecker got mad as fuck at me. He was real childish that day, but things have been somewhat worked out since then. We haven't really talked about that, but I have spoken to Ohm since then and about that, and you know, he there's a reason why he took it down. He knew that wasn't the best thing for him. TJV, do you think Liz could have tricked H2O about the threats? I don't know. You would have to explain your basis behind that, but I don't think so. Didn't Wildcat mention in one of his videos that when he hits his 30s, he would start a family and temporarily leave YouTube, similar to what PewDiePie is doing? Man is already 30. He is getting married to Kelly, and I don't know their place on kids or whatever, but I think in a recent video where he did like a Q&A, he explained that like he'll be into his 50s or 60s or whatever. I think he made a comment about that. And he'd still be doing YouTube if he thought it was fun. It all depends if he ends up getting burnt out. If he gets burnt out from it, he'll move on to other things. But he's kind of a guy who can kind of pick and choose what he wants to do. He has like his Glitch Energy thing doing well, and his Tyler Wine channel's doing well. So yeah, this stream's gonna end up going on for 6 hours. Yeah, we're gonna close it out way before then. I'm not gonna stream for another 25 minutes. I'm just, any other questions, guys, hit me now. This is your time for questions. We are going to close up the stream. Overall, I'm going to give a TLDR and give a little review. I covered the Scott interview today, answered some questions about that. That's the more first half of the stream. The second half of the stream, I covered Toy's Bounty Hunter stream, where he reveals audio clips from his from Scott's ex-girlfriend, who apparently apparently Liz claimed that she heard audio clips from this ex-girlfriend and about threats and stuff like that. Turns out Scott shared one of the audio clips with Liz, according to what he said in the chat, and recommended her to get a restraining order. We heard those audio clips. Toy's coverage was kind of iffy. People had problems with that in my chat, and I personally didn't. You know, there were some blatant things I think Toy was missing out on and did not cover well. But again, I hope Toy has better coverage going forward in the future. I hope that, you know, Liz does end up getting a restraining order if that's what she feels like she needs to do. There was a big debate on if Scott needed a restraining order or if it didn't matter, because Liz could get a restraining order for her kids on, you know, on her behalf. She could do that for her kids. So Scott, you know, if he didn't want to, he didn't need to. And then now we're at the point where we're answering questions. There's your TLDR. Hopefully I got everything down pretty well. TJV, you understand what I meant though, right? It started with Mini Lad, then Omrecker, now Delirious. It just feels like the crew is getting outed. I think there was always some bad eggs in the crew, but maybe we'll just have to wait and see. Omrecker, he doesn't have any allegations against him. He just chose to out people and put out certain allegations. So maybe Omrecker's not as bad as an egg. Maybe the things about Delirious aren't true, and he's not as bad of an egg. We'll just have to wait and see. I don't know. I just don't assume that for everyone else, because everyone else might be a good. Might be good, you know. What was the fallout of that threat? I remember your channel coming up in the court documents. Yeah, my channel's come up for a lot of different reasons in court documents. I don't know what threat you're talking about. My question is, why did Ohm expect you to be full force in a Halloween costume? Why I didn't have a boner in a Halloween costume, I don't know. The Halloween costume I had, I was I don't want to show it, but I was in a risky business, Tom Cruise Risky Business, where I was in my underwear and pink button up, and he's singing Old Time Rock and Roll by Bob Seger. From the movie Risky Business, a very famous movie moment. I was in underwear and shades, and I had my hair down, and I had a pink button up, and yeah, he zoomed in on my bulge where I'm wearing white underwear, which, by the way, I was wearing like 6 pairs of underwear to make sure it wasn't see-through, and it wasn't, but, you know, you can obviously see a bulge there or whatever. And he compared my dick to a Tic Tac for some reason, and people were calling me Tic Tac JV for the longest time from that. And yeah, it was a bit embarrassing that he did that, but again, Ohm thought I did him dirty by talking about fake Discord DMs someone made, and I said I didn't know if they were true or not. I don't think they are, because this person didn't prove
any evidence that these were actually Ohm or if these were Photoshop, but I put it out there just in case. I ended up removing that video, making a new one talking about it, because the old one, I just clarified and answered questions, and instead of everyone flacking to that one, trying to get answers from that, I already had a new video with more answers on that and with more evidence posted and stuff like that. And so you can still find a video of me talking about it on my channel. So yeah. Let me move on. TJV, are you with the robots or against them? Against them. No robots for me. Yeah, not sure. TJV, are you worried about more Liz threats like what you got from Ohm, but from Liz and H2O? If so, how will that affect your coverage? It will not affect my coverage at all. I can promise you that. I'm not going to let threats do that. If I do get threats, I will be sharing them with you 100%. If anyone comes to threaten me for anything, I'm going to be sharing them publicly. And I will be expressing why I think it's an issue. TJV, are you ready for pumpkin spice season? I am not. I do not like pumpkin spice stuff. I don't like coffee. I don't like lattes. I don't like that shit that's pumpkin spiced. I don't even like pumpkin pie that much. Like, I'll have it, but like I don't really care for pumpkin season. Halloween is definitely not one of my favorite holidays, that's for sure. How is Hannah doing? Just checking, because last time I was past of your bearded dragon passed away. Oh, okay. Hannah's doing all right. She went to go see him today. We buried him somewhere, and I think a flower's growing where his grave is at. So that's really pretty that something like that's going. So, did Liz ever reach out to you about her side of the story? She has not. Liz or Delirious has not. Actually, real quick, to sit here and say this, Delirious reached out to me after I posted my video, a couple hours, I think, after. All he said to me was, "You're gross. You're gross and disgusting." And I was meaning to share this at a earlier stream. I just was thinking for the longest time, okay, I shared what I thought was necessary of me and Delirious's DMs in the video. There's no reason for me to continue to do that. But I'm deciding now that I am going to share it, for the simple fact that, you know, it's just something that I'm gonna do here real quick. This is what he ended up saying to me, right here. Right here. So I can't show the full thing because my webcam's in the way. "You are gross. Honestly, need to do something better with your life. You have zero clue." And that's what he said to me the day. And the top DMs up here, I already have in my video. So, like, these aren't revealing anything new, because in my main video, I showed that I did reach out to Scott. I did reach out, showing that I did reach out to Scott. He did validate his story. And I'm reaching out to Delirious to say, hey, what's your side of things? And he kept sitting here saying, I have, you know, he sat here and says, I have no idea who the Scott guy is. And now he sent me this at 8 p.m. after an hour, I don't know how long after. "You are gross and honestly need to do something better with your life. You have zero idea." So, one of the members of the Vanoss Crew that I watched for the longest time and was a fan of for a very long time, ever since I was a young boy, sat here and says, I honestly need to do something better with my life. That I need to stop doing this and do something better with my life. You are gross. You have zero clue. So, yeah. That's that. So, sorry if that's not what you wanted to see, or maybe you agree with Delirious. Maybe you agree that I am a gross dude and I need to do something better with my life. There are certainly people out there who don't like me talking about the Vanoss Crew and all this drama, but it is what it is, guys. It's something. It's something. So, I don't know. What do you guys think about that? At TJV, when is your next stream with Toy Bounty Hunter? He said tomorrow he'll talk to me. So if I have time tomorrow, I'll talk to him tomorrow. But that's if he has time to talk to me tomorrow. If he has time to talk to me tomorrow, I'll talk to Toy tomorrow. At TGV, I need to know, during a live stream, you had some sort of evidence that Ohm had on Delirious, and you told us I can't show you, but
Trust me, it's bad. Can you reveal what that was now? When was that live stream? You need to tell me when that was, because I don't remember. At TJV, I remember you asked us if you should release everything from Ohm. Have that thought still come up since that happened? That was back when Ohm was really going after me on Twitter, and I heavily disagreed with what Ohm was doing on Twitter. I told him pretty much to stop fucking talking about the drama on Twitter, and look, he hasn't talked on Twitter for a long time. I have talked about releasing all my DMs with Ohm at one point, just simply because of how pissed off we were at each other. And I said, hey, you know, people are already pissed off at you. You don't need to piss me off, because I'm not going to hold back. I'm just going to sit here and give people more of a reason to be pissed at you at the time. And granted, that was me speaking more out of anger at the time. And I think over time he stopped. I would say he stopped pesterizing me about little things that I didn't give a shit about because they didn't have evidence or things to back up the claims he was trying to tell me, which is the same things he was saying online for the longest time. But I think over time he just started being more mature and more adult-like, and I appreciate that. I appreciate people are being like that, you know what I mean? So that is rude. All the DMs I have with Delirious. Delirious tends to deflect a lot. Yeah, he didn't want to bring up anything. Delirious had a chance to say something, and that's all he could muster up. Sheesh. Yeah, I asked him, saying, hey, in my original Scott Side interview, if you go back to my main video where I talk about this new drama that just came out, Scott's side of the story, I show at the end of that video DMs with Delirious where I'm asking, hey, Scott validated that he does know who you are. I just want to know your side of things. He sat here, put a shrugging emoji saying, I don't know, zero idea. I don't know. And I was just like, geez, dude, now I got to talk about this and you're not telling me shit. Well, I'm going to present Scott's story then, and you're going to have no defense because you don't want to tell me anything. Fine, whatever. You don't have to. It's whatever. For a man that likes to joke about sex a lot, especially in his past videos, that's very ironic. He's keeping his mouth shut and dealing with the courts now. Maybe that's probably why he's doing all that. They are claiming about my speaking out is inciting violence against them. I haven't seen any violence against Delirious and Liz. And if there is any violence, people have been shutting it down, saying that that's not okay. Trevor tried to interview John before me. John lied. I tried asking him questions the way he did. At TJV, do you think Liz or possibly H2O would be in your video to interview like Scott did? No, they most likely wouldn't, especially with what I just showed. I'll show it again. Just give me a second. You tell me based off this if you think he would do this. You tell me based on this DM right here. If you think Delirious would talk to me. I'd love to get his side of the story. I'd love to just ask him honest questions about it and see what his situation is. Him or Liz, even though Liz heavily dislikes me and I dislike Liz for what she's done because she sent a lot of her community after me. She publicly screen recorded her blocking me on Twitter and posted it to her Twitter. And that incited people to come over here and ask what did I do to Liz to get her to block me. And it just I got a lot of shit for a while for that. At TJV, I felt like H2O should have said no comment instead of saying that. TJV, all you did ask Delirious was from his side. How is that gross? Yeah, he was probably talking about my video. Skirt. He was probably talking about my video. Like, my video's gross, that I made a video, like, sharing Scott's side of the story. Even though in the video I say that I don't know if everything Scott is saying is true or not. But I am gross for that, apparently. TJV, do you think Ohm was trying to do the right thing when he first started the beef with H2O? Because I respect H2O before all of this came out, but I don't know anymore. Maybe he was. Maybe Ohm got off to a bad start, and people are starting to change their opinion on Ohm. People are starting to say, hey, maybe Ohm was right about a lot more stuff than we thought, you know? Why is he being like this? The fuck? You were just doing what you think is right. Oh, well, maybe he wouldn't show up in your video, but do you think one of the two would talk about you on Twitter? Maybe if they do have a response, I can see Liz talking on Twitter. Delirious has his Twitter blocked, or his Twitter banned. He doesn't have a Twitter anymore. Delirious doesn't have a Twitter anymore. He's been banned since Delirious was using alt accounts to go after Ohm. So, yeah. Maybe Liz on Twitter would say something, but I don't know. Remember, H2O face reveal is conditionally of seeing Scott's son. You know what you've made when you have H2O Delirious calling you gross. I guess. This might be an assumption, but could this be Liz through his account saying this to you? Meg, that is fucking smart of you. I didn't even think of that. Maybe Liz is talking on Delirious's behalf. I don't know. I don't know. I'm assuming it's Delirious because it comes from Delirious' account. I'm not going to make an assumption that it's Liz without any evidence to that. I don't think Delirious has anything to do with this other than Liz is his girlfriend and her son lives there. This is Liz doing, not Delirious. Well, Delirious has a real problem with all of it, but I don't know. Actually, by law, if you release a photo of him to cause him embarrassment, which you are, he has a case. I'm not releasing no photos. I already stated in my video I'm not releasing a photo of Delirious, even if I had one. As gross as Delirious. Ohm did say the evidence was coming soon. That's not, I guess, Scott. Okay. Did you respond to that DM? I have not responded to that DM. When he sat here and told me, you are gross, we're going to see pixel by pixel, and honestly need to do something better with your life, you have zero clue. When he sat here and said that I need to do something better with my life, but he was perfectly fine with me making content about Ohm. When he's never said something like this to me before, but when he sat here and is fine with me making content about Ohm, fine with me making content about Minilad, fine with me talking about his alt account situation, fine with me talking about his girlfriend Liz being a liar in her response video. He's fine with all of that. But when I talk about Scott's side of the story, you are gross. You need to do something better with your life. It seems really backhanded. If he had a problem with my content a long time ago, at least what he could do is be honest with me and tell me he had an issue with my content. And maybe there could be some slight adjusting just to please all parties I'm talking about. Because at the end of the day, I am talking about these people and their lives. And I would try my best to please anyone I'm talking to. Because, I don't want to have to talk negative. But if someone does something wrong, I am going to criticize you for it. And it's just going to be my opinion. And so, again, at the end of the day, I don't want this to be the last interaction I have with the dude, because I don't know if everything about him is true or not. I still don't to this point. I just want to hear his side of things at the end of the day. I just want to hear what is going on, and again, I used to watch the guy too for a long time. So, like, the little kid, the younger version of me is kind of like upset that, like, dude, I did everything that I was supposed to do. I contacted you. I tried getting your side of the story. I told him that Scott validated. He validated and vetted what he said, that he is Liz's ex-husband. He proved that. I know he actually knows you guys. And Delirious still said, don't know who he is. Just some troll. I was like, damn, dude. Damn, that sucks. The comment from H2O is a joke that writes itself. He's like 30-something years old, clinging to his 90,000 constant following. What a short soapbox to stand on and fire off life advice. Delirious is fine with everything that puts him in a good light, but very defensive when it comes to him. Yeah, it seems like that, and it's kind of upsetting. I'd much rather get criticism from him than, like actual constructive criticism than you need to do something better with your life. The only reason I'm making this assumption, this comment alone reminds me of when Liz encountered you on Twitter before blocking you. It's giving off similar vibes. Maybe both of them are like that. I don't know. Delirious has 13.4 million subs and can't even hit 100k views anymore. I mean, he can from time to time. It all depends. H2O sounds butthurt. Yeah, I don't understand a response like this. It is what it is. At the end of the day, I just want to know the truth. I just want to know. I just want to know their side of things. I want to see if it stands up to what Scott says, if it disproves anything, if it does prove anything, if they admit to anything. I just want to know their side of things. I understand they're probably going to handle it the legal route in court. They probably won't ever talk about it. Maybe slight references, but I don't know if they'll ever fully respond to it. But at the end of the day, I just want the truth, and I don't want any parties hurt if it doesn't have to be. But, yep, pretty sad, pretty sad. But Hurt Delirious can't handle criticism. It seems like it, I think. Yeah, some people were making the assumption that Scott is just an Ohm clone. Some people thought Scott was Ohmwrecker's brother. Like they're related. Like Scott and Ohmwrecker are brothers or something like that, which is just so fucking dumb. So stupid. So stupid. Turn off my headphones. Boom. Headphones are off. Ugh. Any last questions before I call it for the night? It's almost midnight. I shouldn't have been up this late. Scott is Ohm's alt account. None from you, dat darn. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone joining in this stream. This stream was pretty fun. Had a good time overall. In terms of just having conversation. It wasn't too stressful. We did have to deal with a couple people acting up from time to time, but everything was good. What does a sea cucumber sound like? I have no idea. I have no idea. Everyone put in the chat, was this an L stream or a W stream? Was this a W stream or an L stream? At TJV, would you do a voiceover for any Yoshis in your streams? No, I do not do a good Yoshi impression. But if I find someone who can do a good Yoshi impression, I might work with them. I might work with them. W stream, a sad stream. It was a sad stream. WTJV L toy. Hopefully it's a rare L for toy. I just want to see. What time for tomorrow's stream? When do you get off work tomorrow, Hannah? 6. It'd probably be like 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. 7 p.m., 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. I usually try to do streams after my girlfriend gets off work and I spend a bit of time with her and make sure everything's going good with her at work, and everything. Want to make sure I'm available for that. And then when my girlfriend's off work and a bit more of a controlled environment and everyone's safe, I then worry about streaming and work and stuff like that at that point. So, where are we with the lawsuits? Depends on which one. If you're talking about the Omen Delirious one, right now we're sort of at a standstill. We're waiting for more documents to be produced. Hopefully more things can be talked about, more stuff can be produced by the attorneys, and what the judge is going to rule for those upcoming documents and claims. If you're talking about a lawsuit between Liz and Scott hasn't been handed any papers as far as I know. So, waiting for the new judge to schedule stuff. Yep, then there's a new judge that was appointed to the Delirious and Ohmwrecker case, so we're going to see how that ends up going. TJV okay, because I would like to hear Toy's side of his stream if he comes on in tomorrow's stream like he said he would. Yeah, he DM'd me that. If things change, I will try to let you guys know. It would be smart to follow my community tab. I don't know if you turn on not bell notifications, but just notifications on my channel if you get community tab notifications, but I try to use my community tab to update people on what's going on. Are you going to talk about the reaction channels hammering Dark Viper AU? I don't know if I am going to cover that. I have seen some stuff about it. Is there any new Mini Lad stuff? I saw that he is starting his old meme streams again. Besides that, same live stream, same cringy stuff. I try not to criticize him on the content he posts or him as a content creator, but more him as a person. So if he does something wrong, like if, something in his character that he does is wrong, I'll criticize the character, his character. I'll criticize his actions like that. But if he's just posting cringy content, I'm not going to go and make fun of him because of cringy content. I'll speak against that. I don't think he should be on the platform, but that'll be about it. At TJV, would you ever voice act as Yoshi and have one of your Yoshis stream for you? No, I ain't gonna do that. I just said that. Maybe someone else can do it if they have a good Yoshi impression. Good night, man. You'll need sleep for Toy Bounty Hunting's argument. We'll see how that ends up going. Nah, Toy's always been a decent dude. You know? He's always been a decent dude. My last question is Teen Titans or Teen Titans Go? I have not watched either, so I don't know. I'm not a Teen Titans person. Did you reach out to the other members of the crew about the situation? No, because it doesn't really involve them. I wouldn't want to bring Wildcat or Louie or Vanoss or anybody else into it. That doesn't really need to be involved into it. What's your take on Louie? He's starting to stream and do Instagram live streams. I get notifications for that. I typically try to see what's going on with him when I do that. If he does make a huge comeback to YouTube where he's uploading videos, not just streams on a regular occasion, I wish the best for him. Pretty cool dude. Have pretty cool conversations with him behind closed doors. He seems like a cool guy. Get off and watch Teen Titans, one of the best cartoons. Damn. I don't know if I will. I have a lot of other stuff that I'm wanting to watch. Right now I'm watching Hard Knocks. They're covering the New York Jets, and my quarterback from the Green Bay Packers went to the Jets, Aaron Rodgers, so I've been watching Hard Knocks, at least the first episode. At TJV, you did not see it earlier, but you were trying to see Toy's live chat. It is mainly just TJV shit posts and honestly bad criticism. Yeah, I did see that. People really dislike me, but that's okay. How did you email the Lo-Fi Delirious collab guy? I actually did not end up doing that yet. I will be doing that though. I will be doing that though. I have not done it yet. I think it's a matter of like I want to put a good constructive email together that has a lot of information so the guy knows where I'm coming from. I would hate for him just to see me as some random guy who's just trying to get tea. Truly, I would want to know some more information. Chill Owly. Yep. So I'd like to reach out to him, and see how that goes. According to Delirious, he collabed with the guy, but according to Scott, that's Zane, Scott's son, collabed with the guy, and the music was kind of produced and made for the Lo-Fi Delirious stuff. So yeah. And then what Scott's saying in the chat, John lied. He was confronted and lied to TJV. He did. He said he didn't know who, he didn't know. What Delirious said is Delirious didn't know who Scott was. He thought he was just some random troll. When obviously that's not the case. Scott has met Delirious according to his story, and, you know, Delirious would have to know who Scott is because that's Liz's ex-husband, you know? How would Delirious not know him and just call him some random troll, you know? Why would Delirious lie? Does he have something to hide? I don't know. He told me that he didn't know who Scott was, and he told me he thought it was some random troll. So, I don't know why he would. I tried reaching out to him first. Even after he told me he didn't know who he was and called him a troll, I still said, hey, he told me, he sat here and said, hey, like, Scott told me he validated that he does know Liz. Like, he is a real person. And still got nothing. So, show where he lied about knowing me. Alright, I'll do that real quick, and then he'll be near the end of the stream. But yeah, I will show that real quick. Right here. Hey, I was going through Twitter and I found the tweet from Scott. He put shrugging an emoji. I said, I looked through a lot of his tweets. He really goes after Liz and you and their kid. Don't know how crazy the guy is or if he's just a troll, but thought you should be aware if you weren't already. If this guy really knows you too, then I hope you guys are doing fine and are dealing with this. I don't know the account or the person, which is why I shrugged. Just looked, seems like he has his own problems being a troll, LOL. And then I reached out later on that day saying, so this Scott guy reached out to me and he validated some of his claims that he does know you and Liz. I just want to hear your side of things if you don't mind. I'll hide my webcam real quick to show you. this is what he says right here, and he responds 0 idea. So this is Delirious lying to me. If you wanted to sit here and see if is Delirious a liar, is he lying about all this XYZ XYZ XYZ? Technically, yes, he is saying lies here. Does he have to tell me the truth? Does he have to tell me any information? No, he's not required to. But if you are looking for people who have been transparent through all of this, I have witnessed that, you know, every question I ask Scott, he has been pretty open to telling me, you know, what he views as the truth, his side of things. When I ask Delirious, sometimes I don't get an answer. Sometimes he says stuff like this. And I'm just letting you know. I know Volt Tactic Tomcat. I already know, we talked about that. I never blah 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 blah. Just reading the chat real quick. Alright, but yeah, anyways, wanted to share that last little tidbit to include. Alright, last questions, and then I'm ending the stream. I said I wasn't going to go 6 hours long, but now it's 6 hours long, so. Everyone good? Everyone's going to have a good night? We're done here? Anything you want to... Oh, that was my girlfriend waving. How tall are you? I'm 6 foot. 6 foot exactly. Go live tomorrow again. That's the plan. If Toy wants to end up talking, I can make a quick stream just talking to him real quick. I don't want to make a super long stream like I did today. You guys have been treated to a 6-hour stream today. I think you guys are going to be good for a bit. I don't need to give you 6-hour streams every day. Can I have 2 inches of your height? No, you cannot. Do you like your beard? I like it. Some other people don't. Do you like my beard? Hannah likes it. I don't think she likes the long hair on the back.
I don't like getting stabbed when I get kissed.
Yeah, she doesn't like getting stabbed when I kiss her. My long hair on the back, I don't know if you guys have seen my long hair on the back, but I have incredibly long hair growing in the back. Like, my hair, it's getting to looking like a mullet right now because of the way I have it, but yeah, my hair is incredibly long. Favorite player for Green Bay? It was Aaron Rodgers until he left. This is how long my hair is, guys. If you were curious, it's getting to the point where it can reach my chin. So my hair is getting really long. But my hair is getting long for a reason. So right now it's not really styled or anything, so it doesn't look pleasant. So that's why I have a hat on. My favorite player for Green Bay? It was Aaron Rodgers before he went to the Jets. Now it's probably Aaron Jones, the running back, or Christian Watson. I'm really happy about Christian Watson and what he did his rookie year. What color is your Bugatti? It is non-existent, so there is no color about that.
Yellow.
It's not, I don't have a Bugatti. Black. Mullet incoming. No, it's not a mullet. My hair is getting this long for a reason. It's getting long for a movie role that I'm doing next year, and I need it significantly longer than this. The Lions are not over the Packers. You'll see this year how well it does. What's your favorite game? Trackmania. I like Trackmania. I'm excited for City Skylines 2. It comes out this October, I think. So yeah. Does Delirious have a Bugatti? I have no idea. You can kind of look like David Spade's son in Grown Ups too. Thanks. See if H2O will do a live stream interview. He will definitely not. The last thing he said to me was, "You're gross. Find something better to do with your life." Said some really rude words to me. Movie role, please tell if you can. It's a movie. It's a sequel to something. It's a sequel to one of my other movies. I've made movies on the channel before, and there's a sequel that I'm making to one of my movies. It wouldn't be that hard to find if people really wanted to find out what kind of movie I'm making. But it's a sequel to something I made before, and it requires me to grow my hair out long and be in better shape than I am now, and we're filming it next summer. What about a movie? I'm filming a movie next summer. I'm directing the movie, but I also gotta kind of star in it because I'm a character in the movie, so I kind of have to be in it, but yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff There's a lot of stuff. Lame. That's a little sus on his part. About Delirious, yeah. So, again, that's going to be something I'll always do regardless of what I talk about here or if I'm a commentary channel or not. I'm always going to be interested in making movies. Movies have always been a passion of mine for a long time. I guess YouTube's kind of a good substitute for that as a job for right now. But if I could get into the movie industry and make one big movie, that just sets me up for life. Then I could just work on passion projects for the rest of my life, and that would be cool. That'd be cool, But did that. Do you think Liz is a gold digger? I heard that from Scott in our interview, but I've heard other people repeat it, and that's what they think. I don't know. I personally haven't seen anything that shows that she's attracted to money over anything else about a person. But if what Scott's saying is true, that Delirious doesn't look decent, he looks actually grotesque, like he described it, and there's anything showing that she just went to him for money, then we'll have to wait and see. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm not really going to be definitive saying, yes, I do think Liz is this or that. Because regardless of Delirious saying, hey, you're gross, dude, you need to find something better with your life, and Liz, sending people on Twitter after me and them not liking me, I'm still going to be respectful at the end of the day, which I think some people in this drama situation lack. People lack just giving general respect regardless if you agree or disagree with the person. And at the end of the day, I'm just going to continue to show respect by not calling someone a gold digger or calling someone a whore or calling someone a cunt or calling someone this word or that word or whatever. I'm going to try my best to just give respect at the end of the day. TJV, are you drunk? I am not drunk. I had one beer today, and I had it over the course of 6 hours. Holy shit. That beer got really warm really quick. All right. They're sending people in your streams, too. I don't know about that if they are. So, yeah. Anyways, we took your 6 hours. Yeah, you guys took 6 hours out of my day. All right. That's fine, though. Today was the plan to stream today. I'm going to end up closing up the stream. Wait, do you ever stream games? I do not. I don't stream games. People don't show up when I stream games. That's why. So, anyways, thank you guys for joining. Tomorrow, if Toy is going to be down to live stream and have me talk to him about his stream and what he talked about today, I will talk to him tomorrow about it. I gave a TLDR like 20 minutes ago. So, yeah. I hope everyone enjoyed the stream, regardless if you agree with me or not. Hopefully you can be respectful to everyone else who has a different opinion from you, including me if I have a different opinion from you. Hopefully you guys have a good day. Shout out to my girlfriend for bringing me Marco's Pizza, even though it's probably cold by now. I'm going to go warm that up and go to bed. I'll see you guys later. And bye.